mind, I repeated mechanically. If only Beatrice could leave the subject alone. It did not interest me. What did it matter after all? What did anything matter? Giles will be very upset, said Beatrice. He will blame me for taking you over. What an idiotic thing to do, Bea. I can hear him saying it. I shall get into a fine row. Don't say anything about it, I said. I would much rather it was forgotten. The story will only get repeated and exaggerated. Giles will know something is wrong from my face. I never have been able to hide anything from him. I was silent. I knew how the story would be tossed about in their immediate circle of friends. I could imagine the little crowd at Sunday lunch. The round eyes, the eager ears, and the gasps and exclamations. My lord, how awful, what on earth did you do? And then, how did she take it? How terribly embarrassing for everyone. The only thing that mattered to me was that Maxim should never come to hear of it. One day I might tell Frank Crawley, but not yet, not for quite a while. It was not long before we came to the high road at the top of the hill. In the distance I could see the first grey roofs of Kerith, while to the right, in a hollow, lay the deep woods of Manderley and the sea beyond. Are you in a frightful hurry to get home? Said Beatrice. No, I said. I don't think so. Why? Would you think me a perfect pig if I dropped you at the lodge gates? If I drive like hell now I shall just be in time to meet Giles by the London train, and it will save him taking the station taxi. Of course, I said. I can walk down the drive. Thanks awfully, she said gratefully. I felt the afternoon had been too much for her. She wanted to be alone again, and did not want to face another belated tea at Manderley. I got out of the car at the lodge gates and we kissed goodbye. Put on some weight next time I see you, she said. It doesn't suit you to be so thin. Give Maxim my love, and forgive me for today. She vanished in a cloud of dust and I turned in down the drive. I wondered if it had altered much since Maxim's grandmother had driven down it in her carriage. She had ridden here as a young woman, she had smiled at the woman at the lodge as I did now. And in her day the lodge keeper's wife had curtsied, sweeping the path with her full wide skirt. This woman nodded to me briefly, and then called to her little boy, who was grubbing with some kittens at the back. Maxim's grandmother had bowed her head to avoid the sweeping branches of the trees, and the horse had trotted down the twisting drive where I now walked. The drive had been wider then, and smoother too, better kept. The woods did not encroach upon it. I did not think of her as she was now, lying against those pillows, with that shawl around her. I saw her when she was young, and when Manderley was her home. I saw her wandering in the gardens with a small boy, Maxim's father, clattering behind her on his hobby horse. He would wear a stiff Norfolk jacket and a round white collar. Picnics to the cove would be an expedition, a treat that was not indulged in very often. There would be a photograph somewhere, in an old album, all the family sitting very straight and rigid round a tablecloth set upon the beach, the servants in the background beside a huge lunch basket. And I saw Maxim's grandmother when she was older too, a few years ago, walking on the terrace at Manderley, leaning on a stick. And someone walked beside her, laughing, holding her arm. Someone tall and slim and very beautiful, who had a gift, Beatrice said, of being attractive to people. Easy to like, I supposed, easy to love. When I came to the end of the long drive at last I saw that Maxim's car was standing in front of the house. My heart lifted, I ran quickly into the hall. His hat and gloves were lying on the table. I went towards the library, and as I came near I heard the sound of voices, one raised louder than the other, Maxim's voice. The door was shut. I hesitated a moment before going in. You can write and tell him from me to keep away from Manderley in future. Do you hear? Never mind who told me, that's of no importance. I happen to know his car was seen here yesterday afternoon. If you want to meet him, you can meet him outside Manderley. I won't have him inside the gates, do you understand? Remember, I'm warning you for the last time. I slipped away from the door to the stairs. I heard the door of the library open. I ran swiftly up the stairs and hid in the gallery. Mrs. Danvers came out of the library, shutting the door behind her. I crouched against the wall of the gallery so that I should not be seen. I had caught one glimpse of her face. It was gray with anger, distorted, horrible. She passed up the stairs swiftly and silently and disappeared through the door leading to the west wing. I waited a moment, then I went slowly downstairs to the library. I opened the door and went in. Maxim was standing by the window, some letters in his hand. His back was turned to me. For a moment I thought of creeping out again, and going upstairs to my room and sitting there. He must have heard me though, for he swung round impatiently. "Who is it now?" he said. I smiled, holding out my hands. "Hello," I said. "Oh, it's you." I could tell in a glance that something had made him very angry. His mouth was hard, his nostrils white and pinched. "What have you been doing with yourself?" he said. He kissed the top of my head and put his arm round my shoulder. I felt as if a very long time had passed since he had left me yesterday. "I've been to see your grandmother," I said. "Beatrice drove me over this afternoon." "How was the old lady?" "All right." "What's happened to Bea?" "She had to get back to meet Giles." We sat down together on the window seat. I took his hand in mine. "I hated you being away, I've missed you terribly," I said. "Have you?" he said. We did not say anything for a bit. I just held his hand. "Was it hot up in London?" I said. "Yes, pretty awful. I always hate the place." I wondered if he would tell me what had happened just now in the library with Mrs. Danvers. I wondered who had told him about Favell. "Are you worried about something?" I said. "I've had a long day," he said. "That drive twice in 24 hours is too much for anyone." He got up and wandered away, lighting a cigarette. I knew then that he was not going to tell me about Mrs. Danvers. "I'm tired too," I said. Slowly, "It's been a funny sort of day." Chapter 16. It was one Sunday, I remember, when we had an invasion of visitors during the afternoon, that the subject of the fancy dress ball was first brought up. Frank Crawley had come over to lunch, and we were all three of us looking forward to a peaceful afternoon under the chestnut tree when we heard the fatal sound of a car rounding the sweep. In the drive, it was too late to warn Frith. The car itself came upon us standing on the terrace with cushions and papers under our arms. We had to come forward and welcome the unexpected guests. As often happens in such cases, these were not to be the only visitors. Another car arrived about half an hour afterwards, followed by 3 local people who had walked from Carrick, and we found ourselves, with the peace stripped from our day, entertaining group after group of dreary acquaintances, doing the regulation walk in the grounds, the tour of the rose garden, the stroll across the lawns, and the formal inspection of the Happy Valley. They stayed for tea of course, and instead of a lazy nibbling of cucumber sandwiches under the chestnut tree, we had the paraphernalia of a stiff tea in the drawing room, which I always loathed. Frith in his element of course, directing Robert with a lift of his eyebrows, and myself rather hot and flustered with a monstrous silver teapot and kettle that I never knew how to manage. I found it very difficult to gauge the exact moment when it became imperative to dilute the tea with the boiling water, and more difficult still to concentrate on the small talk that was going on at my side. Frank Crawley was invaluable at a moment like this. He took the cups from me and handed them to people, and when my answers seemed more than usually vague owing to my concentration on the silver teapot, he quietly and unobtrusively put in his small wedge to the conversation, relieving me of responsibility. Maxim was always at the other end of the room, showing a book to a bore, or pointing out a picture. playing the perfect host in his own inimitable way, and the business of tea was a side issue that did not matter to him. His own cup of tea grew cold, left on a side table behind some flowers, and I, steaming behind my kettle, and Frank gallantly juggling with scones and angel cake, were left to minister to the common wants of the herd. It was Lady Crowan, a tiresome, gushing woman who lived in Carith, who introduced the matter. There was one of those pauses in conversation that happen in every tea party, and I saw Frank's lips about to form the inevitable and idiotic remark about an angel passing overhead, when Lady Crowan, balancing a piece of cake on the edge of her saucer, looked up at Maxim, who happened to be beside her. "Oh, Mr. De Winter," she said, "there is something I've been wanting to ask you for ages. Now tell me, is there any chance of you reviving the Manderley fancy dress ball?" She put her head on one side as she spoke, flashing her two prominent teeth in what she supposed was a smile. I lowered my head instantly, and became very busy with the emptying of my own teacup, screening myself behind the cozy. It was a moment or two before Maxim replied, and when he did his voice was quite calm and matter-of-fact. "I haven't thought about it," he said, "and I don't think anyone else has." "Oh, but I assure you we have all thought of it so much," continued Lady Crowan. "It used to make the summer for all of us in this part of the world. You have no idea of the pleasure it used to give. Can't I persuade you to think about it again?" "Well, I don't know," said Maxim dryly. "It was all rather a business to organize. You had better ask Frank Crawley, he'd have to do it." "Oh, Mr. Crawley, do be on my side," she persisted, and one or two of the others joined in. "It would be a most popular move, you know, we all miss the Manderley gaiety." I heard Frank's quiet voice beside me. "I don't mind organizing the ball if Maxim has no objection to giving it. It's up to him and Mrs. De Winter. It's nothing to do with me." Of course I was bombarded at once. Lady Crowan moved her chair so that the cozy no longer hid me from view. "Now, Mrs. De Winter, you get round your husband. You are the person he will listen to. He should give the ball in your honor as the bride." "Yes, of course," said somebody else. Man, we missed the fun of the wedding, you know. It's a shame to deprive us of all excitement." "Hands up for the Manderley fancy dress ball." "There you see, De Winter?" Carried unanimously. There was much laughter and clapping of hands. Maxim lit a cigarette and his eyes met mine over the teapot. "What do you think about it?" he said. "I don't know," I said uncertainly. "I don't mind. Of course she longs to have a ball in her honor," gushed Lady Crowan. "What girl wouldn't? You'd look sweet, Mrs. De Winter, dressed as a little Dresden shepherdess, your hair tucked under a big three-cornered hat." I thought of my clumsy hands and feet and the slope of my shoulders. A fine Dresden shepherdess I should make. What an idiot the woman was. I was not surprised when nobody agreed with her, and once more I was grateful to Frank for turning the conversation away from me. As a matter of fact, Maxim, someone was talking about it the other day. "I suppose we shall be having some sort of celebration for the bride, shan't we, Mr. Crawley?" he said. "I wish Mr. De Winter would give a ball again. It was rare fun for all of us. It was Tucker at the home farm," he added, to Lady Crowan. "Of course they do adore a show of any kind." "I don't know," I told him. "Mr. De Winter hasn't said anything to me." "There you are," said Lady Crowan triumphantly to the drawing room in general. "What did I say? Your own people are asking for a ball. If you don't care for us, surely you care about them." Maxim still watched me doubtfully over the teapot. It occurred to me that perhaps he thought I could not face it, that being shy, as he knew only too well, I should find myself unable to cope. I did not want him to think that. I did not want him to feel I should let him down. "I think it would be rather fun," I said. Maxim turned away, shrugging his shoulders. That settles it, of course, he said. All right, Frank, you will have to go ahead with the arrangements. Better get Mrs. Danvers to help you. She will remember the form. That amazing Mrs. Danvers is still with you then? Said Lady Crowan. Yes, said Maxim shortly. Have some more cake, will you? Or have you finished? Then let's all go into the garden. We wandered out onto the terrace, everyone discussing the prospect of the ball and suitable dates, and then, greatly to my relief, the car parties decided it was time to take their departure, and the walkers went too, on being offered a lift. I went back into the drawing room and had another cup of tea, which I thoroughly enjoyed now that the burden of entertaining had been taken from me, and Frank came too, and we crumbled up the remains of the scones and ate them, feeling like conspirators. Maxim was throwing sticks for Jasper on the lawn. I wondered if it was the same in every home, this feeling of exuberance when visitors had gone. We did not say anything about the ball for a little while, and then, when I had finished my cup of tea and wiped my sticky fingers on a handkerchief, I said to Frank, "What do you truthfully think about this fancy dress business?" Frank hesitated, half glancing out of the window at Maxim on the lawn. "I don't know," he said. Maxim did not seem to object. Did he? I thought he took the suggestion very well. It was difficult for him to do anything else, I said. What a tiresome person Lady Crowan is. Do you really believe all the people round here are talking and dreaming of nothing but a fancy dress ball at Manderley? I think they would all enjoy a show of some sort, said Frank. We're very conventional down here, you know, about these things. I don't honestly think Lady Crowan was exaggerating when she said something should be done in your honor. After all, Mrs. De Winter, you are a bride. How pompous and stupid it sounded. I wished Frank would not always be so terribly correct. I'm not a bride, I said. I did not even have a proper wedding. No white dress or orange blossom or trailing bridesmaids. I don't want any silly dance given in my honor. It's a very fine sight, Manderley and fete, said Frank. You'll enjoy it, you see. You won't have to do anything alarming. You just receive the guests and there's nothing in that. Perhaps you'll give me a dance? Dear Frank. I loved his little solemn air of gallantry. You shall have as many dances as you like, I said. I shan't dance with anyone except you. And Maxim. Oh, but that would not look right at all, said Frank seriously. People would be very offended. You must dance with the people who ask you. I turned away to hide my smile. It was a joy to me the way he never knew when his leg had been pulled. Do you think Lady Crowan's suggestion about the Dresden shepherdess was a good one? I said slyly. He considered me solemnly without the trace of a smile. Yes, I do, he said. I think you'd look very well indeed. I burst into laughter. Oh, Frank, dear, I do love you, I said, and he turned rather pink, a little shocked I think at my impulsive words, and a little hurt too that I was laughing at him. I don't see that I've said anything funny, he said stiffly. Maxim came in at the window, Jasper dancing at his heels. What's all the excitement about? He said. Frank is being so gallant, I said. He thinks Lady Crowan's idea of my dressing up as a Dresden shepherdess is nothing to laugh at. Lady Crowan is a damned nuisance, said Maxim. If she had to write out all the invitations and organize the affair, she would not be so enthusiastic. It's always been the same though. The locals look upon Manderley as if it was a pavilion on the end of a pier, and expect us to put up a turn for their benefit. I suppose we shall have to ask the whole county. I've got the records in the office, said Frank. It won't really entail much work. Licking the stamps is the longest job. We'll give that to you to do, said Maxim, smiling at me. Oh, we'll do that in the office, said Frank. Mrs. De Winter need not bother her head about anything at all. I wondered what they would say if I suddenly announced my intention of running the whole affair. Laugh, I supposed, and then begin talking of something else. I was glad, of course, to be relieved of responsibility, but it rather added to my sense of humility to feel that I was not even capable of licking stamps. I thought of the writing desk in the morning room, the docketed pigeonholes all marked in ink by that slanting pointed hand. "What will you wear?" I said to Maxim. "I never dress up," said Maxim. "It's the one perquisite allowed to the host. Isn't it, Frank?" "I can't really go as a Dresden shepherdess," I said. "What on earth shall I do? I'm not much good at dressing up." "Put a ribbon round your hair and be Alice in Wonderland," said Maxim lightly. "You look like it now, with your finger in your mouth." "Don't be so rude," I said. "I know my hair is straight, but it isn't as straight as that. I tell you what, I'll give you and Frank the surprise of your lives, and you won't know me. As long as you don't black your face and pretend to be a monkey, I don't mind what you do," said Maxim. "All right, that's a bargain," I said. "I'll keep my costume a secret to the last minute, and you won't know anything about it. Come on, Jasper, we don't care what they say, do we?" I heard Maxim laughing as I went out into the garden, and he said something to Frank which I did not catch. I wished he would not always treat me as a child, rather spoiled, rather irresponsible, someone to be petted from time to time when the mood came upon him, but more often forgotten, more often patted on the shoulder and told to run away and play. I wished something would happen to make me look wiser, more mature. Was it always going to be like this? He away ahead of me, with his own moods that I did not share, his secret troubles that I did not know? Would we never be together, he a man and I a woman, standing shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, with no gulf between us? Question mark. I did not want to be a child. I wanted to be his wife, his mother. I wanted to be old. I stood on the terrace, biting my nails, looking down towards the sea, and as I stood there I wondered for the 20th time that day whether it was by Maxim's orders that those rooms in the West Wing were kept furnished and untouched. I wondered if he went, as Mrs. Danvers did, and touched the brushes on the dressing table, opened the wardrobe doors, and put his hands amongst the clothes. "Come on, Jasper," I shouted. Run with me. Come on, can't you?" And I tore across the grass, savagely, angrily. The bitter tears behind my eyes, with Jasper leaping at my heels and barking hysterically. The news soon spread about the fancy dress ball. My little maid Clarice, her eyes shining with excitement, talked of nothing else. I gathered from her that the servants in general were delighted. "Mr. Frith says it will be like old times," said Clarice eagerly. I heard him saying so to Alice in the passage this morning. "What will you wear, madam?" "I don't know, Clarice. I can't think," I said. "Mother said I was to be sure and tell her," said Clarice. "She remembers the last ball they gave at Manderley, and she has never forgotten it. Will you be hiring a costume from London, do you think?" "I haven't made up my mind, Clarice," I said. "But I tell you what. When I do decide, I shall tell you and nobody else. It will be a dead secret between us both." "Oh, madam, how exciting," breathed Clarice. "I don't know how I am going to wait for the day." I was curious to know Mrs. Danvers' reaction to the news. Since that afternoon I dreaded even the sound of her voice down the house telephone, and by using Robert as mediator between us I was spared this last ordeal. I could not forget the expression of her face when she left the library after that interview with Maxim. I thanked God she had not seen me crouching in the gallery. And I wondered, too, if she thought that it was I who had told Maxim about Favel's visit to the house. If so, she would hate me more than ever. I shuddered now when I remembered the touch of her hand on my arm, and that dreadful soft, intimate pitch of her voice close to my ear. I did not want to remember anything about that afternoon. That was why I did not speak to her, not even on the house telephone. The preparations went on for the ball. Everything seemed to be done down at the estate office. Maxim and Frank were down there every morning. As Frank had said, I did not have to bother my head about anything. I don't think I licked one stamp. I began to get in a panic about my costume. It seemed so feeble not to be able to think of anything, and I kept remembering all the people who would come, from Carith and Roundabout, the bishop's wife who had enjoyed herself so much the last time, Beatrice and Giles, that tiresome Lady Crowan, and many more people I did not know and who had never seen me. They would every one of them have some criticism to offer, some curiosity to know what sort of effort I should make. At last, in desperation, I remembered the books that Beatrice had given me for a wedding present, and I sat down in the library one morning turning over the pages as a last hope, passing from illustration to illustration in a sort of frenzy. Nothing seemed suitable, they were all so elaborate and pretentious. Those gorgeous costumes of velvet and silk in the reproductions given of Rubens, Rembrandt and others. I got hold of a piece of paper and a pencil and copied one or two of them, but they did not please me, and I threw the sketches into the waste paper basket in disgust, thinking no more about them. In the evening, when I was changing for dinner, there was a knock at my bedroom door. I called, "Come in," thinking it was Clarice. The door opened and it was not Clarice. It was Mrs. Danvers. She held a piece of paper in her hand. "I hope you will forgive me disturbing you," she said, "but I was not sure whether you meant to throw these drawings away. All the waste paper baskets are always brought to me to check, at the end of the day, in case of mislaying anything of value." Robert told me this was thrown into the library basket. I had turned quite cold all over at the sight of her, and at first I could not find my voice. She held out the paper for me to see. It was the rough drawing I had done during the morning. "No, Mrs. Danvers," I said, after a moment, "it doesn't matter throwing that away. It was only a rough sketch. I don't want it." "Very good," she said. "I thought it better to inquire from you personally to save any misunderstanding." "Yes," I said. "Yes, of course." I thought she would turn and go, but she went on standing there by the door. "So you have not decided yet what you will wear?" she said. There was a hint of derision in her voice, a trace of odd satisfaction. I supposed she had heard of my efforts through Clarice in some way. "No," I said. "No, I haven't decided." She continued watching me, her hand on the handle of the door. "I wonder you don't copy one of the pictures in the gallery," she said. I pretended to file my nails. They were too short and too brittle, but the action gave me something to do and I did not have to look at her. "Yes, I might think about that," I said. I wondered privately why such an idea had never come to me before. It was an obvious and very good solution to my difficulty. I did not want her to know this though. I went on filing my nails. "All the pictures in the gallery would make good costumes," said Mrs. Danvers, "especially that one of the young lady in white, with her hat in her hand. I wonder Mr. de Winter does not make it a period ball, everyone dressed more or less the same, to be in keeping. I never think it looks right to see a clown dancing with a lady in powder and patches." "Some people enjoy the variety," I said. "They think it makes it all the more amusing." "I don't like it myself," said Mrs. Danvers. Her voice was surprisingly normal and friendly, and I wondered why it was she had taken the trouble to come up with my discarded sketch herself. Did she want to be friends with me at last? Or did she realize that it had not been me at all who had told Maxim about Favell, and this was her way of thanking me for my silence? "Has not Mr. de Winter suggested a costume for you?" she said. "No," I said, after a moment's hesitation. "No, I want to surprise him and Mr. Crawley. I don't want them to know anything about it." It's not for me to make a suggestion, I know, she said, but when you do decide, I should advise you to have your dress made in London. There is no one down here can do that sort of thing well. Voce, in Bond Street, is a good place I know. I must remember that, I said. Yes, she said, and then, as she opened the door, I should study the pictures in the gallery, madam, if I were you, especially the one I mention. And you need not think I will give you away. I won't say a word to anyone. Thank you, Mrs. Danvers, I said. She shut the door very gently behind her. I went on with my dressing, puzzled at her attitude, so different from our last encounter, and wondering whether I had the unpleasant Favell to thank for it. Rebecca's cousin. Why should Maxim dislike Rebecca's cousin? Why had he forbidden him to come to Manderley? Beatrice had called him a bounder. She had not said much about him. And the more I considered him the more I agreed with her. Those hot blue eyes, that loose mouth, and the careless familiar laugh. Some people would consider him attractive. Girls in sweet shops giggling behind the counter, and girls who gave one programs in a cinema. I knew how he would look at them, smiling, and half whistling a tune under his breath. The sort of look and the type of whistle that would make one feel uncomfortable. I wondered how well he knew Manderley. He seemed quite at home, and Jasper certainly recognized him, but these two facts did not fit in with Maxim's words to Mrs. Danvers. And I could not connect him with my idea of Rebecca. Rebecca, with her beauty, her charm, her breeding, why did she have a cousin like Jack Favell? It was wrong, out of all proportion. I decided he must be the skeleton in the family cupboard, and Rebecca with her generosity had taken pity on him from time to time and invited him to Manderley, perhaps when Maxim was from home, knowing his dislike. There had been some argument about it probably, Rebecca defending him, and ever after this perhaps a slight awkwardness whenever his name was mentioned. As I sat down to dinner in the dining room in my accustomed place, with Maxim at the head of the table, I pictured Rebecca sitting in where I sat now, picking up her fork for the fish, and then the telephone ringing and Frith coming into the room and saying, Mr. Favell on the phone. Madam, wishing to speak to you, and Rebecca would get up from her chair with a quick glance at Maxim, who would not say anything, who would go on eating his fish. And when she came back, having finished her conversation, and sat down in her place again, Rebecca would begin talking about something different, in a gay, careless way, to cover up the little cloud between them. At first Maxim would be glum, answering in monosyllables, but little by little she would win his humor back. Again, telling him some story of her day, about someone she had seen in Carrick, and when they had finished the next course he would be laughing again, looking at her and smiling, putting out his hand to her across the table. What the devil are you thinking about? Said Maxim. I started, the color flooding my face, for in that brief moment, 60 seconds in time perhaps, I had so identified myself with Rebecca that my own dull self did not exist, had never come to Manderley. I had gone back in thought and in person to the days that were gone. Do you know you were going through the most extraordinary antics instead of eating our fish? Said Maxim. First you listened, as though you heard the telephone, and then your lips moved, and you threw half a glance at me. And you shook your head, and smiled, and shrugged your shoulders. All in about a second. Are you practicing your appearance for the fancy dress ball? He looked across at me, laughing, and I wondered what he would say if he really knew my thoughts, my heart, and my mind, and that for 1 second he had been the Maxim of another year, and I had been Rebecca. You look like a little criminal, he said. What is it? Nothing, I said quickly. I wasn't doing anything. Tell me what you were thinking? Why should I? You never tell me what you are thinking about. I don't think you've ever asked me, have you? Yes, I did once. I don't remember. We were in the library. Very probably. What did I say? You told me you were wondering who had been chosen to play for Surrey against Middlesex. Maxim laughed again. What a disappointment to you. What did you hope? I was thinking something very different. What sort of thing? Oh, I don't know. No, I don't suppose you do. If I told you I was thinking about Surrey and Middlesex, I was thinking about Surrey and Middlesex. Men are simpler than you imagine, my sweet child. But what goes on in the twisted, tortuous minds of women would baffle anyone. Do you know, you did not look a bit like yourself just now? You had quite a different expression on your face. I did? What sort of expression? I don't know that I can explain. You looked older suddenly. Deceitful. It was rather unpleasant. I did not mean to. No, I don't suppose you did. I drank some water, watching him over the rim of my glass. Don't you want me to look older? I said. Single quote. No. Why not? Because it would not suit you. One day I shall. It can't be helped. I shall have gray hair, and lines and things. I don't mind that. What do you mind then? I don't want you to look like you did just now. You had a twist to your mouth and a flash of knowledge in your eyes. Not the right sort of knowledge. I felt very curious, rather excited. What do you mean, Maxim? Question mark. What isn't the right sort of knowledge? He did not answer for a moment. Frith had come back into the room and was changing the plates. Maxim waited until Frith had gone behind the screen and through the service door before speaking again. When I met you first, you had a certain expression on your face, he said slowly, and you have it still. I'm not going to define it, I don't know how to, but it was one of the reasons why I married you. A moment ago, when you were going through that curious little performance, the expression had gone. Something else had taken its place. What sort of thing? Explain to me, Maxim, I said eagerly. He considered me a moment, his eyebrows raised, whistling softly. Listen, my sweet, when you were a little girl, were you ever forbidden to read certain books, and did your father put those books under lock and key? Yes, I said. Well, then, a husband is not so very different from a father after all. There is a certain type of knowledge I prefer you not to have. It's better kept under lock and key. So that's that. And now eat up your peaches, and don't ask me any more questions, or I shall put you in the corner. I wish you would not. Treat me as if I was 6, I said. How do you want to be treated? Like other men treat their wives. Knock you about, you mean? Don't be absurd. Why must you make a joke of everything? I am not joking. I'm very serious. No, you're not. I can tell by your eyes. You're playing with me all the time, just as if I was a silly little girl. Alice in Wonderland. That was a good idea of mine. Have you bought your sash and your hair ribbon yet? I warn you, you'll get the surprise of your life when you do see me in my fancy dress. I'm sure I shall. Get on with your peach and dawn. Tea talk with your mouth full. I've got a lot of letters to write after dinner. He did not wait for me to finish. He got up and strolled about the room, and asked Frith to bring the coffee in the library. I sat still, sullenly, being as slow as I could, hoping to keep things back and irritate him. But Frith took no notice of me and my peach. He brought the coffee at once, and Maxim went off to the library by himself. When I had finished, I went upstairs to the minstrel's gallery to have a look at the pictures. I knew them well, of course, by now, but had never studied them with a view to reproducing one of them as a fancy dress. Mrs. Danvers was right, of course. What an idiot I had been not to think of it before. I always loved the girl in white, with a hat in her hand. It was a Rayburn, and the portrait was of Caroline de Winter, a sister of Maxim's great-great-grandfather. She married a great Whig politician, and was a famous London beauty for many years, but this portrait was painted before that, when she was still unmarried. The white dress should be easy to copy. Those puffed sleeves, the flounce, and the little bodice. The hat might be rather difficult. And I should have to wear a wig. My straight hair would never curl in that way. Perhaps that Voce place in London that Mrs. Danvers had told me about would do the whole thing. I would send them a sketch of the portrait and tell them to copy it faithfully, sending my measurements. What a relief it was to have decided at last. Quite a weight off my mind. I began almost to look forward to the ball. Perhaps I should enjoy it after all, almost as much as little Clarice. I wrote to the shop in the morning, enclosing a sketch of the portrait, and I had a very favorable reply, full of honor, at my esteemed order, and saying the work would be put in hand right away, and they would manage the wig as well. Clarice could hardly contain herself for excitement, and I, too, began to get party fever as the great day approached. Giles and Beatrice were coming for the night, but nobody else, thank heaven, although a lot of people were expected to dinner first. I had imagined we should have to hold a large house party for the occasion, but Maxim decided against it. Having the dance alone is quite enough effort, he said, and I wondered whether he did it for my sake alone, or whether a large crowd of people really bored him as he said. I had heard so much of the Manderley parties in the old days, with people sleeping in bathrooms and on sofas because of the squash. And here we were, alone in the vast house, with only Beatrice and Giles to count as guests. The house began to wear a new, expectant air. Men came to lay the floor for dancing in the great hall, and in the drawing room some of the furniture was moved so that the long buffet tables could be placed against the wall. Lights were put up on the terrace, and in the rose garden too, wherever one walked there would be some sign of preparation for the ball. Workmen from the estate were everywhere, and Frank came to lunch nearly every day. The servants talked of nothing else, and Fritz stalked about as though the whole of the evening would depend on him alone. Robert rather lost his head, and kept forgetting things, napkins at lunch, and handing vegetables. He wore a harassed expression, like someone who has got to catch a train. The dogs were miserable. Jasper trailed about the hall with his tail between his legs, and nipped every workman on sight. He used to stand on the terrace, barking idiotically, and then dash madly to one corner of the lawn and eat grass in a sort of frenzy. Mrs. Danvers never obtruded herself, but I was aware of her continually. It was her voice I heard in the drawing room. When they came to put the tables, it was she who gave directions for the laying of the floor in the hall. Whenever I came upon the scene she had always just disappeared. I would catch a glimpse of her skirt brushing the door, or hear the sound of her footsteps on the stairs. I was a lay figure, no use to man or beast. I used to stand about doing nothing except get in the way. "Excuse me, Madam," I would hear a man say, just behind me, and he would pass, with a smile of apology, carrying 2 chairs on his back, his face dripping with perspiration. "I'm awfully sorry," I would say, getting quickly to one side, and then as a cover to my idleness, "Can I help you? What about putting those chairs in the library?" The man would look bewildered. Mrs. Danvers' orders, Madam, was that we were to take the chairs round to the back, to be out of the way. "Oh," I said, "yes, of course. How silly of me. Take them round to the back," as she said. And I would walk quickly away murmuring something about finding a piece of paper and a pencil, in a vain attempt to delude the man into thinking I was busy, while he went on across the hall, looking rather astonished, and I would feel I had not deceived him for a moment. The great day dawned misty and overcast, but the glass was high and we had no fears. The mist was a good sign. It cleared about 11, as Maxim had foretold, and we had a glorious still summer's day without a cloud in the blue sky. All the morning the gardeners were bringing flowers into the house, the last of the white lilac, and great lupins and delphiniums, 5 foot high, roses in hundreds, and every sort of lily. Mrs. Danvers showed herself at last. Quietly, calmly, she told the gardeners where to put the flowers, and she herself arranged them, stacking the vases with quick, deft fingers. I watched her in fascination, the way she did vase after vase, carrying them herself through the flower room to the drawing room and the various corners of the house, massing them in just the right numbers and profusion, putting color where color was needed, leaving the walls bare where severity paid. Maxim and I had lunch with Frank at his bachelor establishment next door to the office to be out of the way. We were all three in the rather hearty, cheerful humor of people after a funeral. We made pointless jokes about nothing at all, our minds eternally on the thought of the next few hours. I felt very much the same as I did the morning I was married. The same stifled feeling that I had gone too far now to turn back. The evening had got to be endured. Thank heaven Messrs. Voce had sent my dress in time. It looked perfect, in its folds of tissue paper. And the wig was a triumph. I had tried it on after breakfast, and was amazed at the transformation. I looked quite attractive. Quite different altogether. Not me at all. Someone much more interesting, more vivid and alive. Maxim and Frank kept asking me about my costume. You won't know me, I told them. You will both get the shock of your lives. You are not going to dress up as a clown, are you? Said Maxim gloomily. No frightful attempt to be funny? No, nothing like that, I said, full of importance. I wish you had kept to Alice in Wonderland, he said. Or Joan of Arc with your hair, said Frank shyly. T never thought of that, I said blankly, and Frank went rather pink. I'm sure we shall like whatever you wear, he said in his most pompous Frankish voice. Don't encourage her, Frank, said Maxim. She's so full of her precious disguise already, there's no holding her. B will put you in your place, that's one comfort. She'll soon tell you if she doesn't like your dress. Dear old B always looks just wrong on these occasions, bless her. I remember her once as Madame Pompadour, and she tripped up going into supper and her wig came adrift. I can't stand this damn thing, she said, in that blunt voice of hers, and chucked it on a chair and went through the rest of the evening with her own cropped hair. You can imagine what it looked like, against a pale blue satin crinoline, or whatever the dress was. Poor Giles did not cope that year. He came as a cook, and sat about in the bar all night looking perfectly miserable. I think he felt B had let him down. No, it wasn't that, said Frank. He'd lost his front teeth trying out a new mare, don't you remember, and he was so shy about it he wouldn't open his mouth. Oh, was that it? Poor Giles. He generally enjoys dressing up. Beatrice says he loves playing charades, I said. She told me they always have charades at Christmas. Tino, said Maxim, that's why I've never spent Christmas with her. Have some more asparagus, Mrs. De Winter, and another potato? No, really, Frank, I'm not hungry. Thank you. Nerves, said Maxim, shaking his head. Never mind, this time tomorrow it will all be over. I sincerely hope so, said Frank seriously. I was going to give orders that all cars should stand by for 5 a.m. I began to laugh weakly, the tears coming into my eyes. Oh dear, I said, let's send wires to everybody not to come. Come on, be brave and face it, said Maxim. We need not give another one for years. Frank, I have an uneasy feeling we ought to be going up to the house. What do you think? Frank agreed, and I followed them unwillingly, reluctant to leave the cramped, rather uncomfortable little dining room that was so typical of Frank's bachelor establishment, and which seemed to me today the embodiment of peace and quietude. When we came to the house we found that the band had arrived, and were standing about in the hall rather pink in the face and self-conscious, while Frith, more important than ever, offered refreshments. The band were to be our guests for the night, and after we had welcomed them and exchanged a few slightly obvious jokes proper to the occasion, The band were borne off to their quarters to be followed by a tour of the grounds. The afternoon dragged, like the last hour before a journey when one is packed up and keyed to departure, and I wandered from room to room almost as lost as Jasper, who trailed reproachfully at my heels. There was nothing I could do to help, and it would have been wiser on my part to have kept clear of the house altogether and taken the dog and myself for a long walk. By the time I decided upon this it was too late. Maxim and Frank were demanding tea, and when tea was over Beatrice and Giles arrived. The evening had come upon us all too soon. "This is like old times," said Beatrice, kissing Maxim, and looking about her. "Congratulations to you for remembering every detail. The flowers are exquisite," she added, turning to me. "Did you do them?" "No," I said, rather ashamed. "Mrs. Danvers is responsible for everything." "Oh, well, after ale." Beatrice did not finish her sentence. She accepted a light for her cigarette from Frank, and once it was lit she appeared to have forgotten what she was going to say. "Have you got Mitchells to do the catering as usual?" asked Giles. "Yes," said Maxim. "I don't think anything has been altered, has it, Frank? We had all the records down at the office. Nothing has been forgotten, and I don't think we have left anyone out." "What a relief to find only ourselves," said Beatrice. "I remember once arriving about this time, and there were about 25 people in the place already, all going to stop the night. What's everyone going to wear?" "I suppose Maxim, as always, refuses to play?" "As always," said Maxim. "Such a mistake, I think. The whole thing would go with much more swing if you did. Have you ever known a ball at Manderley not to go with a swing?" "No, my dear boy, the organization is too good. But I do think the host ought to give the lead himself. I think it's quite enough if the hostess makes the effort," said Maxim. "Why should I make myself hot and uncomfortable and a damn fool into the bargain?" "Oh, but that's absurd. There's no need to look a fool. With your appearance, my dear Maxim, you could get away with any costume. You don't have to worry about your figure like poor Giles." "What is Giles going to wear tonight?" I asked. "Or is it a dead secret?" "No, rather not," beamed Giles. "As a matter of fact, it's a pretty good effort. I got our local tailor to rig it up. I'm coming as an Arabian sheik." "Good God," said Maxim. "It's not at all bad," said Beatrice warmly. "He stains his face of course, and leaves off his glasses. The head dress is authentic. We borrowed it off a friend who used to live in the East. And the rest the tailor copied from some paper. Giles looks very well in it." "What are you going to be, Mrs. Lacey?" said Frank. "Oh, I'm afraid I haven't coped much," said Beatrice. "I've got some sort of Eastern get-up to go with Giles, but I don't pretend it's genuine. Strings of beads, you know, and a veil over my face." "It sounds very nice," I said politely. "Oh, it's not bad. Comfortable to wear, that's one blessing. I shall take off the veil if I get too hot." "What are you wearing?" "Don't ask her," said Maxim. "She won't tell any of us. There has never been such a secret, I believe. She even wrote to London for it." "My dear," said Beatrice, rather impressed, "don't say you have gone a bust and will put us all to shame. Mine is only homemade, you know." "Don't worry," I said, laughing. "It's quite simple really. But Maxim would tease me, and I've promised to give him the surprise of his life." "Quite right too," said Giles. "Maxim is too superior altogether. The fact is he's jealous. Wishes he was dressing up like the rest of us, and doesn't like to say so." "Heaven forbid," said Maxim. "What are you doing, Crawley?" asked Giles. Frank looked rather apologetic. "I've been so busy I'm afraid I've left things to the last moment. I hunted up an old pair of trousers last night, and a striped football jersey, and thought of putting a patch over one eye and coming as a pirate." "Why on earth didn't you write to us and borrow a costume?" said Beatrice. There's one of a Dutchman that Roger had last winter in Switzerland. It would have suited you excellently. I refused to allow my agent to walk about as a Dutchman, said Maxim. He'd never get rents out of anybody again. Let him stick to his pirate. It might frighten some of them. Anything less like a pirate, murmured Beatrice in my ear. I pretended not to hear. Poor Frank, she was always rather down on him. How long will it take me to paint my face? Asked Giles. 2 hours at least, said Beatrice. I should begin thinking about it if I were you. How many shall we be at dinner? 16, said Maxim, counting ourselves. No strangers. You know them all. I'm beginning to get dress. Fever already, said Beatrice. What fun it all is. I'm so glad you decided to do this again, Maxim. You've got her to thank for it, said Maxim, nodding at me. Oh, it's not true, I said. It was all the fault of Lady Crowan. Nonsense, said Maxim, smiling at me. You know you're as excited as a child at its first party. I'm not. I'm longing to see your dress, said Beatrice. It's nothing out of the way. Really it's not, I insisted. Mrs. De Winter says we shan't know her, said Frank. Everybody looked at me and smiled. I felt pleased and flushed and rather happy. People were being nice. They were all so friendly. It was suddenly fun, the thought of the dance, and that I was to be the hostess. The dance was being given for me, in my honor, because I was the bride. I sat on the table in the library, swinging my legs, while the rest of them stood round, and I had a longing to go upstairs and put on my dress, try the wig in front of the looking-glass, turn this way and that before the long mirror on the wall. It was new, this sudden unexpected sensation of being important, of having Giles, and Beatrice, and Frank and Maxim all looking at me and talking about my dress. All wondering had I was going to wear. I thought of the soft white dress in its folds of tissue paper, and how it would hide my flat dull figure, my rather sloping shoulders. I thought of my own lank hair covered by the sleek and gleaming curls. What's the time? I said carelessly, yawning a little, pretending I did not care. I wonder if we ought to think about going upstairs. ? Single quote. As we crossed the great hall on the way to our rooms, I realized for the first time how the house lent itself to the occasion, and how beautiful the rooms were looking. Even the drawing room, formal and cold to my consideration when we were alone, was a blaze of color now. Flowers in every corner, red roses in silver bowls on the white cloth of the supper table, the long windows open to the terrace, where, as soon as it was dusk, the fairy lights would shine. The band had stacked their instruments ready in the minstrel's gallery above the hall, and the hall itself wore a strange, waiting air. There was a warmth about it I had never known before, due to the night itself, so still and clear, to the flowers beneath the pictures, to our own laughter as we hovered on the wide stone stairs. The old austerity had gone. Manderley had come alive in a fashion I would not have believed possible. It was not the still quiet Manderley I knew. There was a certain significance about it now that had not been before. A reckless air, rather triumphant, rather pleasing. It was as if the house remembered other days, long, long ago, when the hall was a banqueting hall indeed, with weapons and tapestry hanging upon the walls, and men sat at a long narrow table in the center laughing louder than we laughed now, calling for wine, for song, throwing great pieces of meat upon the flags to the slumbering dogs. Later, in other years, it would still be gay, but with a certain grace and dignity, and Caroline de Winter, whom I should represent tonight, would walk down the wide stone stairs in her white dress to dance the minuet. I wished we could sweep away the years and see her. I wished we did not have to degrade the house with our modern jig tunes, so out of place and unromantic. They would not suit Manderley. I found myself in sudden agreement with Mrs. Danvers. We should have made it a period ball, not the hodgepodge of humanity it was bound to be, with Giles, poor fellow, well-meaning and hearty in his guise of Arabian chic. I found Clarice waiting for me in my bedroom, her round face scarlet with excitement. We giggled at one another like schoolgirls, and I bade her lock my door. There was much sound of tissue paper, rustling and mysterious. We spoke to one another softly like conspirators, we walked on tiptoe. I felt like a child again on the eve of Christmas. This padding to and fro in my room with bare feet, the little furtive bursts of laughter, the stifled exclamations, reminded me of hanging up my stocking long ago. Maxim was safe in his dressing room, and the way through was barred against him. Clarice alone was my ally and favored friend. The dress fitted perfectly. I stood still, hardly able to restrain my impatience while Clarice hooked me up with fumbling fingers. "It's handsome, madam," she kept saying, leaning back on her heels to look at me. "It's a dress fit for the Queen of England." "What about under the left shoulder there?" I said, anxiously. That strap of mine, is it going to show?" "No, madam, nothing shows." "How is it? How do I look?" I did not wait for her answer. I twisted and turned in front of the mirror. I frowned, I smiled. I felt different already, no longer hampered by my appearance. My own dull personality was submerged at last. "Give me the wig," I said excitedly. "Careful, don't crush it, the curls mustn't be flat. They are supposed to stand out from the face." Clarice stood behind my shoulder. I saw her round face beyond mine in the reflection of the looking glass, her eyes shining, her mouth a little open. I brushed my own hair sleek behind my ears. I took hold of the soft gleaming curls with trembling fingers, laughing under my breath, looking up at Clarice. "Oh, Clarice," I said, "what will Mr. de Winter say?" I covered my own mousy hair with the curled wig, trying to hide my triumph, trying to hide my smile. Somebody came and hammered on the door. "Who's there?" I called in panic. "You can't. Come in. It's me, my dear, don't alarm yourself," said Beatrice. "How far have you got?" "I want to look at you." No, I said, "you can't come in, I'm not ready." The flustered Clarice stood beside me, her hand full of hairpins, while I took them from her one by one, controlling the curls that had become fluffed in the box. "I'll come down when I am ready," I called. "Go on down, all of you. Don't wait for me. Tell Maxim he can't come in." "Maxim's down," she said. "He came along to us. He said he hammered on your bathroom door and you never answered." "Don't be too long, my dear, we are all so intrigued." "Are you sure why? Oh, you don't want any help?" "No," I shouted impatiently, losing my head. "Go away, go on down." Why did she have to come and bother just at this moment? It fussed me. I did not know what I was doing. I jabbed with a hairpin, flattening it against a curl. I heard no more from Beatrice. She must have gone along the passage. I wondered if she was happy in her Eastern robes and if Giles had succeeded in painting his face. How absurd it was, the whole thing. Why did we do it, I wonder? Why were we such children? I did not recognize the face that stared at me in the glass. The eyes were larger, surely, the mouth narrower, the skin white and clear. The curls stood away from the head in a little cloud. I watched this self that was not me at all and then smiled, a new, slow smile. "Oh, Clarice," I said. "Oh, Clarice." I took the skirt of my dress in my hands and curtsied to her, the flounces sweeping the ground. She giggled excitedly, rather embarrassed, flushed though, very pleased. I paraded up and down in front of my glass watching my reflection. "Unlock the door," I said. "I'm going down. Run ahead and see if they are there." She obeyed me, still giggling, and I lifted my skirts off the ground and followed her along the corridor. She looked back at me and beckoned. "They've gone down," she whispered, "Mr. De Winter, and Major and Mrs. Lacey. Mr. Crawley has just come. They are all standing in the hall." I peered through the archway at the head of the big staircase, and looked down on the hall below. Yes, there they were. Giles, in his white Arab dress, laughing loudly, showing the knife at his side. Beatrice swathed in an extraordinary green garment and hung about the neck with trailing beads. Poor Frank self-conscious and slightly foolish in his striped jersey and sea boots. Maxim, the only normal one of the party, in his evening clothes. "I don't know what she's doing," he said. "She's been up in her bedroom for hours." "What's the time, Frank?" "The dinner crowd will be upon us before we know where we are." The band were changed, and in the gallery already. One of the men was tuning his fiddle. He played a scale softly, and then plucked at a string. Yes, the dress had been copied exactly from my sketch of the portrait. The puffed sleeve, the sash and the ribbon, the wide floppy hat I held in my hand. And my curls were her curls, they stood out from my face as hers did in the picture. I don't think I have ever felt so excited before, so happy and so proud. I waved my hand at the man with the fiddle, and then put my finger to my lips for silence. He smiled and bowed. He came across the gallery to the archway where I stood. "Make the drummer announce me," I whispered. "Make him beat the drum, you know how they do, and then call out Miss Caroline de Winter. I want to surprise them below." He nodded his head, he understood. My heart fluttered absurdly, and my cheeks were burning. What fun it was, what mad ridiculous childish fun. I smiled at Clarice still crouching on the corridor. I picked up my skirt in my hands. Then the sound of the drum echoed in the great hall, startling me for a moment. Who had waited for it? Who knew that it would come? I saw them look up surprised and bewildered from the hall below. "Miss Caroline de Winter," shouted the drummer. I came forward to the head of the stairs and stood there, smiling, my hat in my hand, like the girl in the picture. I waited for the clapping and laughter that would follow as I walked slowly down the stairs. Nobody clapped, nobody moved. They all stared at me, like dumb things. Beatrice uttered a little cry and put her hand to her mouth. I went on smiling. I put one hand on the banister. "How do you do, Mr. De Winter?" I said. Maxim had not moved. He stared up at me, his glass in his hand. There was no color in his face. It was ashen white. I saw Frank go to him as though he would speak, but Maxim shook him off. I hesitated, one foot already on the stairs. Something was wrong. They had not understood. Why was Maxim looking like that? Why did they all stand like dummies, like people in a trance? Then Maxim moved forward to the stairs, his eyes never leaving my face. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" he asked. His eyes blazed in anger. His face was still ashen white. I could not move. I went on standing there, my hand on the banister. "It's the picture," I said, terrified at his eyes, at his voice. "It's the picture, the one in the gallery." There was a long silence. We went on staring at each other. Nobody moved in the hall. I swallowed, my hand moved to my throat. "What is it?" I said. "What have I done?" If only they would not stare at me like that with dull blank faces. If only somebody would say something. When Maxim spoke again, I did not recognize his voice. It was still and quiet, icy cold, not a voice I knew. "Go and change," he said. "It does not matter what you put on. Find an ordinary evening frock. Anything will do. Go now, before any body comes." I could not speak. I went on staring at him. His eyes were the only living things in the white mask of his face. "What are you standing there for?" he said, his voice harsh and queer. Single quote. "Didn't you hear what I said?" I turned and ran blindly through the archway to the corridors beyond. I caught a glimpse of the astonished face of the drummer who had announced me. I brushed past him, stumbling, not looking where I went. Tears blinded my eyes. I did not know what was happening. Clarice had gone. The corridor was deserted. I looked about me stunned and stupid like a haunted thing. Then I saw that the door leading to the west wing was open wide, and that someone was standing there. It was Mrs. Danvers. I shall never forget the expression on her face, loathsome, triumphant. The face of an exulting devil. She stood there, smiling at me. And then I ran from her, down the long narrow passage to my own room, tripping, stumbling over the flounces of my dress. Chapter 17. Clarice was waiting for me in my bedroom. She looked pale and scared. As soon as she saw me, she burst into tears. I did not say anything. I began tearing at the hooks of my dress, ripping the stuff. I could not manage them properly, and Clarice came to help me, still crying noisily. "It's all right, Clarice, it's not your fault," I said, and she shook her head, the tears still running down her cheeks. "Your lovely dress, madam," she said, "your lovely white dress." "It doesn't matter," I said. "Can't you find the hook?" "There it is, at the back. And another one somewhere, just below." She fumbled with the hooks, her hands trembling, making worse trouble with it than I did myself, and all the time catching at her breath. "What will you wear instead, madam?" she said. "I don't know," I said. "I don't know." She had managed to unfasten the hooks, and I struggled out of the dress. "I think I'd rather like to be alone, Clarice," I said. "Would you be a dear and leave me?" "Don't worry. I shall manage all right. Forget what's happened. I want you to enjoy the party. Can I press out a dress for you, madam?" she said, looking up at me with swollen, streaming eyes. "It won't take me a moment." "No," I said, "don't bother. I'd rather you went." And Clarice, "Yes, madam? Don't say anything about what's just happened." "No, madam." She burst into another torrent of weeping. "Don't let the others see you like that," I said. "Go to your bedroom and do something to your face. There's nothing to cry about, nothing at all." Somebody knocked on the door. Clarice threw me a quick, frightened glance. "Who is it?" I said. The door opened and Beatrice came into the room. She came to me at once, a strange, rather ludicrous figure in her Eastern drapery, the bangles jangling on her wrists. "My dear," she said, "my dear," and held out her hands to me. Clarice slipped out of the room. I felt tired suddenly, and unable to cope. I went and sat down on the bed. I put my hand up to my head and took off the curled wig. Beatrice stood watching me. "Are you all right?" she said. "You look very white." "It's the light," I said. "It never gives one any color." "Sit down for a few minutes and you'll be all right," she said. "Wait, I'll get a glass of water." She went into the bathroom, her bangles jangling with her every movement, and then she came back, the glass of water in her hands. I drank some to please her, not wanting it a bit. It tasted warm from the tap. She had not let it run. Of course I knew at once it was just a terrible mistake, she said. "You could not possibly have known." "Why should you?" "Known what?" I said. "Why, the dress, you poor dear, the picture you copied of the girl in the gallery. It was what Rebecca did at the last fancy dress ball at Manderley. Identical. The same picture, the same dress. You stood there on the stairs, and for one ghastly moment I thought." She did not go on with her sentence. She patted me on the shoulder. "You poor child. How wretchedly unfortunate. How were you to know?" "I ought to have known," I said stupidly, staring at her, too stunned to understand. "I ought to have known." "Nonsense. How could you know? It was not the sort of thing that could possibly enter any of our heads. Only it was such a shock, you see. We none of us expected it, and Maxim." "Yes. Maxim?" I said. "He thinks, you see, it was deliberate on your part. You had some bet that you would startle him, didn't you? Some foolish joke." And of course, he doesn't understand. It was such a frightful shock for him. I told him at once you could not have done such a thing, and that it was sheer appalling luck that you had chosen that particular picture. I ought to have known, I repeated again. It's all my fault, I ought to have seen. I ought to have known. No, no, don't worry, you'll be able to explain the whole thing to him quietly. Everything will be quite all right. The first lot of people were arriving, just as I came upstairs to you. They are having drinks. Everything's all right. I've told Frank and Giles to make up a story about your dress not fitting, and you are very disappointed. I did not say anything. I went on sitting on the bed with my hands in my lap. What can you wear instead? Said Beatrice, going to my wardrobe and flinging open the doors. Here, what's this blue? It looks charming. Put this on. Nobody will mind. Quick, I'll help you. No, I said. No, I'm not coming down. Beatrice stared at me in great distress, my blue frock over her arm. But, my dear, you must. She said in dismay. You can't possibly not up here. No, Beatrice, I'm not coming down. I can't face them, not after what's happened. But nobody will know about the dress, she said. Frank and Giles will never breathe a word. We've got the story all arranged. The shop sent the wrong dress, and it did not fit, so you are wearing an ordinary evening dress instead. Everyone will think it perfectly natural. It won't make any difference to the evening. You don't understand, I said. I don't care about the dress. It's not that at all. It's what has happened, what I did. I can't come down now, Beatrice, I can't. But, my dear, Giles and Frank understand perfectly. They are full of sympathy. And Maxim too. It was just the first shock. I'll try and get him alone a minute, I'll explain the whole thing. No, I said. No. She put my blue frock down beside me on the bed. Everyone will be arriving, she said, very worried, very upset. It will look so extraordinary if you don't come down. I can't say you've suddenly got a headache. Why not? I said wearily. What does it matter? Make anything up. Nobody will mind, they don't any of them know me. Come now, my dear, she said, patting my hand, try and make the effort. Put on this charming blue. Think of Maxim. You must come down for his sake. I'm thinking about Maxim all the time, I said. Well, then, surely. No, I said, tearing at my nails, rocking backwards and forwards on the bed. I can't. Somebody else knocked on the door. Oh, dear, who on earth is that? Said Beatrice, walking to the door. What is it? She opened the door. Giles was standing just outside. Everyone has turned up. Maxim sent me up to find out what's happening, he said. She says she won't come down, said Beatrice. What on earth are we going to say? I caught sight of Giles peering at me through the open door. Oh, Lord, what a frightful mix-up, he whispered. He turned away embarrassed when he noticed that I had seen him. What shall I say to Maxim? He asked Beatrice. It's 8:05 now. Say she's feeling rather faint, but we'll try and come down later. Tell them not to wait dinner. I'll be down directly, I'll make it all right. Yes, right you are. He half glanced in my direction again, sympathetic but rather curious, wondering why I sat there on the bed, and his voice was low, as it might be after an accident, when people are waiting for the doctor. Is there anything else I can do? He said. No, said Beatrice, go down now, I'll follow in a minute. He obeyed her, shuffling away in his Arabian robes. This is the sort of moment, I thought, that I shall laugh at years afterwards, that I shall say, do you remember how Giles was dressed as an Arab, and Beatrice had a veil over her face, and jangling bangles on her wrist? And time will mellow it, make it a moment for laughter. But now it was not funny, now I did not laugh. It was not the future, it was the present. It was too vivid and too real. I sat on the bed, plucking at the eiderdown, pulling a little feather out of a slit in one corner. "Would you like some brandy?" said Beatrice, making a last effort. "I know it's only Dutch courage, but it sometimes works wonders." "No," I said. "No, I don't want anything. I shall have to go down. Giles says they are waiting dinner." "Are you sure it's all right for me to leave you?" "Yes. And thank you, Beatrice." "Oh, my dear, don't thank me. I wish I could do something." She stopped swiftly to my looking glass and dabbed her face with powder. "God, what a sight I look," she said. "This damn veil is crooked, I know. However, it can't be helped." She rustled out of the room, closing the door behind her. I felt I had forfeited her sympathy by my refusal to go down. I had shown the white feather. She had not understood. She belonged to another breed of men and women, another race than I. They had guts, the women of her race. They were not like me. If it had been Beatrice who had done this thing instead of me, she would have put on her other dress and gone down again to welcome her guests. She would have stood by Giles's side, and shaken hands with people, a smile on her face. I could not do that. I had not the pride, I had not the guts. I was badly bred. I kept seeing Maxim's eyes blazing in his white face, and behind him Giles, and Beatrice and Frank standing like dummies, staring at me. I got up from my bed and went and looked out of the window. The gardeners were going round to the lights in the rose garden, testing them to see if they all worked. The sky was pale, with a few salmon clouds of evening streaking to the west. When it was dusk, the lamps would all be lit. There were tables and chairs in the rose garden, for the couples who wanted to sit out. I could smell the roses from my window. The men were talking to one another and laughing. "There's one here gone," I heard a voice call out. "Can you get me another small bulb?" "One of the blue ones, Bill." He fixed the light into position. He whistled a popular tune of the moment with easy confidence, and I thought how tonight perhaps the band would play the same tune in the minstrels' gallery above the hall. "That's got it," said the man, switching the light on and off. "They're all right here. No others gone. We'd better have a look at those on the terrace." They went off round the corner of the house, still whistling the song. I wished I could be the man. Later in the evening he would stand with his friend in the drive and watch the cars drive up to the house, his hands in his pockets, his cap on the back of his head. He would stand in a crowd with other people from the estate, and then drink cider at the long table arranged for them in one corner of the terrace. "Like the old days, isn't it?" he would say. But his friend would shake his head, puffing at his pipe. "This new one's not like our Mrs. De Winter, she's different altogether." And a woman next them in the crowd would agree. Other people too, all saying, "That's right," and nodding their heads. "Where is she tonight?" "She's not been on the terrace once." "I can't say, I'm sure. I've not seen her. Mrs. De Winter used to be here, there, and everywhere." "Aye, that's right." And the woman would turn to her neighbors, nodding mysteriously. "They say she's not appearing tonight at all." "Go on." "That's right. One of the servants from the house told me Mrs. De Winter hasn't come down from her room all evening." "What's wrong with the maid? Is she bad?" "No, sulky I reckon. They say her dress didn't please her." A squeal of laughter and a murmur from the little crowd. "Did you ever hear of such a thing? It's a shame for Mr. De Winter. I wouldn't stand for it, not from a chit like her." "Maybe it's not true at all." "It's true all right. They're full of it up at the house." One to the other. This one to the next. A smile, a wink, a shrug of the shoulder. One group, and then another group. And then spreading to the guests who walked on the terrace and strolled across the lawns. The couple who in 3 hours' time would sit in those chairs beneath me in the rose garden. "Do you suppose it's true what I heard?" "What did you hear?" "Why, that there's nothing wrong with her at all. They've had a colossal row, and she won't appear." I say. A lift of the eyebrows, a long whistle. I know. Well, it does look rather odd, don't you think? What I mean is, people don't suddenly for no reason have violent headaches. I call the whole thing jolly fishy. I thought he looked a bit grim. So did I. Of course I have heard before the marriage is not a wild success. Oh, really? Several people have said so. They say he's beginning to realize he's made a big mistake. She's nothing to look at, you know. No, I've heard there's nothing much to her. Who was she? Oh, no one at all. Some pickup in the south of France, a nursery. Government, or something. Good Lord. I know. And when you think of Rebecca. I went on staring at the empty chairs. The salmon sky had turned to gray. Above my head was the evening star. In the woods beyond the rose garden the birds were making their last little rustling noises before nightfall. A lone gull flew across the sky. I went away from the window, back to the bed again. I picked up the white dress I had left on the floor and put it back in the box with the tissue paper. I put the wig back in its box too. Then I looked in one of my cupboards for the little portable iron I used to have in Monte Carlo for Mrs. Van Hopper's dresses. It was lying at the back of a shelf with some woolen jumpers I had not worn for a long time. The iron was of those universal kinds that go on any voltage, and I fitted it to the plug in the wall. I began to iron the blue dress that Beatrice had taken from the wardrobe, slowly, methodically, as I used to iron Mrs. Van Hopper's dresses in Monte Carlo. When I had finished I laid the dress ready on the bed. Then I cleaned the makeup off my face that I had put on for the fancy dress. I combed my hair, and washed my hands. I put on the blue dress and the shoes that went with it. I might have been my old self again, going down to the lounge of the hotel with Mrs. Van Hopper. I opened the door of my room and went along the corridor. Everything was still and silent. Air might not have been a party at all. I tiptoed to the end of the passage and turned the corner. The door to the west wing was closed. There was no sound of anything at all. When I came to the archway by the gallery and the staircase I heard the murmur and hum of conversation coming from the dining room. They were still having dinner. The great hall was deserted. There was nobody in the gallery either. The band must be having their dinner too. I did not know what arrangements had been made for them. Frank had done it, Frank or Mrs. Danvers. From where I stood I could see the picture of Caroline de Winter facing me in the gallery. I could see the curls framing her face, and I could see the smile on her lips. I remembered the bishop's wife who had said to me that day I called, I shall never forget her, dressed all in white, with that cloud of dark hair. I ought to have remembered that, I ought to have known. How queer the instruments looked in the gallery, the little stands for the music, the big drum. One of the men had left his handkerchief on a chair. I leant over the rail and looked down at the hall below. Soon it would be filled with people, like the bishop's wife had said, and Maxim would stand at the bottom of the stairs shaking hands with them as they came into the hall. The sound of their voices would echo to the ceiling, and then the band would play from the gallery where I was leaning now, the man with the violin smiling, swaying to the music. It would not be quiet like this anymore. A board creaked in the gallery. I swung round, looking at the gallery behind me. There was nobody there. The gallery was empty, just as it had been before. A current of air blew in my face though. Somebody must have left a window open in one of the passages. The hum of voices continued in the dining room. I wondered why the board creaked when I had not moved at all. The warmth of the night perhaps, a swelling somewhere in the old wood. The draft still blew in my face though. A piece of music on one of the stands fluttered to the floor. I looked towards the archway above the stairs. The draft was coming from there. I went beneath the arch again, and When I came out onto the long corridor, I saw that the door to the west wing had blown open and swung back against the wall. It was dark in the west passage, none of the lights had been turned on. I could feel the wind blowing on my face from an open window. I fumbled for a switch on the wall and could not find one. I could see the window in an angle of the passage, the curtain blowing softly. Backwards and forwards. The gray evening light cast queer shadows on the floor. The sound of the sea came to me through the open window, the soft hissing sound of the ebb tide leaving the shingle. I did not go and shut the window. I stood there shivering a moment in my thin dress, listening to the sea as it sighed and left the shore. Then I turned quickly and shut the door of the west wing behind me, and came out again through the archway by the stairs. The murmur of voices had swollen now and was louder than before. The door of the dining room was open. They were coming out of dinner. I could see Robert standing by the open door, and there was a scraping of chairs, a babble of conversation, and laughter. I walked slowly down the stairs to meet them. When I look back at my first party at Manderley, my first and my last, I can remember little isolated things standing alone out of the vast blank canvas of the evening. The background was hazy, a sea of dim faces, none of whom I knew, and there was the slow drone of the band harping out a waltz that never finished, that went on and on. The same couples swung by in rotation, with the same fixed smiles, and to me, standing with Maxim at the bottom of the stairs to welcome the late comers. These dancing couples seemed like marionettes twisting and turning on a piece of string, held by some invisible hand. There was a woman. I never knew her name, never saw her again, but she wore a salmon-colored gown hooped in crinoline form, a vague gesture to some past century, but whether 17th, 18th, or 19th I could not tell, and every time she passed me it coincided with a sweeping bar of the waltz to which she dipped and swayed, smiling as she did so in my direction. It happened again and again until it became automatic, a matter of routine, like those promenades on board ship when we meet the same people bent on exercise like ourselves, and know with deadly certainty that we will pass them by the bridge. I can see her now, the prominent teeth, the gay spot of rouge placed high upon her cheekbones, and her smile, vacant, happy, enjoying her evening. Later I saw her by the supper table, her keen eyes searching the food, and she heaped a plate high with salmon and lobster mayonnaise and went off into a corner. There was Lady Crowan too, monstrous in purple, disguised as I know not what romantic figure of the past, it mig. Ht have been Marie Antoinette or Nell Gwyn for all I knew, or a strange erotic combination of the two, and she kept exclaiming in excited high-pitched tones, a little higher than usual because of the champagne she had consumed, "You all have me to thank for this, not the De Winters at all." I remember Robert dropping a tray of ices, and the expression of Fritz's face when he saw Robert was the culprit and not one of the minions hired for the occasion. I wanted to go to Robert and stand beside him and say, "I know how you feel. I understand. I've done worse than you tonight. I can feel now." The stiff, set smile on my face that did not match the misery in my eyes. I can see Beatrice, dear friendly tactless Beatrice, watching me from her partner's arms, nodding encouragement, the bangles jangling on her wrists, the veil slipping continually from her overheated forehead. I can picture myself once more whirled round the room in a desperate dance with Giles, who with dog-like sympathy and kind heart would take no refusal, but must steer me through the stamping crowd as he would one of his own horses at a meet. "That's a jolly pretty dress you're wearing," I can hear him say. "It makes all these people look damn silly," and I blessed him for his pathetic simple gesture of understanding and sincerity, thinking, dear Giles, that I was disappointed in my dress, that I was worrying about my appearance, that I cared. It was Frank who brought me a plate of chicken and ham that I could not eat, and Frank who stood by my elbow with a glass of champagne I would not drink. I wish you would, he said quietly. I think you need it, and I took 3 sips of it to please him. The black patch over his eye gave him a pale, odd appearance. It made him look older, different. There seemed to be lines on his face I had not seen before. He moved amongst the guests like another host, seeing to their comfort that they were supplied with drink, and food, and cigarettes, and he danced too in solemn, painstaking fashion, walking his partners round the room with a set face. He did not wear his pirate costume with abandon, and there was something rather tragic about the side whiskers he had fluffed under the scarlet handkerchief on his head. I thought of him standing before the looking glass in his bare bachelor bedroom, curling them round his fingers. Poor Frank. Dear Frank. I never asked, I never knew, how much he hated the last fancy dress ball given at Manderley. The band played on, and the swaying couples twisted like bobbing marionettes, to and fro, across the great hall and back again, and it was not I who watched them at all. Not someone with feelings, made of flesh and blood, but a dummy stick of a person in my stead, a prop who wore a smile screwed to its face. The figure who stood beside it was wooden too. His face was a mask, his smile was not his own. The eyes were not the eyes of the man I loved, the man I knew. They looked through me and beyond me, cold, expressionless, to some place of pain and torture I could not enter, to some private, inward hell I could not share. He never spoke to me. He never touched me. We stood beside one another, the host and the hostess, and we were not together. I watched his courtesy to his guests. He flung a word to one, a jest to another, a smile to a third, a call over his shoulder to a fourth, and no one but myself could know that every utterance he made, every movement, was automatic and the work of a machine. We were like 2 performers in a play, but we were divided, we were not acting with one another. We had to endure it alone. We had to put up this show, this miserable, sham performance, for the sake of all these people I did not know and did not want to see again. I hear your wife's frock never turned up in time, said someone with a mottled face and a sailor's pigtail, and he laughed, and dug Maxim in the ribs. Damn shame. What? I should sue the shop for fraud. Same thing happened to my wife's cousin once. Yes, it was unfortunate, said Maxim. I tell you what, said the sailor, turning to me, you ought to say you are a forget-me-not. They're blue, Aaron. Tea they? Jolly little flowers, forget-me-nots. That's right, isn't it, De Winter? Tell your wife she must call herself a forget-me-not. He swept away, roaring with laughter, his partner in his arms. Pretty good idea, what? A forget-me-not. Then Frank again, hovering just behind me, another glass in his hand, lemonade this time. No, Frank, I'm not thirsty. Why don't you dance? Or come and sit down a moment, there's a corner in the terrace. No, I'm better standing. I don't want to sit down. Can't I get you something? A sandwich? A peach? No, I don't want anything. There was the salmon lady again. She forgot to smile at me this time. She was flushed after her supper. She kept looking up into her partner's face. He was very tall, very thin, he had a chin like a fiddle. The Destiny Waltz, the Blue Danube, the Merry Widow, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, round and round, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, round and round. The salmon lady, a green lady, Beatrice again, her veil pushed back off her forehead. Giles, his face streaming with perspiration, and that sailor once more, with another partner. They stopped beside me. I did not know her. She was dressed as a Tudor woman, any Tudor woman. She wore a ruffle round her throat and a black velvet dress. When are you coming to see us? She said, as though we were old friends, and I answered, soon of course. We were talking about it the other day, wondering why I found it so easy to lie suddenly, no effort at all. Such a delightful party. I do congratulate you, she said, and thank you very much, I said. It's fun, isn't it? I hear they sent you the wrong dress? Yes, absurd, wasn't it? These shops are all the same, no depending on them. But you look delightfully fresh in that pale blue. Much more comfortable than this hot velvet. Don't forget, you must both come and dine at the palace soon. We should love to. What did she mean? Where? What palace? Were we entertaining royalty? She swept onto the blue Danube in the arms of the sailor, her velvet frock brushing the ground like a carpet sweeper, and it was not until long afterwards, in the middle of some night, when I could not sleep, that I remembered the Tudor woman was the bishop's wife who liked walking in the Pennines. What was the time? I did not know. The evening dragged on, hour after hour, the same faces and the same tunes. Now and again the bridge people crept out of the library like hermits to watch the dancers, and then returned again. Beatrice, her draperies trailing behind her, whispered in my ear, "Why don't you sit down? You look like death." "I'm all right." Giles, the makeup running on his face, poor fellow, and stifling in his air of blanket, came up to me and said, "Come and watch the fireworks on the terrace." I remember standing on the terrace and staring up at the sky as the foolish rockets burst and fell. There was little Clarice in a corner with some boy off the estate. She was smiling happily, squealing with delight as a squib spluttered at her feet. She had forgotten her tears. Single quote. "Hello, this will be a big Giles, his large face upturned, his mouth open. "Here she comes. Bravo, jolly fine show." The slow hiss of the rocket as it sped into the air, the burst of the explosion, the stream of little emerald stars. A murmur of approval from the crowd, cries of delight, and a clapping of hands. The salmon lady well to the front, her face eager with expectation, a remark for every star that fell. "Oh, what a beauty. Look at that one now. I say, how pretty. Oh, that one didn't burst. Take care, it's coming our way. What are those men doing over there?" Single quote. Even the hermits left their lair and came to join the dancers on the terrace. The lawns were black with people. The bursting stars shone on their upturned faces. Again and again the rockets sped into the air like arrows, and the sky became crimson and gold. Manderley stood out like an enchanted house, every window aflame, the gray walls colored by the falling stars. A house bewitched, carved out of the dark woods. And when the last rocket burst and the cheering died away, the night that had been fine before seemed dull and heavy in contrast, the sky became a pall. The little groups on the lawns and in the drive broke up and scattered. The guests crowded the long windows in the terrace back to the drawing room again. It was anticlimax, the aftermath had come. We stood about with blank faces. Someone gave me a glass of champagne. I heard the sound of cars starting up in the drive. They're beginning to go, I thought. Thank God, they're beginning to go. The salmon lady was having some more supper. It would take time yet to clear the hall. I saw Frank make a signal to the band. I stood in the doorway between the drawing room and the hall beside a man I did not know. Single quote. "What a wonderful party it's been," he said. "Yes," I said. "I've enjoyed every minute of it," he said. "I'm so glad," I said. "Molly was wild with fury at missing it," he said. "Was she?" I said. The band began to play Auld Lang Syne. The man seized my hand and started swinging it up and down. "Here," he said, "come on, some of you." Somebody else swung my other hand, and more people joined us. We stood in a great circle singing at the top of our voices. The man who had enjoyed his evening and said Molly would be wild at missing it was dressed as a Chinese mandarin, and his false nails got caught up in his sleeve as we swung our hands up and down. He roared with laughter. We all laughed. "Should auld acquaintance be forgot," we sang. The hilarious gaiety changed swiftly at the closing bars, and the drummer rattled his sticks in. The inevitable prelude to God Save the King. The smiles left our faces as though wiped clean by a sponge. The Mandarin sprang to attention, his hands stiff to his sides. I remember wondering vaguely if he was in the army. How queer he looked with his long poker face and his drooping Mandarin mustache. I caught the salmon lady's eye. God Save the King had taken her unawares. She was still holding a plate heaped with chicken in aspic. She held it stiffly out in front of her like a church collection. All animation had gone from her face. As the last note of God Save the King died away, she relaxed again, and attacked her chicken in a sort of frenzy, chattering over her shoulder to her partner. Somebody came and wrung me by the hand. Don't forget, you're dining with us on the 14th of next month. Oh, are we? I stared at him blankly. Yes, we've got your sister-in-law to promise too. Oh, what fun. 8:30, and black tie. So looking forward to seeing you. Yes, rather. People began to form up in queues to say goodbye. Maxim was at the other side of the room. I put on my smile again, which had worn thin after auld lang syne. The best evening I've spent for a long time. I'm so glad. Many thanks for a grand party. I'm so glad. Here we are, you see, staying to the bitter end. Yes, I'm so glad. Was there no other sentence in the English language? I bowed and smiled like a dummy, my eyes searching for Maxim above their heads. He was caught up in a knot of people by the library. Beatrice too was surrounded, and Giles had led a team of stragglers to the buffet table in the drawing room. Frank was out in the drive seeing that people got their cars. I was hemmed in by strangers. Goodbye, and thanks. Tremendously. I'm so glad. The great hall began to empty. Already it wore that drab deserted air of a vanished evening and the dawn of a tired day. There was a gray light on the terrace. I could see the shapes of the blown firework stands taking form on the lawns. Goodbye. A wonderful party. I'm so glad. Maxim had gone out to join Frank in the drive. Beatrice came up to me, pulling off her jangling bracelet. I can't stand these things a moment longer. Heavens, I'm dead beat. I don't believe I've missed a dance. Anyway, it was a tremendous success. Was it? I said. My dear, hadn't you better go to bed? You look worn out. You've been standing nearly all the evening. Where are the men? Out on the drive. I shall have some coffee, and eggs and bacon. What about you? No, Beatrice, I don't think I will. You look very charming in your blue. Everyone said so, and nobody had an inkling about the other things, so you mustn't worry. No, if I were you, I should have a good long lie tomorrow morning. Don't attempt to get up. Have your breakfast in bed. Yes, perhaps. I'll tell Maxim you've gone up, shall I? Please, Beatrice. All right, my dear. Sleep well. She kissed me swiftly, patting my shoulder at the same time, and then went off to find Giles in the supper room. I walked slowly up the stairs, one step at a time. The band had turned the lights off in the gallery, and had gone down to have eggs and bacon too. Pieces of music lay about the floor. One chair had been upturned. There was an ashtray full of the stubs of their cigarettes. The aftermath of the party. I went along the corridor to my room. It was getting lighter every moment, and the birds had started singing. I did not have to turn on the light to undress. A little chill wind blew in from the open window. It was rather cold. Many people must have used the rose garden during the evening, for all the chairs were moved, and dragged from their places. There was a tray of empty glasses on one of the tables. Someone had left a bag behind on a chair. I pulled the curtain to darken the room, but the gray morning light found its way through the gaps at the side. I got into bed, my legs very weary, a niggling pain in the small of my back. I lay back and closed my eyes, thankful for the cool white comfort of clean sheets. I wished my mind would rest like my body, relax, and pass to sleep. Not hum round in the way it did, jigging to music, whirling in a sea of faces. I pressed my hands over my eyes but they would not go. I wondered how long Maxim would be. The bed beside me looked stark and cold. Soon there would be no shadows in the room at all. The walls and the ceiling and the floor would be white with the morning. The birds would sing their songs, louder, gayer, less subdued. The sun would make a yellow pattern on the curtain. My little bedside clock ticked out the minutes one by one. The hand moved round the dial. I lay on my side, watching it. It came to the hour and passed it again. It started afresh on its journey. But Maxim did not come. Chapter 18. I think I fell asleep a little after 7. It was broad daylight. I remember, there was no longer any pretense at the drawn curtains hid the sun. The light streamed in at the open window and made patterns on the wall. I heard the men below in the rose garden clearing away the tables and the chairs, and taking down the chain of fairy lights. Maxim's bed was still bare and empty. I lay across my bed, my arms over my eyes, a strange, mad position and the least likely to bring sleep, but I drifted to the borderline of the unconscious and slipped over it at last. When I awoke it was past 11, and Clarice must have come in and brought me my tea without my hearing her, for there was a tray by my side, and a stone-cold teapot, and my clothes had been tidied, my blue frock put away in the wardrobe. I drank my cold tea, still blurred and stupid from my short heavy sleep, and stared at the blank wall in front of me. Maxim's empty bed brought me to realization with a queer shock to my heart, and the full anguish of the night before was upon me once again. He had not come to bed at all. His pajamas lay folded on the turned-down sheet untouched. I wondered what Clarice had thought when she came into the room with my tea. Had she noticed? Would she have gone out and told the other servants, and would they all discuss it over their breakfast? I wondered why I minded that, and why the thought of the servants talking about it in the kitchen should cause me such distress. It must be that I had a small mean mind, a conventional, petty hatred of gossip. That was why I had come down last night in my blue dress and had not stayed hidden in my room. There was nothing brave or fine about it. It was a wretched tribute to convention. I had not come down for Maxim's sake, for Beatrice's, for the sake of Manderley. I had come down because I did not want the people at the ball to think I had quarreled with Maxim. I didn't want them to go home and say, "Of course you know they don't get on. I hear he's not at all happy." I had come for my own sake, my own poor personal pride. As I sipped my cold tea I thought with a tired bitter feeling of despair that I would be content to live in one corner of Manderley and Maxim in the other so long as the outside world should never know. If he had no more tenderness for me, never kissed me again, did not speak to me except on matters of necessity, I believed I could bear it if I were certain that nobody knew of this but our two selves. If we could bribe servants not to tell, play our part before relations, before Beatrice, and then when we were alone sit apart in our separate rooms, leading our separate lives. It seemed to me, as I sat there in bed, staring at the wall, at the sunlight coming in at the window, at Maxim's empty bed, that there was nothing quite so shaming, so degrading as a marriage that had failed after 3 months, as mine had done. For I had no illusions left now. I no longer made any effort to pretend. Last night had shown me too well. My marriage was a failure. All the things that people would say about it if they knew, were true. We did not get on. We were not companions. We were not suited to one another. I was too young for Maxim, too inexperienced, and, more important still, I was not of his world. The fact that I loved him in a sick, hurt, desperate way, like a child or a dog, did not matter. It was not the sort of love he needed. He wanted something else that I could not give him. Something he had had before. I thought of the youthful, almost hysterical excitement and conceit with which I had gone into this marriage, imagining I would bring happiness to Maxim, who had known much greater happiness before. Even Mrs. Van Hopper, with her cheap views and common outlook, had known I was making a mistake. "I'm afraid you will regret it," she said. "I believe you are making a big mistake." I would not listen to her. I thought her hard and cruel. But she was right. She was right in everything. That last mean thrust thrown at me before she said goodbye, "You don't flatter yourself he's in love with you, do you? He's lonely, he can't bear that great empty house," was the sanest, most truthful statement she had ever made in her life. Maxim was not in love with me, he had never loved me. Our honeymoon in Italy had meant nothing at all to him, nor our living here together. What I had thought was love for me, for myself as a person, was not love. It was just that he was a man, and I was his wife and was young, and he was lonely. He did not belong to me at all, he belonged to Rebecca. He still thought about Rebecca. He would never love me because of Rebecca. She was in the house still, as Mrs. Danvers had said. She was in that room in the West Wing, she was in the library, in the morning room, in the gallery above the hall. Even in the little flower room, where her mackintosh still hung, and in the garden, and in the woods, and down in the stone cottage on the beach. Her footsteps sounded in the corridors, her scent lingered on the stairs. The servants obeyed her orders still. The food we ate was the food she liked. Her favorite flowers filled the rooms. Her clothes were in the wardrobes in her room, her brushes were on the table, her shoes beneath the chair, her nightdress on her bed. Rebecca was still mistress of Manderley. Rebecca was still Mrs. de Winter. I had no business here at all. I had come blundering like a poor fool on ground that was preserved. "Where is Rebecca?" Maxim's grandmother had cried. "I want Rebecca. What have you done with Rebecca? She did not know me, she did not care about me. Why should she? I was a stranger to her. I did not belong to Maxim, or to Manderley." And Beatrice at our first meeting, looking me up and down, frank, direct, "You're so very different from Rebecca." Frank, reserved, embarrassed when I spoke of her, hating those questions I had poured upon him, even as I had hated them myself, and then answering that final one as we came towards the house, his voice grave and quiet. Yes, she was the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. Rebecca, always Rebecca. Wherever I walked in Manderley, wherever I sat, even in my thoughts and in my dreams, I met Rebecca. I knew her figure now, the long slim legs, the small and narrow feet, her shoulders, broader than mine, the capable clever hands. Hands that could steer a boat, could hold a horse. Hands that arranged flowers, made the models of ships, and wrote, Max. From Rebecca, on the fly-leaf of a book. I knew her face too, small and oval, the clear white skin, the cloud of dark hair. I knew the scent she wore, I could guess her laughter and her smile. If I heard it, even among 1,000 others, I should recognize her voice. Rebecca, always Rebecca. I should never be rid of Rebecca. Perhaps I haunted her as she haunted me. She looked down on me from the gallery as Mrs. Danvers had said. She sat beside me when I wrote my letters at her desk. That mackintosh I wore, that handkerchief I used, they were hers. Perhaps she knew and had seen me take them. Jasper had been her dog, and he ran at my heels now. The roses were hers and I cut them. Did she resent me and fear me as I resented her? Did she want Maxim alone in the house again? I could fight the living, but I could not fight the dead. If there was some woman in London that Maxim loved, someone he wrote to, visited, dined with, slept with, I could fight with her. We would stand on common ground. I should not be afraid. Anger and jealousy were things that could be conquered. One day the woman would grow old or tired or different, and Maxim would not love her anymore. But Rebecca, would never grow old. Rebecca would always be the same. And her I could not fight. She was too strong for me. I got out of bed and pulled the curtains. The sun streamed into the room. The men had cleared the mess away from the rose garden. I wondered if people were talking about the ball in the way they do the day after a party. Did you think it quite up to their usual standard? Oh, I think so. The band dragged a bit, I thought. The supper was damn good. Fireworks weren't bad. B. Lacey is beginning to look old. Who wouldn't in that get-up? I thought he looked rather ill. He always does. What did you think of the bride? Not much. Rather dull. I wonder if it's a success. Yes, I wonder. Then I noticed for the first time there was a note under my door. I went and picked it up. I recognized the square hand of Beatrice. She had scribbled it in pencil after breakfast. I knocked at your door but had no answer, so gather you've taken my advice and are sleeping off last night. Giles is anxious to get back early as they have rung up from home to say he's wanted to take somebody's place in a cricket match, and it starts at 2. How he is going to see the ball after all the champagne he put away last night, heaven only knows. I'm feeling a bit weak in the legs, but slept like a top. Fritz says Maxim was down to an early breakfast, and there's now no sign of him. So please give him our love, and many thanks to you both for our evening, which we thoroughly enjoyed. Don't think any more about the dress. This last was heavily underlined. Yours affectionately, B. And a postscript, you must both come over and see us soon. She had scribbled 9:30 a.m. at the top of the paper, and it was now nearly 11:30. They had been gone about 2 hours. They would be home by now, Beatrice with her suitcase unpacked, going out into her garden and taking up her ordinary routine, and Giles preparing for his match, renewing the whipping on his bat. In the afternoon, Beatrice would change into a cool frock and a shady hat and watch Giles play cricket. They would have tea afterwards in a tent, Giles very hot and red in the face, Beatrice laughing and talking to her friends. Yes, we went over for the dance at Manderley. It was great fun. I wonder Giles was able to run a yard. Smiling at Giles, patting him on the back. They were both middle-aged and unromantic. See, they had been married for 20 years and had a grown-up son who was going to Oxford. They were very happy. Their marriage was a success. It had not failed after 3 months as mine had done. I could not go on sitting in my bedroom any longer. The maids would want to come and do the room. Perhaps Clarice would not have noticed about Maxim's bed after all. I rumpled it, to make it look as though he had slept there. I did not want the housemaids to know, if Clarice had not told them. I had a bath and dressed, and went downstairs. The men had taken up the floor already in the hall end. The flowers had been carried away. The music stands were gone from the gallery. The band must have caught an early train. The gardeners were sweeping the lawns and the drive clear of the spent fireworks. Soon there would be no trace left of the fancy dress ball at Manderley. How long the preparations had seemed, and how short and swift the clearance now. I remembered the salmon lady, standing by the drawing-room door with her plate of chicken, and it seemed to me a thing I must have fancied, or something that had happened very long ago. Robert was polishing the table in the dining room. He was normal again, stolid, dull, not the fey excited creature of the past few weeks. "Good morning, Robert," I said. "Good morning, madam. Have you seen Mr. De Winter anywhere?" "He went out soon after breakfast, madam, before Major and Mrs. Lacey were down. He has not been in since." "You don't know where he went?" "No, madam, I could not say." I wandered back again into the hall. I went through the drawing room to the morning room. Jasper rushed at me and licked my hands in a frenzy of delight as if I had been away for a long time. He had spent the evening on Clarice's bed and I had not seen him since tea time yesterday. Perhaps the hours had been as long for him as they had for me. I picked up the telephone and asked for the number of the estate office. Perhaps Maxim was with Frank. I felt I must speak to him, even if it was only for 2 minutes. I must explain to him that I had not meant to do what I had done last night. Even if I never spoke to him again, I must tell him that. The clerk answered the telephone, and told me that Maxim was not there. "Mr. Crawley is here, Mrs. De Winter," said the clerk. "Would you speak to him?" I would have refused, but he gave me no chance, and before I could put down the receiver I heard Frank's voice. "Is anything the matter?" It was a funny way to begin a conversation. The thought flashed through my mind. He did not say good morning, or did you sleep well? Why did he ask if something was the matter? "Frank, it's me," I said. "Where's Maxim?" "I don't know, I haven't seen him. He's not been in this morning." Single quote. "Not been to the office?" "No." Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Did you see him at breakfast?" Frank said. "No, I did not get up." "How did he sleep?" I hesitated. Frank was the only person I did not mind knowing. He did not come to bed last night. There was silence at the other end of the line, as though Frank was thinking hard for an answer. "Oh," he said at last, very slowly. "Oh, I see." And then, after a minute, I was afraid something like that would happen. "Frank," I said desperately, "what did he say last night when everyone had gone?" "What did you all do?" "I had a sandwich with Giles and Mrs. Lacey," said Frank. "Maxim did not come. He made some excuse and went into the library. I came back home almost at once. Perhaps Mrs. Lacey can tell you." "She's gone," I said. "They went after breakfast. She sent up a note. She had not seen Maxim," she said. "Oh," said Frank. I did not like it. I did not like the way he said it. It was sharp, ominous. "Where do you think he's gone?" I said. "I don't know," said Frank. "Perhaps he's gone for a walk." It was the sort of voice doctors used to relatives at a nursing home when they came to inquire. "Frank, I must see him," I said. "I've got to explain about last night." Frank did not answer. I could picture his anxious face, the lines on his forehead. "Maxim thinks I did it on purpose," I said, my voice breaking in spite of myself, and the tears that had blinded me last night and I had not shed came coursing down my cheeks 16 hours too late. "Maxim thinks I did it as a joke, a beastly damnable joke." "No," said Frank. "No. He does, I tell you. You didn't see his eyes, as I did. You didn't stand beside him all the evening, watching him, as I did. He didn't speak to me, Frank. He never looked at me again. We stood there together the whole evening and we never spoke to one another." "There was no chance," said Frank. "All those people. Of course I saw. Don't you think I know Maxim well enough for that?" "Look here. I don't blame him," I interrupted. "If he believes I played that vile, hideous joke, he has a right to think what he likes of me, and never talk to me again, never see me again." "You mustn't talk like said Frank. "You don't know what you're saying. Let me come up and see you. I think I can explain." What was the use of Frank coming to see me, and us sitting in the morning room together, Frank smoothing me down, Frank being tactful, Frank being kind? I did not want kindness from anybody now. It was too late. "No," I said. "No, I don't want to go over it and over it again. It's happened, it can't be altered now. Perhaps it's a good thing. It's made me realize something I ought to have known before, that I ought to have suspected when I married Maxim." "What do you mean?" said Frank. His voice was sharp, queer. I wondered why it should matter to him about Maxim not loving me. Why did he not want me to know about him and Rebecca, I said, and as I said her name it sounded strange and sour like a forbidden word, a relief to me no longer, not a pleasure, but hot and shaming as a sin confessed. Frank did not answer for a moment. I heard him draw in his breath at the other end of the wire. "What do you mean?" he said again, shorter and sharper than before. What do you mean? He doesn't love me, he loves Rebecca, I said. He's never forgotten her, he thinks about her still, night and day. He's never loved me, Frank. It's always Rebecca, Rebecca, Rebecca. I heard Frank give a startled cry, but I did not care how much I shocked him now. Now you know how I feel, I said. Now you understand. Look here, he said. I've got to come and see you. I've got to, do you hear? It's vitally important. I can't talk to you down the telephone. Mrs. De Winter? Mrs. De Winter? I slammed down the receiver, and got up from the writing desk. I did not want to see Frank. He could not help me over this. No one could help me but myself. My face was red and blotchy from crying. I walked about the room biting the corner of my handkerchief, tearing at the edge. The feeling was strong within me that I should never see Maxim again. It was certainty, born of some strange instinct. He had gone away and would not come back. I knew in my heart that Frank believed this too and would not admit it to me on the telephone. He did not want to frighten me. If I rang him up again at the office now, I should find that he had gone. The clerk would say, Mr. Crawley has just gone out, Mrs. De Winter, and I could see Frank, hatless, climbing into his small, shabby Morris, driving off in search of Maxim. I went and stared out of the window at the little clearing where the satyr played his pipes. The rhododendrons were all over now. They would not bloom again for another year. The tall shrubs looked dark and drab now that the color had gone. A fog was rolling up from the sea, and I could not see the woods beyond the bank. It was very hot, very oppressive. I could imagine our guests of last night saying to one another, what a good thing this fog kept off for yesterday. We should never have seen the fireworks. I went out of the morning room and through the drawing room to the terrace. The sun had gone in now behind a wall of mist. It was as though a blight had fallen upon Manderley, taking the sky away and the light of the day. One of the gardeners passed me with a barrow full of bits of paper, and litter, and the skins of fruit left on the lawns by the people last night. Good morning, I said. Good morning, madam. I'm afraid the ball last night has made a lot of work for you, I said. That's all right, madam, he said. I think everyone enjoyed themselves good and hearty, and that's the main thing, isn't it? Yes, I suppose so, I said. He looked across the lawns to the clearing in the woods where the valley sloped to the sea. The dark trees loomed thin and indistinct. It's coming up very thick, he said. Yes, I said. A good thing it wasn't like this last night, he said. Yes, I said. He waited a moment, and then he touched his cap and went off trundling his barrow. I went across the lawns to the edge of the woods. The mist in the trees had turned to moisture and dripped upon my bare head like a thin rain. Jasper stood by my feet dejected, his tail downcast, his pink tongue hanging from his mouth. The clammy oppression of the day made him listless and heavy. I could hear the sea from where I stood, sullen and slow, as it broke in the coves below the woods. The white fog rolled on past me towards the house, smelling of damp salt and seaweed. I put my hand on Jasper's coat. It was wringing wet. When I looked back at the house, I could not see the chimneys or the contour of the walls. I could only see the vague substance of the house, the windows in the west wing, and the flower tubs on the terrace. The shutter had been pulled aside from the window of the large bedroom in the west wing, and someone was standing there, looking down upon the lawns. The figure was shadowy and indistinct, and for one moment of shock and fear I believed it to be Maxim. Then the figure moved. I saw the arm reach up to fold the shutter, and it was Mrs. Danvers. She had been watching me as I stood at the edge of the woods bathed in that white wall of fog. She had seen me walk slowly from the terrace to the lawns. She may have listened to my conversation with Frank on the telephone from the connecting line in her own room. She would know that Maxim had not been with me last night. She would have heard my voice, known about my tears. She knew the part one had played through the long hours, standing by Maxim's side in my blue dress at the bottom of the stairs, and that he had not looked at me nor spoken to me. She knew because she had meant it to happen. This was her triumph, hers and Rebecca's. I thought of her as I had seen her last night, watching me through the open door to the west wing, and that diabolical smile on her White Skull's face, and I remembered that she was a living, breathing woman like myself. She was made of flesh and blood. She was not dead, like Rebecca. I could speak to her, but I could not speak to Rebecca. I walked back across the lawns on sudden impulse to the house. I went through the hall and up the great stairs. I turned in under the archway by the gallery. I passed through the door to the west wing, and so along the dark silent corridor to Rebecca's room. I turned the handle of the door and went inside. Mrs. Danvers was still standing by the window, and the shutter was folded back. Single quote. Mrs. Danvers, I said. Mrs. Danvers. She turned to look at me, and I saw her eyes were red and swollen with crying, even as mine were, and there were dark shadows in her white face. What is it? She said, and her voice was thick and muffled from the tears she had shed, even as mine had been. I had not expected to find her so. I had pictured her smiling as she had smiled last night, cruel and evil. Now she was none of these things. She was an old woman who was ill and tired. I hesitated, my hand still on the knob of the open door, and I did not know what to say to her now or what to do. She went on staring at me with those red, swollen eyes, and I could not answer her. I left the menu on the desk as usual, she said. Do you want something changed? Her words gave me courage, and I left the door and came to the middle of the room. Mrs. Danvers, I said, I have not come to talk about the menu. You know that, don't you? She did not answer me. Her left hand opened and shut. Single quote. You've done what you wanted, haven't you? I said, you meant this to happen, didn't you? Are you pleased now? Are you happy? She turned her head away, and looked out of the window as she had done when I first came into the room. Why did you ever come here? She said. Nobody wanted you at Manderley. We were all right until you came. Why did you not stay where you were out in France? You seem to forget I love Mr. De Winter, I said. If you loved him you would never have married him, she said. I did not know what to say. The situation was mad, unreal. She kept talking in that choked, muffled way with her head turned from me. I thought I hated you, but I don't now, she said. It seems to have spent itself, all the feeling I had. Why should you hate me? I asked. What have I ever done to you that you should hate me? You tried to take Mrs. De Winter's place, she said. Still she would not look at me. She stood there sullen, her head turned from me. I had nothing changed, I said. Manderley went on as it had always been. I gave no orders, I left everything to you. I would have been friends with you, if you had let me, but you set yourself against me from the first. I saw it in your face, the moment I shook hands with you. She did not answer, and her hand kept opening and shutting against her dress. Many people marry twice, men and women, I said. Single quote. There are thousands of second marriages taking place every day. You talk as though my marrying Mr. De Winter was a crime, a sacrilege against the dead. Haven't we as much right to be happy as anyone else? Mr. De Winter is not happy, she said, turning to look at me at last. Any fool can see that. You have only to look at his eyes. He's still in hell, and he's looked like that ever since she died. It's not true, I said. It's not true. He was happy when we were in France together. He was younger, much younger, and laughing and gay. Well, he's a man, isn't he? She said. No man denies himself on a honeymoon, does he? Mr. De Winter's not 46 yet. She laughed contemptuously, and shrugged her shoulders. How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you? I said. I was not afraid of her anymore. I went up to her, shook her by the arm. You made me wear that dress last night, I said. I should never have thought of it but for you. You did it because you wanted to hurt Mr. De Winter, you wanted to make him suffer. Hasn't he suffered enough without your playing that vile, hideous joke upon him? Do you think his agony and pain will bring Mrs. De Winter back again? She shook herself clear of me. The angry color flooded her dead white face. What do I care for his suffering? She said, he's never cared about mine. How do you think I've liked it, watching you sit in her place, walk in her footsteps, touch the things that were hers? What do you think it's meant to me all these months knowing that you wrote at her desk in the morning room, using the very pen that she used, speaking down the house telephone, where she used to speak every morning of her life to me, ever since she first came to Manderley? What do you think it meant to me to hear Frith and Robert and the rest of the servants talking about you as Mrs. De Winter? Mrs. De Winter has gone out for a walk. Mrs. De Winter wants the car this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Mrs. De Winter won't be in to tea till 5 o'clock. And all the while my Mrs. De Winter, my lady with her smile and her lovely face and brave ways, the real Mrs. De Winter, lying dead and cold and forgotten in the church crypt. If he suffers then, he deserves to suffer, marrying a young girl like you not 10 months afterwards. Well, he's paying for it now, isn't he? I've seen his face, I've seen his eyes. He's made his own hell and there's no one but himself to thank for it. He knows she sees him, he knows she comes by night and watches him. And she doesn't come kindly, not she, not my lady. She was never one to stand mute and still and be wronged. I'll see them in hell, Danny, she'd say, I'll see them in hell first. That's right, my dear, I'd tell her, no one will put upon you. You were born into this world to take what you could out of it, and she did. She didn't care, she wasn't afraid. She had all the courage and spirit of a boy, had my Mrs. De Winter. She ought to have been a boy, I often told her that. I had the care of her as a child. You knew that, didn't you? No, I said. No, Mrs. Danvers, what's the use of all this? I don't want to hear any more, I don't want to know. Haven't I got feelings as well as you? Can't you understand what it means to me, to hear her mentioned, to stand here and listen while you tell me about her? She did not hear me, she went on raving like a madwoman, a fanatic, her long fingers twisting and tearing the black stuff of her dress. She was lovely then, she said. Lovely as a picture. Men turning to stare at her when she passed, and she not 12 years old. She knew then, she used to wink at me like the little devil she was. I'm going to be a beauty, aren't I, Danny? She said, and, we'll see about that, my love, we'll see about that, I told her. She had all the knowledge then of a grown person. She'd enter into conversation with men and women as clever and full of tricks as someone of 18. She twisted her father round her little finger, and she'd have done the same with her mother, had she lived. Spirit, you couldn't beat my lady for spirit. She drove a 4-in-hand on her 14th birthday, and her cousin, Mr. Jack, got up on the box beside her and tried to take the reins from her hands. They fought it out there together, for 3 minutes, like a couple of wild cats, and the horses galloping to glory. She won though, my lady won. She cracked her whip over his head and down he came, head over heels, cursing and laughing. They were a pair, I tell you, she and Mr. Jack. They sent him in the Navy, but he wouldn't stand the discipline, and I don't blame him. He had too much spirit to obey orders, like my lady. I watched her, fascinated, horrified. A queer ecstatic smile was on her lips, making her older than ever. Making her skull's face vivid and real. No one got the better of her, never, never, she said. She did what she liked, she lived as she liked. She had the strength of a little lion too. I remember Her at 16 getting up on one of her father's horses, a big brute of an animal too, that the groom said was too hot for her to ride. She stuck to him, all right. I can see her now, with her hair flying out behind her, slashing at him, drawing blood, digging the spurs into his side, and when she got off his back he was trembling all over, full of froth and blood. That will teach him, won't it, Danny? She said, and walked off to wash her hands as cool as you please. And that's how she went at life, when she grew up. I saw her, I was with her. She cared for nothing and for no one. And then, she was beaten in the end. But it wasn't a man, it wasn't a woman. The sea got her. The sea was too strong for her. The sea got her in the end. She broke off, her mouth working strangely, and dragging at the corners. She began to cry noisily, harshly, her mouth open and her eyes dry. Mrs. Danvers, I said. Mrs. Danvers. I stood before her helplessly, not knowing what to do. I mistrusted her no longer, I was afraid of her no more, but the sight of her sobbing there, dry-eyed, made me shudder, made me ill. Mrs. Danvers, I said, you're not well, you ought to be in bed. Why don't you go to your room and rest? Why don't you go to bed? She turned on me fiercely. Leave me alone, can't you? She said. What's it to do with you if I show my grief? I'm not ashamed of it. I don't shut myself up in my room to cry. I don't walk up and down, in my room like Mr. De Winter, with the door locked on me. What do you mean? I said. Mr. De Winter does not do that. He did, she said, after she died. Up and down in the library. I heard him. I watched him too, through the keyhole, more than once. Backwards and forwards, like an animal in a cage. I don't want to hear, I said. I don't want to know. And then you say you made him happy on his honeymoon, she said. Made him happy, you, a young ignorant girl, young enough to be his daughter. What do you know about life? What do you know about men? You come here and think you can take Mrs. De Winter's place. You take my lady's place. Why, even the servants laughed at you when you came to Manderley. Even the little scullery maid you met in the back passage there on your first morning. I wonder what Mr. De Winter thought when he got you back here at Manderley, after his precious honeymoon was over. I wonder what he thought when he saw you sitting at the dining room table for the first time. You'd better stop this, Mrs. Danvers, I said. You'd better go to your room. Go to my room, she mimicked, go to my room. The mistress of the house thinks I had better go to my room. And after that, what then? You'll go running to Mr. De Winter and saying, Mrs. Danvers has been unkind to me. Mrs. Danvers has been rude. You'll go running to him like you did before when Mr. Jack came to see me. I never told him, I said. That's a lie, she said. Who else told him, if you didn't? No one else was here. Frith and Robert were out, and none of the other servants knew. I made up my mind then I'd teach you a lesson, and him too. Let him suffer, I say. What do I care? What's his suffering to me? Why shouldn't I see Mr. Jack here at Manderley? He's the only link I have left now with Mrs. De Winter. I'll not have him here, he said. I'm warning you, it's the last time. He's not forgotten to be jealous, has he? I remembered crouching in the gallery when the library door was open. I remembered Maxim's voice raised in anger, using the words that Mrs. Danvers had just repeated. Jealous, Maxim jealous. He was jealous while she lived, and now he's jealous when she's dead, said Mrs. Danvers. He forbids Mr. Jack the house now like he did then. That shows you he's not forgotten her, doesn't it? Of course he was jealous. So was I, so was everyone who knew her. She didn't care. She only laughed. I shall live as I please, Danny, she told me, and the whole world won't stop me. A man had only to look at her once and be mad about her. I've seen them here, staying in the house, men she'd meet up in London and bring for weekends. She would take them bathing from the boat, she would have a picnic supper at her cottage in the cove. They made love to her, of course. Who would not? She laughed. She would come back and tell me what they had said, and what they'd done. She did not mind, it was like a game. To her, like a game. Who wouldn't be jealous? They were all jealous, all mad for her. Mr. De Winter, Mr. Jack, Mr. Crawley, everyone who knew her, everyone who came to Manderley. I don't want to know. I said, I don't want to know. Mrs. Danvers came close to me. She put her face near to mine. It's no use, is it? She said. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she is dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Manderley to her? Why don't you go? I backed away from her towards the window, my old fear and horror rising up in me again. She took my arm and held it like a vice. Why don't you go? She said. We none of us want you. He doesn't want you, he never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again, with her. It's you that ought to be lying there in the church crypt, not her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. She pushed me towards the open window. I could see the terrace below me, gray and indistinct in the white wall of fog. Look down there, she said. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you jump? It wouldn't hurt, not to break your neck. It's a quick, kind way. It's not like drowning. Why don't you try it? Why don't you go? The fog filled the open window, damp and clammy. It stung my eyes, it clung to my nostrils. I held on to the window sill with my hands. Don't be afraid, said Mrs. Danvers. I won't push you. I won't stand by you. You can jump of your own accord. What's the use of your staying here at Manderley? You're not happy. Mr. De Winter doesn't love you. There's not much for you to live for, is there? Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy any more. I could see the flower tubs on the terrace and the blue of the hydrangeas clumped and solid. The paved stones were smooth and gray. They were not jagged and uneven. It was the fog that made them look so far away. They were not far really, the window was not so very high. Why don't you jump? Whispered Mrs. Danvers. Why don't you try? The fog came thicker than before and the terrace was hidden from me. I could not see the flower tubs any more, nor the smooth paved stones. There was nothing but the white mist about me, smelling of seaweed, dank and chill. The only reality was the windowsill beneath my hands and the grip of Mrs. Danvers on my left arm. If I jumped, I should not see the stones rise up to meet me, the fog would hide them from me. The pain would be sharp and sudden. As she said, the fall would break my neck. It would not be slow, like drowning. It would soon be over. And Maxim did not love me. Maxim wanted to be alone again, with Rebecca. Go on, whispered Mrs. Danvers. Go on, don't be afraid. I shut my eyes. I was giddy from staring down at the terrace, and my fingers ached from holding to the ledge. The mist entered my nostrils and lay upon my lips. Rank and sour. It was stifling, like a blanket, like an anesthetic. I was beginning to forget about being unhappy, and about loving Maxim. I was beginning to forget Rebecca. Soon I would not have to think about Rebecca anymore. As I relaxed my hands and sighed, the white mist and the silence that was part of it was shattered suddenly, was rent in two by an explosion that shook the window. Where we stood, the glass shivered in its frame. I opened my eyes. I stared at Mrs. Danvers. The burst was followed by another, and yet a third and fourth. The sound of the explosion stung the air, and the birds rose unseen from the woods around the house and made an echo with their clamor. What is it? I said stupidly. What has happened? Mrs. Danvers relaxed her grip upon my arm. She stared out of the window into the fog. "It's the rockets," she said. "There must be a ship gone ashore there in the bay." We listened, staring into the white fog together. And then we heard the sound of footsteps running on the terrace beneath us. Chapter 19. It was Maxim. I could not see him, but I could hear his voice. He was shouting for Frith as he ran. I heard Frith answer from the hall and come out on the terrace. Their figures loomed out of the mist beneath us. "She's ashore all right," said Maxim. "I was watching her from the headland and I saw her come right into the bay, and head for the reef. They'll never shift her, not with these tides. She must have mistaken the bay for Carith Harbor. It's like a wall out there, in the bay. Tell them in the house to stand by with food and drink in case these fellows want anything, and ring through to the office to Mr. Crawley and tell him what's happened. I'm going back to the cove to see if I can do anything. Get me some cigarettes, will you?" Mrs. Danvers drew back from the window. Her face was expressionless once more, the cold white mask that I knew. "We had better go down," she said. "Frith will be looking for me to make arrangements. Mr. De Winter may bring the men back to the house as he said. Be careful of your hands, I'm going to shut the window." I stepped back into the room, still dazed and stupid, not sure of myself or of her. I watched her close the window and fasten the shutters, and draw the curtains in their place. "It's a good thing there is no sea running," she said. "There wouldn't have been much chance for them then. But on a day like this there's no danger. The owners will lose their ship, though, if she's run on the reef as Mr. De Winter said." She glanced round the room to make certain that nothing was disarranged or out of place. She straightened the cover on the double bed. Then she went to the door and held it open for me. "I will tell them in the kitchen to serve cold lunch in the dining room after all," she said, "and then it won't matter what time you come for it. Mr. De Winter may not want to rush back at 1 o'clock if he's busy down there in the cove." I stared at her blankly and then passed out of the open door, stiff and wooden like a dummy. "When you see Mr. De Winter, madam, will you tell him it will be quite all right if he wants to bring the men back from the ship? There will be a hot meal ready for them any time." "Yes," I said. "Yes, Mrs. Danvers." She turned her back on me and went along the corridor to the service staircase, a weird gaunt figure in her black dress, the skirt just sweeping the ground like the full, wide skirts of 30 years ago. Then she turned the corner of the corridor and disappeared. I walked slowly along the passage to the door by the archway, my mind still blunt and slow as though I had just woken from a long sleep. I pushed through the door and went down the stairs with no set purpose before me. Frith was crossing the hall towards the dining room. When he saw me he stopped, and waited until I came down into the hall. "Mr. De Winter was in a few moments ago, madam," he said. He took some cigarettes, and then went back again to the beach. "It appears there is a ship gone ashore." "Yes," I said. "Did you hear the rockets, madam?" said Frith. "Yes, I heard the rockets," I said. "I was in the pantry with Robert, and we both thought at first that one of the gardeners had let off a firework left over from last night," said Frith, "and I said to Robert, what do they want to do that for in this weather? Why don't they keep them for the kiddies on Saturday night?" And then the next one came, and then the third. "That's not fireworks," says Robert, "that's a ship in distress." "I believe you're right," I said, and I went out to the hall and there was Mr. De Winter calling me from the terrace. "Yes," I said. "Well, it's hardly to be wondered at in this fog, madam. That's what I said to Robert just now. It's difficult to find your way on the road, let alone on the water." "Yes," I said. "If you want to catch Mr. De Winter he went straight across the lawn only 2 minutes ago," said Frith. "Thank you, Frith," I said. I went out on the terrace. I could see the trees taking shape beyond the lawns. The fog was lifting, it was rising in little clouds to the sky above. It whirled above my head in wreaths of smoke. I looked up at the windows above my head. They were tightly closed, and the shutters were fastened. They looked as though they would never open, never be thrown wide. It was by the large window in the center that I had stood 5 minutes before. How high it seemed above my head, how lofty and remote. The stones were hard and solid under my feet. I looked down at my feet and then up again to the shuttered window, and as I did so I became aware suddenly that my head was swimming and I felt hot. A little trickle of perspiration ran down the back of my neck. Black dots jumped about in the air in front of me. I went into the hall again and sat down on a chair. My hands were quite wet. I sat very still, holding my knees. "Frith," I called. "Frith, are you in the dining room?" "Yes, madam." He came out at once, and crossed the hall towards me. "Don't think me very odd, Frith, but I rather think I'd like a small glass of brandy." Single quote. "Certainly, madam." I went on holding my knees and sitting very still. He came back with a liqueur glass on a silver salver. "Do you feel a trifle unwell, madam?" said Frith. "Would you like me to call Clarice?" "No, I'll be all right, Frith," I said. "I felt a bit hot, that's all." "It's a very warm morning, madam." "Very warm indeed. Oppressive, one might almost say." "Yes, Frith, very oppressive." I drank the brandy and put the glass back on the silver salver. "Perhaps the sound of those rockets alarmed you," said Frith. "They went off so very sudden." "Yes, they did," I said. Single quote. "And what with the hot morning and standing about all last night, you are not perhaps feeling quite like yourself, madam," said Frith. "No, perhaps not," I said. "Will you lie down for half an hour? It's quite cool in the library." No, I think I'll go out in a moment or two." "Don't bother, Frith." "No." "Very good, madam." He went away and left me alone in the hall. It was quiet sitting there. Quiet and cool. All trace of the party had been cleared away. It might never have happened. The hall was as it had always been, gray and silent and austere, with the portraits and the weapons on the wall. I could scarcely believe that last night I had stood there in my blue dress at the bottom of the stairs, shaking hands with 500 people. I could not believe that there had been music. Stands in the minstrel's gallery, and a band playing there, a man with a fiddle, a man with a drum. I got up and went out onto the terrace again. The fog was rising, lifting to the tops of the trees. I could see the woods at the end of the lawns. Above my head a pale sun tried to penetrate the heavy sky. It was hotter than ever. Oppressive, as Frith had said. A bee hummed by me in search of scent, bumbling, noisy, and then creeping inside a flower was suddenly silent. On the grass banks above the lawns the gardener started his mowing machine. A startled linnet fled from the whirring blades towards the rose garden. The gardener bent to the handles of the machine and walked slowly along the bank scattering the short-tipped grass and the pinpoint daisy heads. The smell of the sweet warm grass came towards me on the air, and the sun shone down upon me full and strong from out of the white mist. I whistled for Jasper but he did not come. Perhaps he had followed Maxim when he went down to the beach. I glanced at my watch. It was after 12:30, nearly 20 to 1. This time yesterday Maxim and I were standing with Frank in the little garden in front of his house, waiting for his housekeeper to serve lunch. 24 hours ago, they were teasing me, baiting me about my dress. "You'll both get the surprise of your lives," I had said. I felt sick with shame at the memory of my words. And then I realized for the first time that Maxim had not gone away as I had feared. The voice I had heard on the terrace was calm and practical. The voice I knew, not the voice of last night when I stood at the head of the stairs. Maxim had not gone away. He was down there in the cove somewhere. He was himself, normal and sane. He had just been for a walk, as Frank had said. He had been on the headland. He Had seen the ship closing in towards the shore. All my fears were without foundation. Maxim was safe. Maxim was all right. I had just experienced something that was degrading and horrible and mad. Something that I did not fully understand even now, that I had no wish to remember, that I wanted to bury forevermore deep in the shadows of my mind with old forgotten terrors of childhood. But even this did not matter as long as Maxim was all right. Then I, too, went down the steep twisting path through the dark woods to the beach below. The fog had almost gone, and when I came to the cove I could see the ship at once, lying about 2 miles offshore with her bows pointed towards the cliffs. I went along the breakwater and stood at the end of it, leaning against the rounded wall. There was a crowd of people on the cliffs already who must have walked along the Coast Guard path from Kerrith. The cliffs and the headland were part of Manderley, but the public had always used the right of way along the cliffs. Some of them were scrambling down the cliff face to get a closer view of the stranded ship. She lay at an awkward angle, her stern tilted, and there were a number of rowing boats already pulling round her. The lifeboat was standing off. I saw someone stand up in her and shout through a megaphone. I could not hear what he was saying. It was still misty out in the bay, and I could not see the horizon. Another motorboat chugged into the light with some men aboard. The motorboat was dark gray. I could see someone in uniform. That would be the harbor master from Kerrith, and the Lloyd's agent with him. Another motorboat followed, a party of holidaymakers from Kerrith aboard. They circled round and round the stranded steamer chatting excitedly. I could hear their voices echoing across the still water. I left the breakwater in the cove and climbed up the path over the cliffs towards the rest of the people. I did not see Maxim anywhere. Frank was there, talking to one of the coast guards. I hung back when I saw him, momentarily embarrassed. Barely an hour ago I had been crying to him, down the telephone. I was not sure what I ought to do. He saw me at once and waved his hand. I went over to him and the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard knew me. "Come to see the fun, Mrs. De Winter?" he said smiling. "I'm afraid it will be a hard job. The tugs may shift her, but I doubt it. She's hard and fast where she is on that ledge." "What will they do?" I said. "They'll send a diver down directly to see if she's broken her back," he replied. "There's the fellow there in the red stocking cap. Like to see through these glasses?" I took his glasses and looked at the ship. I could see a group of men staring over her stern. One of them was pointing at something. The man in the lifeboat was still shouting through the megaphone. The harbor master from Kerrith had joined the group of men in the stern of the stranded ship. The diver in his stocking cap was sitting in the gray motorboat belonging to the harbor master. The pleasure boat was still circling round the ship. A woman was standing up taking a snapshot. A group of gulls had settled on the water and were crying foolishly, hoping for scraps. I gave the glasses back to the Coast Guard. "Nothing seems to be happening," I said. "They'll send him down directly," said the Coast Guard. Single quote. "They'll argue a bit first, like all foreigners. Here come the tugs." "They'll never do it," said Frank. "Look at the angle she's lying at. It's much shallower there than I thought. That reef runs out quite a way," said the Coast Guard. "You don't notice it in the ordinary way, going over that piece of water in a small boat. But a ship with her depth would touch all right. I was down in the first cove by the valley when they fired the rockets," said Frank. "I could scarcely see 3 yards in front of me where I was. And then the things went off out of the blue. I thought how alike." People were in a moment of common interest. Frank was Frith all over again, giving his version of the story, as though it mattered, as though we cared. I knew that he had gone down to the beach to look for Maxim. I knew that he had been frightened, as I had been. And now all this was forgotten and put aside. Our conversation down the telephone, our mutual anxiety, his insistence that he must see me. All because a ship had gone ash. Or in the fog. A small boy came running up to us. Will the sailors be drowned? He asked. Not them. They're all right, Sonny, said the Coast Guard. The sea's as flat as the back of my hand. No. One's going to be hurt this time. If it had happened last night we should never have heard them, said Frank. We must have let off more than 50 rockets at our show, beside all the smaller things. Single quote. We'd have heard all right, said the Coast Guard. We'd have seen the flash and known the direction. There's the diver, Mrs. De Winter. See him putting on his helmet? I want to see the diver, said the small boy. There he is, said Frank, bending and pointing. That chap there putting on the helmet. They're going to lower him into the water. Won't he be drowned? Said the child. Single quote. Divers don't drown, said the Coast Guard. They have air pumped into them all the time. Watch him disappear. There he goes. The surface of the water was disturbed a minute and then was clear again. He's gone, said the small boy. Where's Maxim? I said. He's taken one of the crew into Careth, said Frank. The fellow lost his head and jumped for it apparently when the ship struck. We found him clinging on to one of the rocks here under the cliff. He was soaked to the skin of course and shaking like a jelly. Couldn't speak a word of English, of course. Maxim went down to him, and found him bleeding like a pig from a scratch on the rocks. He spoke to him in German. Then he hailed one of the motorboats from Careth that was hanging around like a hungry shark, and he's gone off with him to get him bandaged by a doctor. If he's lucky he'll just catch old Philip sitting down to lunch. When did he go? I said. He went just before you turned up, said Frank, about 5 minutes ago. I wonder you didn't see the boat. He was sitting in the stern with this German fellow. He must have gone while I was climbing up the cliff, I said. Maxim is splendid at anything like this, said Frank. He always gives a hand if he can. You'll find he will invite the whole crew back to Manderley, and feed them, and give them beds into the bargain. That's right, said the Coast Guard. He'd give the coat off his back for any of his own people, I know that. I wish there was more like him in the county. Yes, we could do with them, said Frank. We went on staring at the ship. The tugs were standing off still, but the lifeboat had turned and gone back towards Careth. It's not their turn today, said the Coast Guard. No, said Frank, and I don't think it's a job for the tugs either. It's the shipbreaker who's going to make money this time. The gulls wheeled overhead, mewing like hungry cats. Some of them settled on the ledges of the cliff, while others, bolder, rode the surface of the water beside the ship. The Coast Guard took off his cap and mopped his forehead. Seems kind of airless, doesn't it? He said. Yes, I said. The pleasure boat with the camera people went chugging off towards Careth. They've got fed up, said the Coast Guard. I don't blame them, said Frank. I don't suppose anything will happen for hours. The diver will have to make his report before they try to shift her. That's right, said the Coast Guard. I don't think there's much sense in hanging about here, said Frank. We can't do anything. I want my lunch. I did not say anything. He hesitated. I felt his eyes upon me. What are you going to do? He said. I think I shall stay here a bit, I said. I can have lunch any time. It's cold. It doesn't matter. I want to see what the diver's going to do. Somehow I could not face Frank just at the moment. I wanted to be alone, or with someone I did not know, like the Coast Guard. You won't see anything, said Frank. There won't be anything to see. Why not come back and have some lunch with me? No, I said. No, really. Oh, well, said Frank, you know where to find me if you do want me. I shall be at the office all the afternoon. All right, I said. He nodded to the Coast Guard and went off down the cliff towards the cove. I wondered if I had offended him. I could not help it. All these things would be settled someday, one day. So much seemed to have happened since I spoke to him on the telephone, and I did not want to think about anything anymore. I just wanted to sit there on the cliff and stare at the ship. "He's a good sort, Mr. Crawley," said the Coast Guard. "Yes," I said. "He'd give his right hand for Mr. De Winter too," he said. "Yes, I think he would," I said. The small boy was still hopping around on the grass in front of us. "When's the diver coming up again?" he said. "Not yet, Sonny," said the Coast Guard. A woman in a pink striped frock and a hairnet came across the grass towards us. "Charlie? Charlie? Where are you?" she called. "Here's your mother coming to give you what for," said the Coast Guard. "I've seen the diver, Mum," shouted the boy. The woman nodded to U.S. and smiled. She did not know me. She was a holidaymaker from Carith. "The excitement all seems to be over, doesn't it?" she said. "They are saying down on the cliff there the ship will be there for days. They're waiting for the diver's report," said the Coast Guard. "I don't know how they get them to go down under the water like that," said the woman. "They ought to pay them well." "They do that," said the Coast Guard. "I want to be a diver, Mum," said the small boy. "You must ask your daddy, dear," said the woman, laughing at us. "It's a lovely spot up here, isn't it?" she said to me. Single quote. We brought a picnic lunch, never thinking it would turn foggy and we'd have a wreck into the bargain. We were just thinking of going back to Carith when the rockets went off under our noses, it seemed. I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Why, whatever's that?" I said to my husband. "That's a distress signal," he said. "Let's stop and see the fun." "There's no dragging him away. He's as bad as my little boy. I don't see anything in it myself." "No, there's not much to see now," said the Coast Guard. "Those are nice-looking woods over there. I suppose they're private," said the woman. The Coast Guard coughed awkwardly and glanced at me. I began eating a piece of grass and looked away. "Yes, that's all private in there," he said. "My husband says all these big estates will be chopped up in time and bungalows built," said the woman. "I wouldn't mind a nice little bungalow up here facing the sea. I don't know that I'd care for this part of the world in the winter though." "No, it's very quiet here winter times," said the Coast Guard. I went on chewing my piece of grass. The little boy kept running round in circles. The Coast Guard looked at his watch. "Well, I must be getting on," he said. "Good afternoon." He saluted me, and turned back along the path towards Carith. "Come on, Charlie, come and find Daddy," said the woman. She nodded to me in friendly fashion, and sauntered off to the edge of the cliff, the little boy running at her heels. A thin man in khaki shorts and a striped blazer waved to her. They sat down by a clump of gorse bushes and the woman began to undo paper packages. I wished I could lose my own identity and join them. Eat hard-boiled eggs and potted meat sandwiches, laugh rather loudly, enter their conversation, and then wander back with them during the afternoon to Carith and paddle on the beach, run races across the stretch of sand, and so to their lodgings and have shrimps for tea. Instead of which I must go back alone through the woods to Manderley and wait for Maxim. And I did not know what we should say to one another, how he would look at me, what would be his voice. I went on sitting there on the cliff. I was not hungry. I did not think about lunch. More people came and wandered over the cliffs to look at the ship. It made an excitement for the afternoon. There was nobody I knew. They were all holidaymakers from Carith. The sea was glassy calm. The gulls no longer wheeled overhead, they had settled on the water a little distance from the ship. More pleasure boats appeared during the afternoon. It must be a field day for Carith boatmen. The diver came up and then went down again. One of the tugs steamed away while the other still stood by. The harbor master went back in his gray motorboat, taking some men with him, and the diver who had come to the surface for the second time The crew of the ship leant against the side throwing scraps to the gulls, while visitors in pleasure boats rowed slowly round the ship. Nothing happened at all. It was dead low water now, and the ship was heeled at an angle, the propeller showing clean. Little ridges of white cloud formed in the western sky, and the sun became pallid. It was still very hot. The woman in the pink striped frock with the little boy got up and wandered off along the path towards Carith, the man in the shorts following with the picnic basket. I glanced at my watch. It was after 3 o'clock. I got up and went down the hill to the cove. It was quiet and deserted as always. The shingle was dark and gray. The water in the little harbor was glassy like a mirror. My feet made a queer crunching noise as I crossed the shingle. The ridges of white cloud now covered all the sky above my head, and the sun was hidden. When I came to the further side of the cove, I saw Ben crouching by a little pool between two rocks, scraping winkles into his hand. My shadow fell upon the water as I passed, and he looked up and saw me. "Day," he said, his mouth opening in a grin. "Good afternoon," I said. He scrambled to his feet and opened a dirty handkerchief he had filled with winkles. "You eat winkles?" he said. I did not want to hurt his feelings. "Thank you," I said. He emptied about a dozen winkles into my hand, and I put them in 2 pockets of my skirt. "They'm all right with bread and butter," he said. "You must boil 'em first." "Yes, all are." I said. He stood there grinning at me. "Seen the steamer?" he said. "Yes," I said. "She's gone ashore, hasn't she?" "Eh?" he said. "She's run aground," I repeated. "I expect she's got a hole in her bottom." His face went blank and foolish. "Aye," he said, "she's down there all right. She'll not come back again. Perhaps the tugs will get her off when the tide makes," I said. He did not answer. He was staring out towards the stranded ship. I could see her broadside on from here, the red underwater section showing against the black of the top sides, and the single funnel leaning rakishly towards the cliffs beyond. The crew were still leaning over her side, feeding the gulls and staring into the water. The rowing boats were pulling back to Carith. "She's a Dutchman, ain't she?" said Ben. "I don't know," I said. "German or Dutch. She'll break up there where she's to," he said. "I'm afraid so," I said. He grinned again, and wiped his nose with the back of his hand. "She'll break up bit by bit," he said. "She'll not sink like a stone like the little un." He chuckled to himself, picking his nose. I did not say anything. "The fishes have eaten her up by now, haven they?" he said. "Who?" I said. He jerked his thumb towards the sea. "Her," he said, "the other one." "Fishes don't eat steamers, Ben," I said. "Eh?" he said. He stared at me, foolish and blank. Once more. "I must go home now," I said. "Good afternoon." I left him and walked towards the path through the woods. I did not look at the cottage. I was aware of it on my right hand, gray and quiet. I went straight to the path and up through the trees. I paused to rest halfway, and looking through the trees I could still see the stranded ship leaning towards the shore. The pleasure boats had all gone. Even the crew had disappeared below. The ridges of cloud covered the whole sky. A little wind sprang from nowhere and blew into my face. A leaf fell onto my hand from the tree above. I shivered for no reason. Then the wind went again. It was hot and sultry as before. The ship looked desolate there upon her side, with no one on her decks, and her thin black funnel pointing to the shore. The sea was so calm that when it broke upon the shingle in the cove it was like a whisper, hushed and still. I turned once more to the steep path through the woods, my legs reluctant, my head heavy, a strange sense of foreboding in my heart. The house looked very peaceful as I came upon it from the woods and crossed the lawns. It seemed sheltered and protected, more beautiful than I had ever seen it. Standing there, Looking down upon it from the banks, I realized, perhaps for the first time, with a funny feeling of bewilderment and pride, that it was my home, I belonged there, and Manderley belonged to me. The trees and the grass and the flower tubs on the terrace were reflected in the mullioned windows. A thin column of smoke rose in the air from one of the chimneys. The new, cut grass on the lawn smelt sweet as hay. A blackbird was singing on the chestnut tree. A yellow butterfly winged his foolish way before me to the terrace. I went into the hall and through to the dining room. My place was still laid, but Maxim's had been cleared away. The cold meat and salad awaited me on the sideboard. I hesitated, and then rang the dining room bell. Robert came in from behind the screen. "Has Mr. De Winter been in?" I said. "Yes, madam," said Robert. "He came in just after 2, and had a quick lunch, and then went out again. He asked for you and Fritz, said he. Thought you must have gone down to see the ship. Did he say when he would be back again?" I asked. "No, madam. Perhaps he went to the beach another way," I said. "I may have missed him." "Yes, madam," said Robert. I looked at the cold meat and the salad. I felt empty but not hungry. I did not want cold meat now. "Will you be taking lunch?" said Robert. "No," I said. "No, you might bring me some tea, Robert, in the library. Nothing like cakes or scones. Just tea and bread and butter." "Yes, madam." I went and sat on the window seat in the library. It seemed funny without Jasper. He must have gone with Maxim. The old dog lay asleep in her basket. I picked up the Times and turned the pages without reading it. It was queer, this feeling of marking time, like sitting in a waiting room at a dentist's. I knew I should never settle to my knitting or to a book. I was waiting for something to happen, something unforeseen. The horror of my morning and the stranded ship and not having any lunch had all combined to give birth to a latent sense of excitement at the back of my mind that I did not understand. It was as though I had entered into a new phase of my life and nothing would be quite the same again. The girl who had dressed for the fancy dress ball the night before had been left behind. It had all happened a very long time ago. This self who sat on the window seat was new, was different. Robert brought in tea, and I ate my bread and butter hungrily. He had brought scones as well, and some sandwiches, and an angel cake. He must have thought it derogatory to bring bread and butter alone, nor was it Manderley routine. I was glad of the scones and the angel cake. I remembered I had only had cold tea at 11:30, and no breakfast. Just after I had drunk my third cup, Robert came in again. Single quote. "Mr. De Winter is not back yet, is he, madam?" he said. "No," I said. "Why? Does someone want him?" "Yes, madam," said Robert. "It's Captain Searle, the harbor master of Carith, on the telephone. He wants to know if he can come up and see Mr. De Winter personally." "I don't know what to say," I said. "He may not be back for ages." "No, madam. You'd better tell him to ring again at 5:00, I said. Robert went out of the room and came back again in a few minutes. "Captain Searle would like to see you, if it would be convenient, madam," said Robert. "He says the matter is rather urgent. He tried to get Mr. Crawley, but there was no reply." "Yes, of course I must see him if it's urgent," I said. "Tell him to come along at once if he likes." "Has he got a car?" "Yes, I believe so, madam." Robert went out of the room. I wondered what I should say to Captain Searle. His business must be something to do with the stranded ship. I could not understand what concern it was of Maxim's. It would have been different if the ship had gone ashore in the cove. That was Manderley property. They might have to ask Maxim's permission to blast away rocks or whatever it was that was done to move a ship. But the open bay and the ledge of rock under the water did not belong to Maxim. Captain Searle would waste his time talking to me about it all. He must have got into his car. right away after talking to Robert, because in less than quarter of an hour he was shown into the room. He was still in his uniform as I had seen him through the glasses in the early afternoon. I got up from the window seat and shook hands with him. "I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet, Captain Searle," I said. "He must have gone down to the cliffs again, and he went into Kerith before that. I haven't seen him all day." "Yes, I heard he'd been to Kerith, but I missed him there," said the harbor master. "He must have walked back across the cliffs when I was in my boat. And I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either. I'm afraid the ship has disorganized everybody," I said. "I was out on the cliffs and went without my lunch, and I know Mr. Crawley was there earlier on." "What will happen to her? Will tugs get her off, do you think?" Captain Searle made a great circle with his hands. "There's a hole that deep in her bottom," he said. "She'll not see Hamburg again. Never mind the ship. Her owner and Lloyd's agent will settle that between them. No, Mrs. De Winter, it's not the ship that's brought me here. Indirectly, of course, she's the cause of my coming. The fact is, I've got some news for Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him." He looked at me very straight with his bright blue eyes. "What sort of news, Captain Searle?" He brought a large white handkerchief out of his pocket and blew his nose. "Well, Mrs. De Winter, it's not very pleasant for me to tell you either. The last thing I want to do is to cause distress or pain to you and your husband. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter in Kerith, you know, and the family has always done a lot of good. It's hard on him and hard on you that we can't let the past lie quiet. But I don't see how we can under the circumstances." He paused, and put his handkerchief back in his pocket. He lowered his voice, although we were alone in the room. "We sent the diver down to inspect the ship's bottom," he said, "and while he was down there he made a discovery. It appears he found the hole in the ship's bottom and was working round to the other side to see what further damage there was when he came across the hull of a little sailing boat, lying on her side, quite intact and not broken up at all. He's a local man, of course, and he recognized the boat at once. It was the little boat belonging to the late Mrs. De Winter. My first feeling was one of thankfulness that Maxim was not there to hear this fresh blow coming swiftly upon my masquerade of the night before was ironic, and rather horrible. "I am so sorry," I said slowly. "It's not the sort of thing one expected would happen. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there, as it is? It's not doing any harm, is it? Single quote. It would be left, Mrs. De Winter, in the ordinary way. I'm the last man in the world to want to disturb it. And I'd give anything, as I said before, to spare Mr. De Winter's feelings. But that wasn't all, Mrs. De Winter." My man poked round the little boat and he made another, more important discovery. The cabin door was tightly closed, it was not stove in, and the port lights were closed too. He broke one of the ports with a stone from the seabed, and looked into the cabin. It was full of water, the sea must have come through some hole in the bottom, there seemed no damage elsewhere. And then he got the fright of his life, Mrs. De Winter. Captain Searle paused. He looked over his shoulder as though one of the servants might hear him. "There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor," he said quietly. "It was dissolved, of course, there was no flesh on it. But it was a body all right. He saw the head and the limbs. He came up to the surface then and reported it direct to me. And now you understand, Mrs. De Winter, why I've got to see your husband." I stared at him, bewildered at first, then shocked, then rather sick. "She was supposed to be sailing alone?" I whispered. "There must have been someone with her then, all the time, and no one ever knew?" "It looks like it," said the harbor master. "Who could it have been?" I said. "Surely relatives would know if anyone had been missing? There was so much about it at the time, it was all in the papers." Why should one of them be in the cabin and Mrs. De Winter herself be picked up many miles away, months afterwards? Captain Searle shook his head. I can't tell any more than you, he said. All we know is that the body is there, and it has got to be reported. There'll be publicity, I'm afraid, Mrs. De Winter. I don't know how we're going to avoid it. It's very hard on you and Mr. De Winter. Here you are, settled down quietly, wanting to be happy, and this has to happen. I knew now the reason for my sense of foreboding. It was not the stranded ship that was sinister, nor the crying gulls, nor the thin black funnel pointing to the shore. It was the stillness of the black water, and the unknown things that lay beneath. It was the diver going down into those cool, quiet depths and stumbling upon Rebecca's boat, and Rebecca's dead companion. He had touched the boat, had looked into the cabin, and all the while I sat on the cliffs, and had not known. If only we did not have to tell him, I said. If only we could keep the whole thing from him. You know I would if it were possible, Mrs. De Winter, said the harbor master. But my personal feelings have to go, in a matter like this. I've got to do my duty. I've got to report that body. He broke off short as the door opened, and Maxim came into the room. Hello, he said. What's happening? I didn't know you were here, Captain Searle. Is anything the matter? I could not stand it any longer. I went out of the room like the coward I was and shut the door behind me. I had not even glanced at Maxim's face. I had the vague impression that he looked tired, untidy, hatless. I went and stood in the hall by the front door. Jasper was drinking noisily from his bowl. He wagged his tail when he saw me and went on drinking. Then he loped towards me, and stood up, pawing at my dress. I kissed the top of his head and went and sat on the terrace. The moment of crisis had come, and I must face it. My old fears, my diffidence, my shyness, my hopeless sense of inferiority, must be conquered now and thrust aside. If I failed now I should fail forever. There would never be another chance. I prayed for courage in a blind, despairing way, and dug my nails into my hands. I sat there for 5 minutes staring at the green lawns and the flower tubs on the terrace. I heard the sound of a car starting up in the drive. It must be Captain Searle. He had broken his news to Maxim and had gone. I got up from the terrace and went slowly through the hall to the library. I kept turning over in my pockets the winkles that Ben had given me. I clutched them tight in my hands. Maxim was standing by the window. His back was turned to me. I waited by the door. Still he did not turn round. I took my hands out of my pockets and went and stood beside him. I reached out for his hand and laid it against my cheek. He did not say anything. He went on standing there. I'm so sorry, I whispered, so terribly, terribly sorry. He did not answer. His hand was icy cold. I kissed the back of it, and then the fingers, one by one. I don't want you to bear this alone, I said. I want to share it with you. I've grown up, Maxim, in 24 hours. I'll never be a child again. He put his arm round me and pulled me to him very close. My reserve was broken, and my shyness too. I stood there with my face against his shoulder. You've forgiven me, haven't you? I said. He spoke to me at last. Forgiven you? He said. What have I got to forgive you for? Last night, I said, you thought I did it on purpose. Ah, that, he said. I'd forgotten. I was angry with you, wasn't I? Yes, I said. He did not say any more. He went on holding me close to his shoulder. Maxim, I said, can't we start all over again? Can't we begin from today, and face things together? I don't want you to love me. I won't ask impossible things. I'll be your friend and your companion, a sort of boy. I don't ever want more than that. He took my face between his hands and looked at me. For the first time I saw how thin his face was, how lined and drawn. and there were great shadows beneath his eyes. "How much do you love me?" he said. I could not answer. I could only stare back at him, at his dark tortured eyes, and his pale drawn face. "It's too late, my darling, too late," he said. They lost our little chance of happiness." "No, Maxim. No," I said. "Yes," he said. "It's all over now. The thing has happened." "What thing?" I said. "The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about, day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I." He sat down on the window seat, and I knelt in front of him, my hands on his shoulders. "What are you trying to tell me?" I said. He put his hands over mine and looked into my face. "Rebecca has won," he said. I stared at him, my heart beating strangely, my hands suddenly cold beneath his hands. Single quote. "Her shadow between us all the time," he said. "Her damned shadow keeping us from one another. How could I hold you like this, my darling, my little love, with the fear always in my heart that this would happen?" I remembered her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remembered that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she would win in the end. "Maxim," I whispered, "what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?" "Her boat," he said, "they've found it. The diver found it this afternoon." "Yes," I said. "I know. Captain Searle came to tell me." "You are thinking about the body, aren't you? The body the diver found in the cabin?" "Yes," he said. "It means she was not alone," I said. "It means there was somebody sailing with Rebecca at the time, and you have to find out who it was. That's it, isn't it, Maxim?" "No," he said. "No, you don't understand. I want to share this with you, darling," I said. "I want to help you." "There was no one with Rebecca, she was alone," he said. I knelt there watching his face, watching his eyes. "It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor," he said. "No," I said. "No, the woman buried in the crypt is not Rebecca," he said. "It's the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin, and took the boat out that night and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?" Chapter 20. It was very quiet in the library. The only sound was that of Jasper licking his foot. He must have caught a thorn in his pads, for he kept biting and sucking at the skin. Then I heard the watch on Maxim's wrist ticking close to my ear. The little normal sounds of every day. And for no reason the stupid proverb of my school days ran through my mind, "Time and tide wait for no man." The words repeated themselves over and over again. Time and tide wait for no man. These were the only sounds then, the ticking of Maxim's watch and Jasper licking his foot on the floor beside me. When people suffer a great shock, like death, or the loss of a limb, I believe they don't feel it just at first. If your hand is taken from you, you don't know, for a few minutes, that your hand is gone. You go on feeling the fingers. You stretch and beat them on the air, one by one, and all the time there is nothing there, no hand, no fingers. I knelt there by Maxim's side, my body against his body, my hands upon his shoulders, and I was aware of no feeling at all, no pain and no fear. There was no horror in my heart. I thought how I must take the thorn out of Jasper's foot, and I wondered if Robert would come in and clear the tea things. It seemed strange to me that I should think of these things, Jasper's foot, Maxim's watch, Robert and the tea things. I was shocked at my lack of emotion and this queer cold absence of distress. Little by little the feeling will come back to me, I said to myself. Little by little I shall understand what he has told me, and all that has happened will tumble into place like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. They will fit themselves into a pattern. At the moment I am nothing, I have no heart, and no mind, and no senses. I am just a wooden thing in Maxim's arms. Then he began to kiss me. He had not kissed me like this before. I put my hands behind his head and shut my eyes. I love you so much, he whispered. So much. This is what I have wanted him to say every day and every night, I thought, and now he is saying it at last. This is what I imagined in Monte Carlo, in Italy. Here in Manderley. He is saying it now. I opened my eyes and looked at a little patch of curtain above his head. He went on kissing me, hungry, desperate, murmuring my name. I kept on looking at the patch of curtain, and saw where the S.Un had faded it, making it lighter than the piece above. How calm I am, I thought. How cool. Here I am looking at the piece of curtain, and Maxim is kissing me. For the first time he is telling me he loves me. Then he stopped suddenly, he pushed me away from him, and got up from the window seat. You see, I was right, he said. It's too late. You don't love me now. Why should you? He went and stood over by the mantelpiece. We'll forget that, he said, it won't happen again. Realization flooded me at once, and my heart jumped in quick and sudden panic. It's not too late, I said. Swiftly, getting up from the floor and going to him, putting my arms about him. You're not to say that, you don't understand. I love you more than anything in the world. But when you kissed me just now, I felt stunned and shaken. I could not feel anything. I could not grasp anything. It was just as though I had no more feeling left in me at all. You don't love me, he said, that's why you did not feel anything. I know. I understand. It's come too late for you, hasn't it? No, I said. This ought to have happened 4 months ago, he said. I should have known. Women are not like men. I want you to kiss me again, I said. Please, Maxim. No, he said, it's no use now. We can't lose each other now, I said. We've got to be together always, with no secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please. There's no time, he said. We may only have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I've told you they've found the boat. They've found Rebecca. I stared at him stupidly, not understanding. What will they do? I said. They'll identify her body, he said. There's everything to tell them, there in the cabin. The clothes she had, the shoes, the rings on her fingers. They'll identify her body, and then they will remember the other one, the woman buried up there, in the crypt. What are you going to do? I whispered. I don't know, he said. I don't know. The feeling was coming back to me, little by little, as I knew it would. My hands were cold no longer. They were clammy, warm. I felt a wave of color come into my face, my throat. My cheeks were burning hot. I thought of Captain Searle, the diver, the Lloyd's agent, all those men on the stranded ship leaning against the side, staring down into the water. I thought of the shopkeepers in Carrick, of errand boys whistling in the street, of the vicar walking out of church, of Lady Crowan cutting roses in her garden, of the woman in the pink dress and her little boy on the cliffs. Soon they would know. In a few hours. By breakfast time tomorrow. They've found Mrs. De Winter's boat, and they say there is a body in the cabin. A body in the cabin. Rebecca was lying there on the cabin floor. She was not in the crypt at all. Some other woman was lying in the crypt. Maxim had killed Rebecca. Rebecca had not been drowned at all. Maxim had killed her. He had shot her in the cottage in the woods. He had carried her body to the boat, and sunk the boat there in the bay. That gray, silent cottage, with the rain pattering on the roof. The jigsaw pieces came tumbling thick and fast upon me. Disjointed pictures flashed one by one through my bewildered mind. Maxim sitting in the car beside me in the south of France. Something happened nearly a year ago that altered my whole life. I had to begin living all over again. Maxim's silence, Maxim's moods. The way he never talked about Rebecca. The way he never mentioned her name. Maxim's dislike of the cove, the stone cottage. If you had my memories you would not go there either. The way he climbed the path through the woods not looking behind him. Maxim pacing up and down the library after Rebecca died. Up and down. Up and down. I came away in rather a hurry, he said to Mrs. Van Hopper, a line, thin as gossamer, between his brows. They say he can't get over his wife's death. The fancy dress dance last night, and I coming down to the head of the stairs, in Rebecca's dress. I killed Rebecca, Maxim had said. I shot Rebecca in the cottage in the woods. And the diver had found her lying there, on the cabin floor. What are we going to do? I said. What are we going to say? Maxim did not answer. He stood there by the mantelpiece, his eyes wide and staring, looking in front of him, not seeing anything. Does anyone know? I said. Anyone at all? He shook his head. No, he said. No one but you and me? I asked. No one but you and me, he said. Frank, I said suddenly, are you sure Frank does not know? How could he? Said Maxim. There was nobody there but myself. It was dark. Single quote. He stopped. He sat down on a chair, he put his hand up to his forehead. I went and knelt beside him. He sat very still a moment. I took his hands away from his face and looked into his eyes. I love you, I whispered, I love you. Will you believe me now? He kissed my face and my hands. He held my hands very tightly like a child who would gain confidence. I thought I should go mad, he said, sitting here, day after day, waiting for something to happen. Sitting down at the desk there, answering those terrible letters of sympathy. The notices in the papers, the interviews, all the little aftermath of death. Eating and drinking, trying to be normal, trying to be sane. Frith, the servants, Mrs. Danvers, who I had not the courage to turn away, because with her knowledge of Rebecca she might have suspected, she might have guessed. Frank, always by my side. Discreet, sympathetic. Why don't you get away? He used to say, I can manage here. You ought to get away. And Giles, and Bee, poor dear tactless Bee. You're looking frightfully ill, can't you go and see a doctor? I had to face them all, these people, knowing every word I uttered was a lie. I went on holding his hands very tight. I leant close to him, quite close. I nearly told you, once. He said, that day Jasper ran to the cove, and you went to the cottage for some string. We were sitting here, like this, and then Frith and Robert came in with the tea. Yes, I said, I remember. Why didn't you tell me? The time we've wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks and days. You were so aloof, he said, always wandering into the garden with Jasper, going off on your own. You never came to me like this. Why didn't you tell me? I whispered. Why didn't you tell me? T thought you were unhappy, bored, he said. I'm so much older than you. You seem to have more to say to Frank than you ever had to me. You were funny with me, awkward, shy. How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca? I said, how could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? He pulled me close to him and searched my eyes. What are you talking about? What do you mean? He said. I knelt up straight beside him. Whenever you touched me, I thought you were comparing me to Rebecca, I said. Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, walked with me in the garden, sat down to dinner, I felt you were saying to yourself, this I did with Rebecca, and this, and this. He stared at me bewildered as though he did not understand. It was true, wasn't it? I said. Oh, my God, he said. He pushed me away, he got up and began walking up and down the room, clasping his hands. What is it? What's the matter? I said. He whipped round and looked at me as I sat there huddled on the floor. You thought I loved Rebecca? He said. You thought I killed her, loving her? I hated her, I tell you. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other, never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She was not even normal. I sat on the floor, clasping my knees, staring at him. She was clever, of course, he said. Damnably clever. No one would guess meeting her that she was not the kindest, most generous, most gifted person in the world. She knew exactly what to say to different people, how to match her mood to theirs. Had she met you, she would have walked off into the garden with you, arm in arm, calling to Jasper, chatting about flowers, music, painting, whatever she knew to be your particular hobby, and you would have been taken in, like the rest. You would have sat at her feet and worshipped her. Up and down he walked, up and down across the library floor. When I married her I was told I was the luckiest man in the world, he said. She was so lovely, so accomplished, so amusing. Even Gran, the most difficult person to please in those days, adored her from the first. She's got the 3 things that matter in a wife, she told me: breeding, brains, and beauty. And I believed her, or forced myself to believe her. But all the time I had a seed of doubt at the back of my mind. There was something about her eyes. The jigsaw pieces came together piece by piece. The real Rebecca took shape and form before me, stepping from her shadow world like a living figure from a picture frame. Rebecca slashing at her horse. Rebecca seizing life with her 2 hands. Rebecca, triumphant, leaning down from the minstrel's gallery with a smile on her lips. Once more I saw myself standing on the beach beside poor startled Ben. You're kind, he said, not like the other one. You won't put me to the asylum, will you? There was someone who walked through the woods by night, someone tall and slim. She gave you the feeling of a snake. Maxim was talking though. Maxim was walking up and down the library floor. I found her out at once, he was saying, 5 days after we were married. You remember that time I drove you in the car, to the hills above Monte Carlo? I wanted to stand there again, to remember. She sat there, laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind. She told me about herself, told me things I shall never repeat to a living soul. I knew then what I had done, what I had married. Beauty, brains, and breeding. Oh, my God. He broke off abruptly. He went and stood by the window, looking out upon the lawns. He began to laugh. He stood there laughing. I could not bear it, it made me frightened, ill. I could not stand it. Maxim, I cried. Maxim. He lit a cigarette and stood there smoking, not saying anything. Then he turned away again, and paced up and down the room once more. I nearly killed her then, he said. It would have been so easy. One false step, one slip. You remember the precipice. I frightened you, didn't I? You thought I was mad. Perhaps I was. Perhaps I am. It doesn't make for sanity, does it, living with the devil? I sat there watching him, up and down, up and down. She made a bargain with me up there, on the side of the precipice, he said. I'll run your house for you, she told me. I'll look after your precious Manderley for you. Make it the most famous showplace in all the country, if you like. And people will visit us, and envy us. And talk about us. They'll say we are the luckiest, happiest, handsomest couple in all England. What a leg pull, Max, she said. What a goddamn triumph. She sat there on the hillside, laughing, tearing a flower to bits in her hands. Maxim threw his cigarette away, a quarter smoked, into the empty grate. I did not kill her, he said. I watched her, I said nothing, I let her laugh. We got into the car together and drove away. And she knew I would do as she suggested. Come here to Manderley, throw the place open, entertain, have our marriage spoken of as the success of the century. She Knew I would sacrifice pride, honor, personal feelings, every damned quality on earth, rather than stand before our little world after a week of marriage and have them know the things about her that she had told me then. She knew I would never stand in a divorce court and give her away, have fingers pointing at us, mud flung at us in the newspapers, all the people who belong down here whispering. When my name was mentioned, all the trippers from Kerith trooping to the lodge gates, peering into the grounds and saying, "That's where he lives, in there. That's Manderley. That's the place that belongs to the chap who had that divorce case we read about." Do you remember what the judge said about his wife? He came and stood before me. He held out his hands. "You despise me, don't you?" he said. "You can't understand my shame, and loathing and disgust?" I did not say anything. I held his hands against my heart. I did not care about his shame. None of the things that he had told me mattered to me at all. I clung to one thing only, and repeated it to myself, over and over again. Maxim did not love Rebecca. He had never loved her, never, never. They had never known one moment's happiness together. Maxim was talking and I listened to him, but his words meant nothing to me. I did not really care. "I thought about Manderley too much," he said. "I put Manderley first, before anything else. And it does not prosper, that sort of love. They don't preach about it in the churches. Christ said nothing about stones, and bricks, and walls, the love that a man can bear for his plot of earth, his soil, his little kingdom. It does not come into the Christian creed." "My darling," I said, "my Maxim, my love." I laid his hands against my face, I put my lips against them. "Do you understand?" he said. Do you?" "Yes," I said, "my sweet, my love." But I looked away from him so he should not see my face. What did it matter whether I understood him or not? My heart was light like a feather floating in the air. He had never loved Rebecca. "I don't want to look back on those years," he said slowly. "I don't want even to tell you about them. The shame and the degradation. The lie we lived, she and I. The shabby, sordid farce we played together. Before friends, before relations, even before the servants, before faithful, trusting creatures like old Frith. They all believed in her down here, they all admired her. They never knew how she laughed at them behind their backs, jeered at them, mimicked them. I can remember days when the place was full for some show or other, a garden party, a pageant, and she walked about with a smile like an angel on her face, her arm through mine, giving prizes afterwards to a little troop of children, and then the day afterwards she would be up at dawn driving to London, streaking to that flat of hers by the river like an animal to its hole in the ditch, coming back here at the end of the week, after 5 unspeakable days. Oh, I kept to my side of the bargain all right. I never gave her away. Her blasted taste made Manderley the thing it is today. The gardens, the shrubs, even the azaleas in the Happy Valley. Do you think they existed when my father was alive? God, the place was a wilderness. Lovely, yes, wild and lonely with a beauty of its own, yes, but crying out for skill and care and the money that he would never give to it, that I would not have thought of giving to it, but for Rebecca. Half the stuff you see here in the rooms was never here originally. The drawing room as it is today, the morning room, that's all. Rebecca. Those chairs that Frith points out so proudly to the visitors on the public day, and that panel of tapestry, Rebecca again. Oh, some of the things were here admittedly, stored away in back rooms. My father knew nothing about furniture or pictures, but the majority was bought by Rebecca. The beauty of Manderley that you see today, the Manderley that people talk about and photograph and paint, it's all due to her, to Rebecca. I did not say anything. I held him close. I wanted him to go on talking like this, that his bitterness might loosen and come away, carrying with it all the pent-up hatred and disgust and muck of the lost years. And so we lived, he said, month after month, year after year. I accepted everything, because of Manderley. What she did in London did not touch me, because it did not hurt Manderley. And she was careful those first years. There was never a murmur about her, never a whisper. Then little by little she began to grow careless. You know how a man starts drinking? He goes easy at first, just a little at a time, a bad bout perhaps every 5 months or so. And then the period between grows less and less. Soon it's every month, every fortnight, every few days. There's no margin of safety left and all his secret cunning goes. It was like that with Rebecca. She began to ask her friends down here. She would have 1 or 2 of them, and mix them up at a weekend party so that at first I was not quite sure, not quite certain. She would have picnics down at her cottage in the Cove. I came back once, having been away shooting in Scotland, and found her there, with half a dozen of them, people I had never seen before. I warned her, and she shrugged her shoulders. What the hell's it got to do with you? She said. I told her. She could see her friends in London, but Manderley was mine. She must stick to that part of the bargain. She smiled, she did not say anything. Then she started on Frank, poor shy faithful Frank. He came to me one day and said he wanted to leave Manderley and take another job. We argued for 2 hours, here in the library, and then I understood. He broke down and told me. She never left him alone. He said, she was always going down to his house, trying to get him to the cottage. Dear, wretched Frank, who had not understood, who had always thought we were the normal happy married couple we pretended to be. I accused Rebecca of this, and she flared up at once, cursing me, using every filthy word in her particular vocabulary. We had a sickening, loathsome scene. She went up to London after that and stayed there for a month. When she came back again she was quiet at first. I thought she had learned her lesson. Bea and Giles came for a weekend, and I realized then what I had sometimes suspected before, that Bea did not like Rebecca. I believe, in her funny abrupt, downright way she saw through her, guessed something was wrong. It was a tricky, nervy sort of weekend. Giles went out sailing with Rebecca, Bea and I lazed on the lawn. And when they came back I could tell by Giles's rather hearty jovial manner and by a look in Rebecca's eye that she had started on him, as she had done on Frank. I saw Bea watching Giles at dinner, who laughed louder than usual, talked a little too much. And all the while Rebecca sitting there at the head of the table, looking like an angel. They were all fitting into place, the jigsaw pieces. The odd strange shapes that I had tried to piece together with my fumbling fingers and they had never fitted. Frank's odd manner when I spoke about Rebecca, Beatrice, and her rather diffident negative attitude. The silence that I had always taken for sympathy and regret was a silence born of shame and embarrassment. It seemed incredible to me now that I had never understood. I wondered how many people there were in the world who suffered, and continued to suffer, because they could not break out from their own web of shyness and reserve, and in their blindness and folly build up a great distorted wall in front of them that hid the truth. This was what I had done. I had built up false pictures in my mind and sat before them. I had never had the courage to demand the truth. Had I made one step forward out of my own shyness, Maxim would have told me these things 4 months, 5 months ago. That was the last weekend Bea and Giles ever spent at Manderley, said Maxim. I never asked them alone again. They came officially, to garden parties, and dances. Bea never said a word to me or I to her. But I think she guessed my life, I think she knew. Even as Frank did. Rebecca grew cunning again. Her behavior was faultless, outwardly. But if I happened to be away when she was here at Manderley I could never be certain what might happen. There had been Frank and Giles. She might get hold of one of the workmen on the estate, someone from Carith, anyone. And then the bomb would have to fall. The gossip, the publicity I dreaded. It seemed to me I stood again by the cottage in the woods, and I heard the drip-drip of the rain upon the roof. I saw the dust on the model ships, the rat holes on the divan. I saw Ben with his poor staring idiot's eyes. Single quote. You'll not put me to the asylum, will you? And I thought of the dark steep path through the woods, and how, if a woman stood there behind the trees, her evening dress would rustle in the thin night breeze. She had a cousin, said Maxim slowly, a fellow who had been abroad, and was living in England again. He took to coming here, if ever I was away. Frank used to see him. A fellow called Jack Favell. I know him, I said. He came here the day you went to London. You saw him too? Said Maxim. Why didn't you tell me? I heard it from. I did not like to, I said. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca. Remind me? Whispered Maxim. Oh, God, as if I needed reminding. He stared in front of him, breaking off from his story, and I wondered if he was thinking, as I was, of that flooded cabin beneath the waters in the bay. She used to have this fellow Favell down to the cottage, said Maxim. She would tell the servants she was going to sail, and would not be back before the morning. Then she would spend the night down there with him. Once again I warned her. I said if I found him here, anywhere on the estate, I'd shoot him. He had a black, filthy record. The very thought of him walking about the woods in Manderley, in places like the Happy Valley, made me mad. I told her I would not stand for it. She shrugged her shoulders. She forgot to blaspheme. And I noticed she was looking paler than usual, nervy, rather haggard. I wondered then what the hell would happen to her when she began to look old, feel old. Things drifted on. Nothing very much happened. Then one day she went up to London, and came back again the same day, which she did not do as a rule. I did not expect her. I dined that night with Frank at his house. We had a lot of work on at the time. He was speaking now in short, jerky sentences. I had his hands very tightly between my two hands. I came back after dinner, about 10:30, and I saw her scarf and gloves lying on a chair in the hall. I wondered what the devil she had come back for. I went into the morning room, but she was not there. I guessed she had gone off there then, down to the cove. And I knew then, I could not stand this life of lies and filth and deceit any longer. The thing had got to be settled, one way or the other. I thought I'd take a gun and frighten the fellow, frighten them both. I went down right away to the cottage. The servants never knew I had come back to the house at all. I slipped out into the garden and through the woods. I saw the light in the cottage window, and I went straight in. To my surprise, Rebecca was alone. She was lying on the divan with an ashtray full of cigarette stubs beside her. She looked ill, queer. I began at once about Favell, and she listened to me without a word. We've lived this life of degradation long enough, you and I said. This is the end, do you understand? What you do in London does not concern me. You can live with Favell there, or with anyone you like. But not here. Not at Manderley. She said nothing for a moment. She stared at me, and then she smiled. Suppose it suits me better to live here, what then? She said. You know the conditions, I said. I've kept my part of our dirty, damnable bargain, haven't I? But you've cheated. You think you can treat my house and my home like your own sink in London. I've stood enough, but my God, Rebecca, this is your last chance. I remember she squashed out her cigarette in the tub by the divan, and then she got up, and stretched herself, her arms above her head. You're right, Max, she said. It's time I turned over a new leaf. She looked very pale, very thin. She began walking up and down the room, her hands in the pockets of her trousers. She looked like a boy in her sailing kit, a boy with a face like a Botticelli angel. Have you ever thought, she said, how damned hard it would be for you to make a case against me? In a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me, do you realize that you've never had one shred of proof against me, from the very first? All your friends, even the servants, believe our marriage to be a success. What about Frank? I said. What about Beatrice? She threw back her head and laughed. What sort of a story could Frank tell against mine? She said. Don't you know me well enough for that? As for Beatrice, wouldn't it be the easiest thing in the world for her to stand in a witness box as the ordinary jealous woman whose husband once lost his head and made a fool of himself? Oh, no, Max, you'd have a hell of a time trying to prove anything against me. She stood watching me, rocking on her heels, her hands in her pockets and a smile on her face. Do you realize that I could get Danny, as my personal maid, to swear anything I asked her to swear, in a court of law? And that the rest of the servants, in blind ignorance, would follow her example and swear too? They think we live together at Manderley as husband and wife, don't they? And so does everyone, your friends, all our little world. Well, how are you going to prove that we don't? She sat down on the edge of the table, swinging her legs, watching me. Haven't we acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well? She said. I remember watching that foot of hers in its striped sandal swinging backwards and forwards, and my eyes and brain began to burn in a strange quick way. We could make you look very foolish, Danny and I, she said softly. We could make you look so foolish that no one would believe you, Max. Nobody at all. Still that foot of hers, swinging to and fro, that damned foot in its blue and white striped sandal. Suddenly she slipped off the table and stood in front of me, smiling still, her hands in her pockets. If I had a child, Max, she said, neither you, nor anyone in the world, would ever prove that it was not yours. It would grow up here in Manderley, bearing your name. There would be nothing you could do. And when you died, Manderley would be his. You could not prevent it. The property's entail. You would like an heir, wouldn't you, for your beloved Manderley? You would enjoy it, wouldn't you? Seeing my son lying in his pram under the chestnut tree, playing leapfrog on the lawn, catching butterflies in the happy valley? It would give you the biggest thrill of your life, wouldn't it, Max, to watch my son grow bigger day by day, and to know that when you died, all this would be his? She waited a minute, rocking on her heels, and then she lit a cigarette and went and stood by the window. She began to laugh. She went on laughing. I thought she would never stop. God, how funny, she said, how supremely, wonderfully funny. Well, you heard me say I was going to turn over a new leaf, didn't you? Now you know the reason. They'll be happy, won't they, all these smug locals, all your blasted tenants? It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter. They will say, I'll be the perfect mother, Max, like I've been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess, none of them will ever know. She turned round and faced me, smiling, one hand in her pocket, the other holding her cigarette. When I killed her she was smiling still. I fired at her heart. The bullet passed right through. She did not fall at once. She stood there, looking at me. That slow smile on her face, her eyes wide open. Maxim's voice had sunk low, so low that it was like a whisper. The hand that I held between my own was cold. I did not look at him. I watched Jasper's sleeping body on the carpet beside me, the little thump of his tail, now and then, upon the floor. I'd forgotten, said Maxim, and his voice was slow now, tired, without expression, that when you shot a person there was so much blood. There was a hole there on the carpet beneath Jasper's tail. The burnt hole from a cigarette. I wondered how long it had been there. Some people said ash was good for the carpets. I had to get water from the cove, said Maxim. I had to keep going backwards and forwards to the cove for water. Even by the fireplace, where she had not been, there was a stain. It was all round where she lay on the floor. It began to blow too. There was no catch on the window. The window kept banging backwards and forwards, while I knelt there on the floor with that dishcloth, and the bucket beside me. And the rain on the roof, I thought, he does not remember the rain on the roof. It pattered thin and light and very fast. I carried her out to the boat. He said, it must have been 11:30 by then, nearly 12. It was quite dark. There was no moon. The wind was squally, from the west. I carried her down to the cabin and left her there. Then, I had to get underway, with the dinghy astern, and beat out of the little harbor against the tide. The wind was with me, but it came in puffs, and I was in the lee there, under cover of the headland. I remember I got the mainsail jammed halfway up the mast. I had not done it, you see, for a long time. I never went out with Rebecca. And I thought of the tide, how swift it ran and strong. Into the little cove. The wind blew down from the headland like a funnel. I got the boat out into the bay. I got her out there, beyond the beacon, and I tried to go about, to clear the ridge of rocks. The little jib fluttered. I could not sheet it in. A puff of wind came and the sheet tore out of my hands, went twisting round the mast. The sail thundered and shook. It cracked like a whip above my head. I could not remember what one had to do. I could not remember. I tried to reach that sheet and it blew above me in the air. Another blast of wind came straight ahead. We began to drift sideways, closer to the ridge. It was dark. So damn dark I couldn't see anything on the black, slippery deck. Somehow I blundered down into the cabin. I had a spike with me. If I didn't do it now it would be too late. We were getting so near to the ridge, and in 6 or 7 minutes, drifting like this, we should be out of deep water. I opened the seacocks. The water began to come in. I drove the spike into the bottom boards. One of the planks split right across. I took the spike out and began to drive in another plank. The water came up over my feet. I left Rebecca lying on the floor. I fastened both the scuttles. I bolted the door. When I came up on deck I saw we were within 20 yards of the ridge. I threw some of the loose stuff on the deck into the water. There was a life buoy, a pair of sweeps, a coil of rope. I climbed into the dinghy. I pulled away, and lay back on the paddles, and watched. The boat was drifting still. She was sinking too. Sinking by the head. The jib was still shaking and cracking like a whip. I thought someone must hear it. Someone walking the cliffs late at night. Some fisherman from Carith away beyond me in the bay, whose boat I could not see. The boat was smaller, like a black shadow on the water. The mast began to shiver, began to crack. Suddenly she heeled right over, and as she went the mast broke in two, split right down the center. The life buoy and the sweeps floated away from me. On the water. The boat was not there anymore. I remember staring at the place where she had been. Then I pulled back to the cove. It started raining. Maxim waited. He stared in front of him still. Then he looked at me, sitting beside him on the floor. "That's all," he said, "there's no more to tell." I left the dinghy on the buoy, as she would have done. I went back and looked at the cottage. The floor was wet with the salt water. She might have done it herself. I walked up the path through the woods. I went into the house. Up the stairs to the dressing room. I remember undressing. It began to blow and rain very hard. I was sitting there, on the bed, when Mrs. Danvers knocked on the door. I went and opened it, in my dressing gown, and spoke to her. She was worried about Rebecca. I told her to go back to bed. I shut the door again. I went back and sat by the window in my dressing gown, watching the rain, listening to the sea as it broke there, in the cove. We sat there, together without saying anything. I went on holding his cold hands. I wondered why Robert did not come to clear the tea. She sank too close in, said Maxim. I meant to take her right out in the bay. They would never have found her there. She was too close in. It was the ship, I said. It would not have happened but for the ship. No one would have known. She was too close in, said Maxim. We were silent again. I began to feel very tired. I knew it would happen one day, said Maxim, even when I went up to Edgecombe and identified that body as hers. I knew it meant nothing at all. It was only a question of waiting, of marking time. Rebecca would win in the end. Finding you has not made any difference, has it? Loving you does not alter things at all. Rebecca knew she would win in the end. I saw her smile when she died. Rebecca is dead, I said. That's what we've got to remember. Rebecca is dead. She can't speak, she can't bear witness. She can't harm you any more. There's her body, he said. The diver has seen it. It's lying there, on the cabin floor. We've got to explain it, I said. We've got to think out a way to explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you don't know. Someone you've never seen before. Her things will be there still, he said. The rings on her fingers. Even if her clothes have rotted in the water, there will be something there to tell them. It's not like a body lost at sea, battered against rocks. The cabin is untouched. She must be lying there on the floor as I left her. The boat has been there, all these months. No one has moved anything. There is the boat, lying on the seabed where she sank. A body rots in water, doesn't it? I whispered. Even if it's lying there, undisturbed, the water rots it. Doesn't it? I don't know, he said. I don't know. How will you find out? How will you know? I said. The diver is going down again at 5:30 tomorrow morning, said Maxim. Searle has made all the arrangements. They are going to try to raise the boat. No one will be about. I'm going with them. He's sending his boat to pick me up in the cove. 5:30 tomorrow morning. And then, I said, if they get it up, what then? Searle's going to have his big lighter anchored there, just out in the deep water. If the boat's wood has not rotted, if it still holds together, his crane will be able to lift it onto the lighter. They'll go back to Kerrith then. Searle says he will moor the lighter at the head of that disused creek halfway up Kerrith Harbor. It drives out very easily. It's mud there at low water and the trippers can't row up there. We shall have the place to ourselves. He says we'll have to let the water drain out of the boat, leaving the cabin bare. He's going to get hold of a doctor. What will he do? I said. What will the doctor do? I don't know, he said. If they find out it's Rebecca, you must say the other body was a mistake, I said. You must say that the body in the crypt was a mistake, a ghastly mistake. You must say that when you went to Edgecombe you were ill, you did not know what you were doing. You were not sure, even then. You could not tell. It was a mistake, just a mistake. You will say that, won't you? Yes, he said. Yes. They can't prove anything against you, I said. Nobody saw you that night. You had gone to bed. They can't prove anything. No one knows but you and I, no one at all. Not even Frank. We are the only two people in the world to know, Maxim. You and I. Yes, he said. Yes. They will think the boat capsized and sank when she was in the cabin, I said. They will think she went below for a rope, for something. And while she was there the wind came from the headland, and the boat heeled over, and Rebecca was trapped. They'll think that, won't they? I don't know, he said. I don't know. Suddenly the telephone began ringing in the little room behind the library. Chapter 21. Maxim went into the little room and shut the door. Robert came in a few minutes afterwards to clear away the tea. I stood up, my back turned to him so that he should not see my face. I wondered when they would begin to know, on the estate, in the servants' hall, in Kerrith itself. I wondered how long it took for news to trickle through. I could hear the murmur of Maxim's voice in the little room beyond. I had a sick expectant feeling at the pit of my stomach. The sound of the telephone ringing seemed to have woken every nerve in my body. I had sat there on the floor beside Maxim in a sort of dream, his hand in mine, my face against his shoulder. I had listened to his story, and part of me went with him like a shadow in his tracks. I too had killed Rebecca, I too had sunk the boat there in the bay. I had listened beside him to the wind and water. I had waited for Mrs. Danvers knocking on the door. All this I had suffered with him, all this and more beside. But the rest of me sat there on the carpet, unmoved and detached, thinking and caring for one thing only, repeating a phrase over and over again: he did not love Rebecca, he did not love Rebecca. Now, at the ringing of the telephone, these two selves merged and became one again. I was the self that I had always been, I was not changed. But something new had come upon me that had not been before. My heart, for all its anxiety and doubt, was light and free. I knew then that I was no longer afraid of Rebecca. I did not hate her anymore. Now that I knew her to have been evil and vicious and rotten, I did not hate her anymore. She could not hurt me. I could go to the morning room and sit down at her desk and touch her pen and look at her writing on the pigeonholes, and I should not mind. I could go to her room in the west wing, stand by the window even as I had done this morning, and I should not be afraid. Rebecca's power had dissolved into the air, like the mist had done. She would never haunt me again. She would never stand behind me on the stairs, sit beside me in the dining room, lean down from the gallery and watch me standing in the hall. Maxim had never loved her. I did not hate her anymore. Her body had come back, her boat had been found with its queer prophetic name, Je Reviens, but I was free of her forever. I was free now to be with Maxim, to touch him, and hold him, and love him. I would never be a child again. It would not be I any longer. It would be we, it would be us. We would be together. We would face this trouble together, he and I, Captain Searle, and the diver, and Frank, and Mrs. Danvers, and Beatrice, and the men and women of Carith reading their newspapers, could not break us now. Our happiness had not come too late. I was not young anymore. I was not shy. I was not afraid. I would fight for Maxim. I would lie and perjure and swear. I would blaspheme and pray. Rebecca had not won. Rebecca had lost. Robert had taken away the tea and Maxim came back into the room. It was Colonel Julian, he said. He's just been talking to Searle. He's coming out with us to the boat tomorrow. Searle has told him. Why, Colonel Julian, why? I said. He's the magistrate for Carith. He has to be present. What did he say? He asked me if I had any idea whose body it could be. What did you say? I said I did not know. I said we believed Rebecca to be alone. I said I did not know of any friend. Did he say anything after that? Yes. What did he say? He asked me if I thought it possible that I made a mistake when I went up to Edgecombe. He said that? He said that. Already? Yes. And you? I said it might be possible. I did not know. He'll be with you then tomorrow when you look at the boat? He, and Captain Searle, and a doctor. Inspector Welch too. Single quote. Inspector Welch? Yes. Why? Why Inspector Welch? It's the custom, when a body has been found. I did not say anything. We stared at one another. I felt the little pain come again at the pit of my stomach. They may not be able to raise the boat, I said. No, he said. They couldn't do anything then about the body, could they? I said. I don't know, he said. He glanced out of the window. The sky was white and overcast as it had been when I came away from the cliffs. There was no wind though. It was still and quiet. I thought it might blow from the southwest about an hour ago, but the wind has died away again, he said. Yes, I said. It will be a flat calm tomorrow for the diver, he said. The telephone began ringing again from the little room. There was something sickening about the shrill urgent summons of the bell. Maxim and I looked at one another. Then he went into the room to answer it, shutting the door behind him as he had done before. The queer nagging pain had not left me yet. It returned again in greater force with the ringing of the bell. The feel of it took me back across the years to my childhood. This was the pain I had known when I was very small and the maroons had sounded in the streets of London, and I had sat, shivering, not understanding, under a little cupboard beneath the stairs. It was the same feeling, the same pain. Maxim came back into the library. "It's begun," he said slowly. "What do you mean? What's happened?" I said, grown suddenly cold. "It was a reporter," he said, "the fellow from the County Chronicle." "Was it true," he said, "that the boat belonging to the late Mrs. de Winter had been found?" "What did you say?" I said. "Yes, a boat had been found, but that was all we know. It might not be her boat at all." "Was that all he said?" "No. He asked if I could confirm the rumor that a body had been found in the cabin." "No. Yes. Someone must have been talking." "Not Searle, I know that. The diver, one of his friends." "You can't stop these people. The whole story will be all over Kerrith by breakfast time tomorrow." "What did you say about the body?" I said I did not know. I had no statement to make, and I should be obliged if he did not ring me up again. "You will irritate them. You will have them against you." "I can't help that. I don't make statements to newspapers. I won't have those fellows ringing up and asking questions. We might want them on our side," I said. "If it comes to fighting, I'll fight alone," he said. "I don't want a newspaper behind me." "The reporter will ring up someone else," I said. "He will get on to Colonel Julian or Captain Searle. He won't get much change out of them," said Maxim. "If only we could do something," I said. "All these hours ahead of us, and we sit here, idle, waiting for tomorrow morning." "There's nothing we can do," said Maxim. We went on sitting in the library. Maxim picked up a book, but I know he did not read. Now and again I saw him lift his head and listen, as though he heard the telephone again. But it did not ring again. No one disturbed us. We dressed for dinner as usual. It seemed incredible to me that this time last night I had been putting on my white dress, sitting before the mirror at my dressing table, arranging the curled wig. It was like an old forgotten nightmare, something remembered months afterwards with doubt and disbelief. We had dinner. Frith served us, returned from his afternoon. His face was solemn, expressionless. I wondered if he had been in Kerrith, if he had heard anything. After dinner we went back again to the library. We did not talk much. I sat on the floor at Maxim's feet, my head against his knees. He ran his fingers through my hair. Different from his old abstracted way. It was not like stroking Jasper anymore. I felt his fingertips on the scalp of my head. Sometimes he kissed me. Sometimes he said things to me. There were no shadows between us anymore, and when we were silent it was because the silence came to us of our own asking. I wondered how it was I could be so happy when our little world about us was so black. It was a strange sort of happiness, not what I had dreamt about or expected. It was not the sort of happiness I had imagined in the lonely hours. There was nothing feverish or urgent about this. It was a quiet, still happiness. The library windows were open wide, and when we did not talk or touch one another we looked out at the dark dull sky. It must have rained in the night, for when I woke the next morning, just after 7, and got up and looked out of the window, I saw the roses in the garden below were folded and drooping, and the grass banks leading to the woods were wet and silver. There was a little smell in the air of mist and damp, the smell that comes with the first fall of the leaf. I wondered if autumn would come upon us 2 months before her time. Maxim had not woken me when he got up at 5. He must have crept from his bed and gone through the bathroom to his dressing room without a sound. He would be down there now, in the bay, with Colonel Julian, and Captain Searle, and the men from the lighter. The lighter would be there, the crane and the chain, and Rebecca's boat coming to the surface. I thought about it calmly, coolly, without feeling. I pictured them all down there in the bay, and the little dark hull of the boat rising slowly to the surface, sodden, dripping, the grass-green seaweed and shells clinging to her sides. When they lifted her onto the lighter, the water would stream from her sides, back into the sea again. The wood of the little boat would look soft and gray, pulpy in places. She would smell of mud and rust, and that dark weed that grows deep beneath the sea beside rocks that are never uncovered. Perhaps the name board still hung upon her stern. Je reviens. The lettering green and faded. The nails rusted through. And Rebecca herself was there, lying on the cabin floor. I got up and had my bath and dressed, and went down to breakfast at 9 o'clock as usual. There were a lot of letters on my plate. Letters from people thanking us for the dance. I skimmed through them. I did not read them all. Frith wanted to know whether to keep the breakfast hot for Maxim. I told him I did not know when he would be back. He had to go out very early, I said. Frith did not say anything. He looked very solemn, very grave. I wondered again if he knew. After breakfast I took my letters along to the morning room. The room smelled fusty, the windows had not been opened. I flung them wide, letting in the cool fresh air. The flowers on the mantelpiece were drooping, many of them dead. The petals lay on the floor. I rang the bell, and Maud, the under housemaid, came into the room. This room has not been touched this morning, I said, even the windows were shut. And the flowers are dead. Will you please take them away? She looked nervous and apologetic. I'm very sorry, madam, she said. She went to the mantelpiece and took the vases. Don't let it happen again, I said. No, madam, she said. She went out of the room, taking the flowers with her. I had not thought it would be so easy to be severe. I wondered why it had seemed hard for me before. The menu for the day lay on the writing desk. Cold salmon and mayonnaise, cutlets in aspic, galantine of chicken soufflé. I recognized them all from the buffet supper of the night of the ball. We were evidently still living on the remains. This must be the cold lunch that was put out in the dining room yesterday, and I had not eaten. The staff were taking things easily, it seemed. I put a pencil through the list and rang for Robert. Tell Mrs. Danvers to order something hot, I said. If there's still a lot of cold stuff to finish, we don't want it in the dining room. Very good, madam, he said. I followed him out of the room and went to the little flower room for my scissors. Then I went into the rose garden and cut some young buds. The chill had worn away from the air. It was going to be as hot and airless as yesterday had been. I wondered if they were still down in the bay or whether they had gone back to the creek in Carith Harbor. Presently I should hear. Presently Maxim would come back and tell me. Whatever happened, I must be calm and quiet. Whatever happened, I must not be afraid. I cut my roses and took them back into the morning room. The carpet had been dusted, and the fallen petals removed. I began to arrange the flowers in the vases that Robert had filled with water. When I had nearly finished, there was a knock on the door. Come in, I said. It was Mrs. Danvers. She had the menu list in her hand. She looked pale and tired. There were great rings round her eyes. Good morning, Mrs. Danvers, I said. I don't understand, she began, why you sent the menu out and the message by Robert. Why did you do it? I looked across at her, a rose in my hand. Those cutlets and that salmon were sent in yesterday, I said. I saw them on the sideboard. I should prefer something hot today. If they won't eat the cold in the kitchen, you had better throw the stuff away. So much waste goes on in this house anyway that a little more won't make any difference. She stared at me. She did not say anything. I put the rose in the vase with the others. Don't tell me you can't think of anything to give us, Mrs. Danvers, I said. You must have menus for all occasions in your room. I'm not used to having messages sent to me by Robert, she said. If Mrs. De Winter wanted anything changed, she would ring me personally on the house telephone. I'm afraid it does not concern me very much what Mrs. De Winter used to do, I said. I am Mrs. De Winter now, you know, and if I choose to send a message by Robert I shall do so. Just then Robert came into the room. The County Chronicle on the telephone, madam, he said. Tell the County Chronicle I'm not at home, I said. Yes, madam, he said. He went out of the room. Well, Mrs. Danvers, is there anything else? I said. She went on staring at me. Still she did not say anything. If you have nothing else to say, you had better go and tell the cook about the hot lunch, I said. I'm rather busy. Why did the County Chronicle want to speak to you? She said. I haven't the slightest idea, Mrs. Danvers, I said. Is it true, she said slowly, the story Frith brought back with him from Carith last night, that Mrs. De Winter's boat has been found? Is there such a story? I said. I'm afraid I don't know anything about it. Captain Searle, the Carith harbor master, called here yesterday, didn't he? She said. Robert told me. Robert showed him in. Frith says the story in Carith is that the diver who went down about the ship there in the bay found Mrs. De Winter's boat. Perhaps so, I said. You had better wait until Mr. De Winter himself comes in and ask him about it. Why was Mr. De Winter up so early? She asked. That was Mr. De Winter's business, I said. She went on staring at me. Frith said the story goes that there was a body in the cabin of the little boat, she said. Why should there be a body there? Mrs. De Winter always sailed alone. It's no use asking me, Mrs. Danvers, I said. I don't know any more than you do. Don't you? She said slowly. She kept on looking at me. I turned away. I put the vase back on the table by the window. I will give the orders about the lunch, she said. She waited a moment. I did not say anything. Then she went out of the room. She can't frighten me anymore, I thought. She has lost her power with Rebecca. Whatever she said or did now, it could not matter to me or hurt me. I knew she was my enemy and I did not mind. But if she should learn the truth about the body in the boat and become Maxim's enemy too, what then? I sat down in the chair. I put the scissors on die table. I did not feel like doing any more roses. I kept wondering what Maxim was doing. I wondered why the reporter from the County Chronicle had run us up again. The old sick feeling came back inside me. I went and leant out of the window. It was very hot. There was thunder in the air. The gardeners began to mow the grass again. I could see one of the men with his machine walk backwards and forwards on the top of the bank. I could not go on sitting in the morning room. I left my scissors and my roses and went out onto the terrace. I began to walk up and down. Jasper padded after me, wondering why I did not take him for a walk. I went on, walking up and down the terrace. About 11:30 Frith came out to me from the hall. Mr. De Winter on the telephone, madam, he said. I went through the library to the little room beyond. My hands were shaking as I lifted the receiver. Is that you? He said. It's Maxim. I'm speaking from the office. I'm with Frank. Yes? I said. There was a pause. I shall be bringing Frank in. Colonel Julian back to lunch at 1 o'clock, he said. Yes, I said. I waited for him to go on. They were able to raise the boat, he said. I've just got back from the creek. Yes, I said. Searle was there, and Colonel Julian, and Frank, and the others, he said. I wondered if Frank was standing beside him at the telephone, and if that was the reason he was so cool, so distant. Right then, he said, expect us about 1 o'clock. I put back the receiver. He had not told me anything. I still did not know what had happened. I went back again to the terrace, telling Frith first that we should be 4 to lunch instead of 2. An hour dragged past, slow, interminable. I went upstairs and changed into a thinner frock. I came down again. I went and sat in the drawing room and waited. At 5 minutes to 1 I heard the sound of a car in the drive, and then voices in the hall. I patted my hair in front of the looking glass. My face was very white. I pinched some color into my cheeks and stood up waiting for them to come into the room. Maxim came in, and Frank, and Colonel Julian. I remembered seeing Colonel Julian at the ball dressed as Cromwell. He looked shrunken now, different, a smaller man altogether. "How do you do?" he said. He spoke quietly, gravely, like a doctor. "Ask Frith to bring the sherry," said Maxim. "I'm going to wash." "I'll have a wash too," said Frank. Before I rang the bell, Frith appeared with the sherry. Colonel Julian did not have any. I took some to give me something to hold. Colonel Julian came and stood beside me by the window. "This is a most distressing thing, Mrs. de Winter," he said gently. "I do feel for you and your husband most acutely." "Thank you," I said. I began to sip my sherry. Then I put the glass back again on the table. I was afraid he would notice that my hand was shaking. "What makes it so difficult was the fact of your husband identifying that first body, over a year ago," he said. "I don't quite understand," I said. "You did not hear, then, what we found this morning?" he said. "I knew there was a body." "The diver found a body," I said. "Yes," he said. And then, half glancing over his shoulder towards the hall, "I'm afraid it was her, without a doubt," he said, lowering his voice. "I can't go into details with you, but the evidence was sufficient for your husband and Dr. Phillips to identify." He stopped suddenly, and moved away from me. Maxim and Frank had come back into the room. "Lunch is ready. Shall we go in?" said Maxim. I led the way into the hall, my heart like a stone, heavy, numb. Colonel Julian sat on my right, Frank on my left. I did not look at Maxim. Frith and Robert began to hand the first course. We all talked about the weather. I see in the Times they had it well over 80 in London yesterday, said Colonel Julian. "Really?" I said. "Yes. Must be frightful for the poor devils who can't get away." "Yes, frightful," I said. "Paris can be hotter than London," said Frank. I remember staying a weekend in Paris in the middle of August, and it was quite impossible to sleep. There was not a breath of air in the whole city. The temperature was over 90. "Of course the French always sleep with their windows shut, don't they?" said Colonel Julian. "I don't know," said Frank. "I was staying in a hotel. The people were mostly Americans. You know France, of course." "Mrs. de Winter?" said Colonel Julian. "Not so very well," I said. "Oh, I had the idea you had lived many years out there." "No," I said. "She was staying in Monte Carlo when I met her," said Maxim. "You don't call that France, do you?" "No, I suppose not," said Colonel Julian. "It must be very cosmopolitan." "The coast is pretty though, isn't it?" "Very pretty," I said. "Not so rugged as this." "Eh? Still, I know which I'd rather have. Give me England every time, when it comes to settling down. You know where you are over here." "I dare say the French feel that about France," said Maxim. "Oh, no doubt," said Colonel Julian. We went on eating a while in silence. Frith stood behind my chair. We were all thinking of one thing, but because of Frith we had to keep up our little performance. I suppose Frith was thinking about it too, and I thought how much easier it would be if we cast aside convention and let him join in with us, if he had anything to say. Robert came with the drinks. Our plates were changed. The second course was handed. Mrs. Danvers had not forgotten my wish for hot food. I took something out of a casserole covered in mushroom sauce. I think everyone enjoyed your wonderful party the other night, said Colonel Julian. I'm so glad, I said. Does an immense amount of good locally, that sort of thing, he said. Yes, I suppose it does, I said. It's a universal instinct of the human species, isn't it? That desire to dress up in some sort of disguise, said Frank. I must be very inhuman, then, said Maxim. It's natural, I suppose, said Colonel Julian, for all of us to wish to look different. We are all children in some ways. I wondered how much pleasure it had given him to disguise himself as Cromwell. I had not seen much of him at the ball. He had spent most of the evening in the morning room, playing bridge. You don't play golf, do you, Mrs. De Winter? Said Colonel Julian. No, I'm afraid I don't, I said. You ought to take it up, he said. My eldest girl is very keen, and she can't find young people to play with her. I gave her a small car for her birthday, and she drives herself over to the North Coast nearly every day. It gives her something to do. How nice, I said. She ought to have been the boy, he said. My lad is different altogether. No earthly use at games. Always writing poetry. I suppose he'll grow out of it. Oh, rather, said Frank. I used to write poetry myself when I was his age. Awful nonsense too. I never write any now. Good heavens, I should hope not, said Maxim. I don't know where my boy gets it from, said Colonel Julian. Certainly not from his mother or from me. There was another long silence. Colonel Julian had a second dip into the casserole. Mrs. Lacey looked very well the other night, he said. Yes, I said. Single quote. Her dress came adrift as usual, said Maxim. Those Eastern garments must be the devil to manage, said Colonel Julian, and yet they say, you know, they are far more comfortable and far cooler than anything you ladies wear in England. Really? I said. Yes, so they say. It seems all that loose drapery throws off the hot rays of the sun. How curious, said Frank. You'd think it would have just the opposite effect. No, apparently not, said Colonel Julian. Do you know the East, sir? Said Frank. I know the Far East, said Colonel Julian. I was in China for 5 years. Then, Singapore. Isn't that where they make the curry? I said. I'm fond of curry, said Frank. Ah, it's not curry at all in England, it's hash, said Colonel Julian. The plates were cleared away. A soufflé was handed, and a bowl of fruit salad. I suppose you are coming to the end of your raspberries, said Colonel Julian. It's been a wonderful summer for them, hasn't it? We've put down pots and pots of jam. I never think raspberry jam is a great success, said Frank. There are always so many pips. You must come and try some of ours, said Colonel Julian. I don't think we have a great lot of pips. We're going to have a mass of apples this year at Manderley, said Frank. I was saying to Maxim a few days ago we ought to have a record season. We shall be able to send a lot up to London. Do you really find it pays? Said Colonel Julian. By the time you've paid your men for the extra labor, and then the packing and carting, do you make any sort of profit worthwhile? Oh, Lord, yes, said Frank. How interesting. I must tell my wife, said Colonel Julian. The soufflé and the fruit salad did not take long to finish. Robert appeared with cheese and biscuits. And a few minutes later Frith came with the coffee and cigarettes. Then they both went out of the room and shut the door. We drank our coffee in silence. I gazed steadily at my plate. I was saying, to your wife before luncheon, De Winter, began Colonel Julian, resuming his first quiet confidential tone, that the awkward part of this whole distressing business is the fact that you identified that original body. Yes, quite, said Maxim. I think the mistake was very natural under the circumstances, said Frank quickly. The authorities wrote to Maxim, asking him to go up to Edgecombe. presupposing before he arrived there that the body was hers. And Maxim was not well at the time. I wanted to go with him, but he insisted on going alone. He was not in a fit state to undertake anything of the sort. That's nonsense, said Maxim. I was perfectly well. Well, it's no use going into all that now, said Colonel Julian. You made that first identification, and now the only thing to do is to admit the error. There seems to be no doubt about it this time. No, said Maxim. I wish you could be spared the formality and the publicity of an inquest, said Colonel Julian. But I'm afraid that's quite impossible. Naturally, said Maxim. I don't think it need take very long, said Colonel Julian. It's just a case of you reaffirming identification, and then getting Tab, who you say converted the boat when your wife brought her from France, just to give his piece of evidence that the boat was seaworthy and in good order when he last had her in his yard. It's just red tape, you know. But it has to be done. No, what bothers me is the wretched publicity of the affair. So sad and unpleasant for you and your wife. That's quite all right, said Maxim. We understand. So unfortunate that wretched ship going ashore there, said Colonel Julian, but for that the whole matter would have rested in peace. Yes, said Maxim. The only consolation is that now we know poor Mrs. de Winter's death must have been swift and sudden, not the dreadful slow lingering affair we all believed it to be. There can have been no question of trying to swim. None, said Maxim. She must have gone down for something, and then the door jammed, and a squall caught the boat without anyone at the helm, said Colonel Julian. A dreadful thing. Yes, said Maxim. That seems to be the solution, don't you think, Crawley? Said Colonel Julian, turning to Frank. Oh, yes, undoubtedly, said Frank. I glanced up, and I saw Frank looking at Maxim. He looked away. Again immediately, but not before I had seen and understood the expression in his eyes. Frank knew, and Maxim did not know that he knew. I went on stirring my coffee. My hand was hot, damp. I suppose sooner or later we all make a mistake in judgment, said Colonel Julian, and then we are for it. Mrs. de Winter must have known how the wind comes down like a funnel in that bay, and that it was not safe to leave the helm of a small boat like that. She must have sailed alone over that spot scores of times. And then the moment came, she took a chance, and the chance killed her. It's a lesson to all of us. Accidents happen so easily, said Frank, even to the most experienced people. Think of the number killed out hunting every season. Oh, I know, but then it's the horse falling generally that lets you down. If Mrs. de Winter had not left the helm of her boat, the accident would never have happened. An extraordinary thing to do. I must have watched her many times in the handicap race on Saturdays from Carrick, and I never saw her make an elementary mistake. It's the sort of thing a novice would do. In that particular place too, just by the ridge. It was very squally that night, said Frank. Something may have happened to the gear. Something may have jammed. And then she slipped down for a knife. Of course. Of course. Well, we shall never know. And I don't suppose we should be any the better for it. If we did. As I said before, I wish I could stop this inquest, but I can't. I'm trying to arrange it for Tuesday morning, and it will be as short as possible. Just a formal matter. But I'm afraid we shan't be able to keep the reporters out of it. There was another silence. I judged the time had come to push back my chair. Shall we go into the garden? I said. We all stood up, and then I led the way to the terrace. Colonel Julian patted Jasper. He's grown into a nice-looking dog, he said. Yes, I said. They make nice pets, he said. Yes, I said. We stood about for a minute. Then he glanced at his watch. Thank you for your most excellent lunch, he said. I have rather a busy afternoon in front of me, and I hope you will excuse me dashing away. Of course, I said. I am so very sorry this should have happened. You have all my sympathy. I consider it's almost harder for you than for your husband. However, once the inquest is over you must both forget all about it. Yes, I said, yes, we must try to. My car is here in the drive. I wonder whether Crawley would like a lift. Crawley? I can drop you at your office if it's any use. Thank you, sir, said Frank. He came and took my hand. I shall be seeing you again, he said. Yes, I said. I did not look at him. I was afraid he would understand my eyes. I did not want him to know that I knew. Maxim walked with them to the car. When they had gone he came back to me on the terrace. He took my arm. We stood looking down at the green lawns towards the sea and the beacon on the headland. It's going to be all right, he said. I'm quite calm, quite confident. You saw how Julian was at lunch, and Frank. There won't be any difficulty. At the inquest, it's going to be all right. I did not say anything. I held his arm tightly. There was never any question of the body being someone unknown, he said. What we saw was enough for Dr. Phillips even to make the identification alone without me. It was straightforward, simple. There was no trace of what I'd done. The bullet had not touched the bone. A butterfly sped past us on the terrace, silly and inconsequent. You heard what they said, he went on. They think she was trapped there, in the cabin. The jury will believe that at the inquest too. Phillips will tell them so. He paused. Still I did not speak. I only mind for you, he said. I don't regret anything else. If it had to come all over again I should not do anything different. I'm glad I killed Rebecca. I shall never have any remorse for that, never, never. But you, I can't forget what it has done to you. I was looking at you, thinking of nothing else all through lunch. It's gone forever, that funny, young, lost look that I loved. It won't come back again. I killed that too, when I told you about Rebecca. It's gone, in 24 hours. You are so much older. Chapter 22. That evening, when Frith brought in the local paper, there were great headlines right across the top of the page. He brought the paper and laid it down on the table. Maxim was not there. He had gone up early to change for dinner. Frith stood a moment, waiting for me to say something, and it seemed to me stupid and insulting to ignore a matter that must mean so much to everyone in the house. This is a very dreadful thing, Frith, I said. Yes, madam, we are all most distressed outside, he said. It's so sad for Mr. De Winter, I said, having to go through it all again. Yes, madam, very sad. Such a shocking experience, madam, having to identify the second body having seen the first. I suppose there is no doubt then, that the remains in the boat are genuinely those of the late Mrs. De Winter? I'm afraid not, Frith. No doubt at all. It seems so odd to us, madam, that she should have let herself be trapped like that in the cabin. She was so experienced in a boat. Yes, Frith, that's what we all feel. But accidents will happen. And how it happened I don't suppose any of us will ever know. I suppose not, madam. But it's a great shock, all the same. We are most distressed about it outside. And coming suddenly just after the party. It doesn't seem right, Soma. Ow, does it? No, Frith. It seems there is to be an inquest, madam? Yes. A formality, you know. Of course, madam. I wonder if any of us will be required to give evidence? I don't think so. Single quote. I shall be only too pleased to do anything that might help the family. Mr. De Winter knows that. Yes, Frith. I'm sure he does. I've told them outside not to discuss the matter, but it's very difficult to keep an eye on them, especially the girls. I can deal with Robert, of course. I'm afraid the news has been a great shock to Mrs. Danvers. Yes, Frith. I rather expected it would. Single quote. She went up to her room straight after lunch, and has not come down again. Alice took her a cup of tea and the paper a few minutes ago. She said Mrs. Danvers looked very ill indeed. It would be better really if she stayed where she is, I said. It's no use her getting up and seeing to things if she is ill. Perhaps Alice would tell her that. I can very well manage the ordering. The cook and I between us. Yes, madam. I don't think she is physically ill, madam. It's just the shock of Mrs. De Winter being found. She was very devoted to Mrs. De Winter. Yes, I said. Yes, I know. Frith went out of the room after that, and I glanced quickly at the paper before Maxim came down. There was a great column, all down the front page, and an awful blurred photograph of Maxim that must have been taken at least 15 years ago. It was dreadful, seeing it there on the front page staring at me. And the little line about myself at the bottom, saying whom Maxim had married as his second wife, and how we had just given the fancy dress ball at Manderley. It sounded so crude and callous, in the dark print of the newspaper. Rebecca, whom they described as beautiful, talented, and loved by all who knew her, having been drowned a year ago, and then Maxim marrying again the following spring, bringing his bride straight to Manderley, so it said, and giving the big fancy dress ball in her honor. And then the following morning the body of his first wife being found, trapped in the cabin of her sailing boat, at the bottom of the bay. It was true of course, though sprinkled with the little inaccuracies that added to the story, making it strong meat for the hundreds of readers who wanted value for their pennies. Maxim sounded vile in it, a sort of satyr, bringing back his young bride, as it described me, to Manderley, and giving the dance, as though we wanted to display ourselves before the world. I hid the paper under the cushion of the chair so that Maxim should not see it, but I could not keep the morning editions from him. The story was in our London papers too. There was a picture of Manderley, and the story underneath. Manderley was news, and so was Maxim. They talked about him as Max de Winter. It sounded racy, horrible. Each paper made great play of the fact that Rebecca's body had been found the day after the fancy dress ball, as though there was something deliberate about it. Both papers used the same word, ironic. Yes, I suppose it was ironic. It made a good story. I watched Maxim at the breakfast table getting whiter and whiter as he read the papers, one after the other, and then the local one as well. He did not say anything. He just looked across at me, and I stretched out my hand to him. Damn them, he whispered, damn them, damn them. I thought of all the things they could say, if they knew the truth. Not one column, but 5 or 6. Placards in London. Newsboys shouting in the streets, outside the underground stations. That frightful word of 6 letters, in the middle of the placard, large and black. Frank came up after breakfast. He looked pale and tired, as though he had not slept. I've told the exchange to put all calls for Manderley through to the office, he said to Maxim. It doesn't matter who it is. If reporters ring up I can deal with them. And anyone else too. I don't want either of you to be worried at all. We've had several calls already from locals. I gave the same answer to each. Mr. and Mrs. De Winter were grateful for all sympathetic inquiries, and they hoped their friends would understand that they were not receiving calls during the next few days. Mrs. Lacey rang up about 8:30. Wanted to come over at once. Oh, my God, began Maxim. It's all right, I prevented her. I told her quite truthfully that I did not think she would do any good coming over. That you did not want to see anyone but Mrs. De Winter. She wanted to know when they were holding the inquest, but I told her it had not been settled. I don't know that we can stop her from coming to that, if she finds it in the papers. Those blasted reporters, said Maxim. I know, said Frank, we all want to wring their necks, but you've got to see their point of view. It's their bread and butter, they've got to do the job for their paper. If they don't get a story the editor probably sacks them. If the editor does not produce a saleable edition, the proprietor sacks him. And if the paper doesn't sell, the proprietor loses all his money. You won't have to see them or speak to them, Maxim. I'm going to do all that for you. All you have to concentrate on is your statement at the inquest. I know what to say, said Maxim. Of course you do, but don't forget old Horridge is the coroner. He's a sticky sort of chap, goes into details that are quite irrelevant, just to show the jury how thorough he is at his job. You must not let him rattle you. Why the devil should I be rattled? I have nothing to be rattled about. Of course not, but I've attended these coroner's inquests before, and it's so easy to get nervy and irritable. You don't want to put the fellows back up. Frank's right, I said. I know just what he means. The swifter and smoother the whole thing goes, the easier it will be for everyone. Then once the wretched thing is over, we shall forget all about it, and so will everyone else, won't they, Frank? Yes, of course, said Frank. I still avoided his eye, but I was more convinced than ever that he knew the truth. He had always known it. From the very first. I remembered the first time I met him, that first day of mine at Manderley, when he, and Beatrice, and Giles had all been at lunch, and Beatrice had been tactless about Maxim's health. I remembered Frank, his quiet turning of the subject, the way he had come to Maxim's aid in his quiet, unobtrusive manner if there was ever any question of difficulty. That strange reluctance of his to talk about Rebecca, his stiff, funny, pompous way of making conversation whenever we had approached anything like intimacy. I understood it all. Frank knew, but Maxim did not know that he knew. And Frank did not want Maxim to know that he knew. And we all stood there, looking at one another, keeping up these little barriers between us. We were not bothered with the telephone again. All the calls were put through to the office. It was just a question of waiting now. Waiting until the Tuesday. I saw nothing of Mrs. Danvers. The menu was sent through as usual, and I did not change it. I asked little Clarice about her. She said she was going about her work as usual, but she was not speaking to anybody. She had all her meals alone in her sitting room. Clarice was wide-eyed, evidently curious, but she did not ask me any questions. And I was not going to discuss it with her. No doubt they talked of nothing else, out in the kitchen, and on the estate too, in the lodge, on the farms. I supposed all Carith was full of it. We stayed in Manderley, in the gardens close to the house. We did not even walk in the woods. The weather had not broken yet. It was still hot, oppressive. The air was full of thunder, and there was rain behind the white dull sky, but it did not fall. I could feel it, and smell it, pent up there, behind the clouds. The inquest was to be on the Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. We had lunch at 1:45. Frank came. Thank heaven Beatrice had telephoned that she could not get over. The boy Roger had arrived home with measles. They were all in quarantine. I could not help blessing the measles. I don't think Maxim could have borne it, with Beatrice sitting here, staying in the house, sincere, anxious, and affectionate, but asking questions all the time. Forever asking questions. Lunch was a hurried, nervous meal. We none of us talked very much. I had that nagging pain again. I did not want anything to eat. I could not swallow. It was a relief when the farce of the meal was over, and I heard Maxim go out onto the drive and start up the car. The sound of the engine steadied me. It meant we had to go, we had to be doing something. Not just sitting at Manderley. Frank followed us in his own car. I had my hand on Maxim's knee all the way as he drove. He seemed quite calm, not nervous in any way. It was like going with someone to a nursing home, someone who was to have an operation, and not knowing what would happen, whether the operation would be successful. My hands were very cold. My heart was beating in a funny, jerky way, and all the time that little nagging pain beneath my heart. The inquest was to be held at Lanyon, the market town 6 miles the other side of Carrick. We had to park the cars in the big cobbled square by the marketplace. Dr. Phillips' car was there already, and also Colonel Julian's. Other cars too. I saw a passer-by stare curiously at Maxim, and then nudge her companion's arm. "I think I shall stay here," I said. "I don't think I'll come in with you after all." "I did not want you to come," said Maxim. "I was against it from the first. You'd much better have stayed at Manderley." "No," I said. "No, I'll be all right here, sitting in the car." Frank came and looked in at the window. "Isn't Mrs. De Winter coming?" he said. "No," said Maxim. "She wants to stay in the car." "I think she's right," said Frank. "There's no earthly reason why she should be sent at all. We shan't be long." "It's all right," I said. "I'll keep a seat for you," said Frank, "in case you should change your mind." They went off together and left me sitting there. It was early closing day. The shops looked drab and dull. There were not many people about. Lanyon was not much of a holiday center anyway, it was too far inland. I sat looking at the silent shops. The minutes went by. I wondered what they were doing, the coroner, Frank, Maxim, Colonel Julian. I got out of the car and began walking up and down the market square. I went and looked in a shop window. Then I walked up and down again. I saw a policeman watching me curiously. I turned up a side street to avoid him. Somehow, in spite of myself, I found I was coming to the building where the inquest was being held. There had been little publicity about the actual time, and because of this there was no crowd waiting, as I had feared and expected. The place seemed deserted. I went up the steps and stood just inside the door. A policeman appeared from nowhere. "Do you want anything?" he said. "No," I said. "No. You can't wait here," he said. "I'm sorry," I said. I went back towards the steps into the street. "Excuse me, madam," he said, "aren't you Mrs. De Winter?" "Yes," I said. "Of course that's different," he said. "You can wait here if you like. Would you like to take a seat? Just inside this room?" "Thank you," I said. He showed me into a little bare room with a desk in it. It was like a waiting room at a station. I sat there, with my hands on my lap. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. It was worse than being outside, than sitting in the car. I got up and went into the passage. The policeman was still standing there. "How long will they be?" I said. "I'll go and inquire if you like," he said. He disappeared along the passage. In a moment he came back again. "I don't think they will be very much longer," he said. "Mr. De Winter has just given his evidence. Captain Searle, and the diver, and Dr. Phillips have already given theirs. There's only one more to speak. Mr. Tabb, the boat builder from Carrick." "Then it's nearly over," I said. "I expect so, madam," he said. Then he said, on a sudden thought, "Would you like to hear the remaining evidence? There is a seat there, just inside the door. If you slip in now nobody will notice you." "Yes," I said. "Yes, I think I will." It was nearly over. Maxim had finished giving his evidence. I did not mind hearing the rest. It was Maxim I had not wanted to hear. I had been nervous of listening to his evidence. That was why I had not gone with him and Frank in the first place. Now it did not matter. His part of it was over. I followed the policeman, and he opened a door at the end of the passage. I slipped in. I sat down just by the door. I kept my head low so that I did not have to look at anybody. The room was smaller than I had imagined. Rather hot and stuffy. I had pictured a great bare room with benches, like a church. Maxim and Frank were sitting down at the other end. The coroner was a thin, elderly man in pince-nez. There were people there I did not know. I glanced at them out of the tail of my eye. My heart gave a jump suddenly as I recognized Mrs. Danvers. She was sitting right at the back, and Favell was beside her. Jack Favell, Rebecca's cousin. He was leaning forward, his chin in his hands, his eyes fixed on the coroner, Mr. Horridge. I had not expected him to be there. I wondered if Maxim had seen him. James Tabb, the boat builder, was standing up now and the coroner was asking him a question. Yes, sir, answered Tabb. I converted Mrs. de Winter's little boat. She was a French fishing boat originally, and Mrs. de Winter bought her for next to nothing over in Brittany and had her shipped over. She gave me the job of converting her and doing her up like a little yacht. Was the boat in a fit state to put to sea? Said the coroner. She was when I fitted her out in April of last year, said Tabb. Mrs. de Winter laid her up as usual at my yard in the October, and then in March I had word from her to fit her up as usual, which I did. That would be Mrs. de Winter's 4th season with the boat since I did the conversion job for her. Had the boat ever been known to capsize before? Asked the coroner. No, sir. I should soon have heard of it from Mrs. de Winter had there been any question of it. She was delighted with the boat in every way, according to what she said to me. I suppose great care was needed to handle the boat, said the coroner. Well, sir, everyone has to have their wits about them, when they go sailing boats, I won't deny it. But Mrs. de Winter's boat wasn't one of those cranky little craft that you can't leave for a moment. Like some of the boats you see in Carith. She was a stout seaworthy boat, and could stand a lot of wind. Mrs. de Winter had sailed her in worse weather than she ever found that night. Why, it was only blowing in fits and starts at the time. That's what I've said all along. I couldn't understand Mrs. de Winter's boat being lost on a night like that. But surely, if Mrs. de Winter went below for a coat, as is supposed, and a sudden puff of wind was to come down from that headland, it would be enough to capsize the boat? Asked the coroner. James Tabb shook his head. No, he said stubbornly, I don't see that it would. Well, I'm afraid that is what must have happened, said the coroner. I don't think Mr. de Winter or any of us suggest that your workmanship was to blame for the accident at all. You fitted the boat out at the beginning of the season, you reported her sound and seaworthy, and that's all I want to know. Unfortunately, the late Mrs. de Winter relaxed her watchfulness for a moment and she lost her life, the boat sinking with her aboard. Such accidents have happened before. I repeat again, we are not blaming you. Excuse me, sir, said the boat builder, but there is a little bit more to it than that. And if you would allow me, I should like to make a further statement. Very well, go on, said the coroner. It's like this, sir. After the accident last year, a lot of people in Carith made unpleasantness about my work. Some said I had let Mrs. de Winter start the season in a leaky, rotten boat. I lost 2 or 3 orders because of it. It was very unfair, but the boat had sunk, and there was nothing I could say to clear myself. Then that steamer went ashore, as we all know, and Mrs. de Winter's little boat was found, and brought to the surface. Captain Searle himself gave me permission yesterday to go and look at her, and I did. I wanted to satisfy myself that the work I had put into her was sound, in spite of the fact that she had been waterlogged for 12 months or more. Well, that was very natural, said the coroner, and I hope you were satisfied. Yes, sir, I was. There was nothing wrong with that boat as regards the work I did to her. I examined every corner of her there on the lighter up the pill where Captain Searle had put her. She had sunk on sandy bottom. I asked the diver about that, and he told me so. She had not touched the ridge at all. The ridge was a clear 5 feet away. She was lying on sand, and there wasn't the mark of a rock on her. He paused. The coroner looked at him expectantly. Well, he said, is that all you want to say? No, sir, said Tabb emphatically, it's not. What I want to know is this. Who drove the holes in her planking? Rocks didn't do it. The nearest rock was 5 feet away. Besides, they weren't the sort of marks made by a rock. They were holes, done with a spike. I did not look at him. I was looking at the floor. There was oilcloth laid on the boards. Green oilcloth. I looked at it. I wondered why the coroner did not say something. Why did the pause last so long? When he spoke at last his voice sounded rather far away. "What do you mean?" he said. "What sort of holes?" "There were 3 of them altogether," said the boat builder, "one right by her chain locker, on her starboard planking, below the waterline. The other 2 close together amidships, underneath her floorboards in the bottom. The ballast had been shifted too. It was lying loose. And that's not all. The seacocks had been turned on." "The seacocks? What are they?" asked the coroner. "The fitting that plugs the pipes leading from a wash basin or lavatory, sir. Mrs. De Winter had a little place fitted up right aft. And there was a sink where the washing up was done. There was a seacock there, and another in the lavatory. These are always kept tight closed when you're underway, otherwise the water would flow in. When I examined the boat yesterday, both seacocks were turned full on. It was hot, much too hot. Why didn't they open a window? We should be suffocated if we sat here with the air like this, and there were so many people, all breathing the same air, so many people, with those holes in her planking, sir, and the seacocks not closed. It wouldn't take long for a small boat like her to sink. Not much more than 10 minutes, I should say. Those holes weren't there when the boat left my yard. I was proud of my work, and so was Mrs. De Winter. It's my opinion, sir, that the boat never capsized at all. She was deliberately scuttled. I must try and get out of the door. I must try and go back to the waiting room again. There was no air left in this place, and the person next to me was pressing close. Someone in front of me was standing up. And they were talking, too. They were all talking. I did not know what was happening. I could not see anything. It was hot, so very hot. The coroner was asking everybody to be silent. And he said something about Mr. De Winter. I could not see. That woman's hat was in front of me. Maxim was standing up now. I could not look at him. I must not look at him. I felt like this once before. When was it? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, yes, with Mrs. Danvers. The time Mrs. Danvers stood with me by the window. Mrs. Danvers was in this place now, listening to the coroner. Maxim was standing up over there. The heat was coming up at me from the floor, rising in slow waves. It reached my hands, wet and slippery. It touched my neck, my chin, my face. Mr. De Winter, you heard the statement from James Tabb, who had the care of Mrs. De Winter's boat? Do you know anything of these holes driven in the planking? Nothing whatever. Can you think of any reason why they should be there? No, of course not. It's the first time you have heard them mentioned? Yes. It's a shock to you, of course. It was shock enough to learn that I made a mistake in identification over 12 months ago, and now I learn that my late wife was not only drowned in the cabin of her boat, but that holes were bored in the boat with the deliberate intent of letting in the water so that the boat should sink. Does it surprise you that I should be shocked? No, Maxim. No. You will put his back up. You heard what Frank said. You must not put his back up. Not that voice. Not that angry voice, Maxim. He won't understand. Please, darling. Please. Oh, God, don't let Maxim lose his temper. Don't let him lose his temper. Mr. De Winter, I want you to believe that we all feel very deeply for you in this matter. No doubt you have suffered a shock, a very severe shock, in learning that your late wife was drowned in her own cabin, and not at sea as you supposed. And I am inquiring into the matter for you. I want, for your sake, to find out exactly how and why she died. I don't conduct this inquiry for my own amusement. That's rather obvious, isn't it? I hope that it is. James Tabb has just told us that the boat which contained the remains of the late Mrs. De Winter had 3 holes hammered through her bottom, and that the seacocks were open. Do you doubt his statement? Of course not. He's a boat builder, he knows what he is talking about. Who looked after Mrs. De Winter's boat? She looked after it herself. She employed no hand? No, nobody at all. The boat was moored in the private harbor belonging to Manderley? Yes. Any stranger who tried to tamper with the boat would be seen. There is no access to the harbor by public footpath? No, none at all. The harbor is quiet, is it not, and surrounded by trees? Yes. A trespasser might not be noticed? Possibly not. Yet James Tabb has told us, and we have no reason to disbelieve him, that a boat with those holes drilled in her bottom and the seacocks open could not float for more than 10 or 15 minutes. Quite. Therefore we can put aside the idea that the boat was tampered with maliciously before Mrs. De Winter went for her evening sail. Had that been the case, the boat would have sunk at her moorings. No doubt. Therefore we must assume that whoever took the boat out that night drove in the planking and opened the seacocks. I suppose so. You have told us already that the door of the cabin was shut, the portholes closed, and your wife's remains were on the floor. This was in your statement, and in Dr. Phillips and in Captain Sorrell's? Yes. And now added to this is the information that a spike was driven through the bottom, and the seacocks were open. Does not this strike you, Mr. De Winter, as being very strange? Certainly. You have no suggestion to make? No, none at all. Mr. De Winter, painful as it may be, it is my duty to ask you a very personal question. Yes. Single quote. Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy? They had to come, of course, those black spots in front of my eyes, dancing, flickering, stabbing the hazy air, and it was hot, so hot, with all these people, all these faces, and no open window. The door, from being near to me, was farther away than I had thought, and all the time the ground coming up to meet me. And then, out of the queer mist around me, Maxim's voice, clear and strong. Will someone take my wife outside? She is going to faint. Chapter 23. I was sitting in the little room again. The room like a waiting room at the station. The policeman was there, bending over me, giving me a glass of water, and someone's hand was on my arm, Frank's hand. I sat quite still, the floor, the walls, the figures of Frank and the policeman taking solid shape before me. I'm so sorry, I said, such a stupid thing to do. It was so hot in that room, so very hot. It gets very airless in there, said the policeman. There's been complaints about it often, but nothing's ever done. We've had ladies fainting in there before. Are you feeling better, Mrs. De Winter? Said Frank. Yes, much better. I shall be all right again. Don't wait with me. I'm going to take you back to Manderley. No. Yes. Maxim has asked me to. No. You ought to stay with him. Maxim told me to take you back to Manderley. Single quote. He put his arm through mine and helped me to get up. Can you walk as far as the car, or shall I bring it round? I can walk, but I'd much rather stay. I want to wait for Maxim. Maxim may be a long time. Why did he say that? What did he mean? Why didn't he look at me? He took my arm and walked with me along the passage to the door, and so down the steps into the street. Maxim may be a long time. We did not speak. We came to the little Morris car belonging to Frank. He opened the door, and helped me in. Then he got in himself and started up the engine. We drove away from the cobbled marketplace, through the empty town, and out onto the road to Carith. Why will they be a long time? What are they going to do? They may have to go over the evidence again. Frank looked straight in front of him along the hard white road. They've had all the evidence, I said. There's nothing more anyone can say. You never know, said Frank. The coroner may put his questions in a different way. Tab has altered the whole business. The coroner will have to approach it now from another angle. What angle? How do you mean? You heard the evidence? You heard what Tab said about the boat. They won't believe in an accident anymore. It's absurd, Frank, it's ridiculous. They should not listen to Tab. How can he tell, after all these months, how holes came to be in a boat? What are they trying to prove? I don't know. That coroner will go on and on harping at Maxim, making him lose his temper, making him say things he doesn't mean. He will ask question after question. Frank and Maxim won't stand it. I know he won't stand it. Frank did not answer. He was driving very fast. For the first time since I had known him, he was at a loss for the usual conventional phrase. That meant he was worried, very worried. And usually he was such a slow, careful driver, stopping dead at every crossroads, peering to right and left, blowing his horn at every bend in the road. That man was there, I said, that man who came once to Manderley to see Mrs. Danvers. You mean Favell? Asked Frank. Yes, I saw him. He was sitting there, with Mrs. Danvers. Yes, I know. Why was he there? What right had he to go to the inquest? He was her cousin. It's not right that he and Mrs. Danvers should sit there, listening to that evidence. I don't trust them, Frank. No, they might do something. They might make mischief. Again Frank did not answer. I realized that his loyalty to Maxim was such that he would not let himself be drawn into a discussion, even with me. He did not know how much I knew. Nor could I tell for certainty how much he knew. We were allies, we traveled the same road, but we could not look at one another. Neither of us dared risk a confession. We were turning in now at the lodge gates, and down the long twisting narrow drive to the house. I noticed for the first time how the hydrangeas were coming into bloom, their blue heads thrusting themselves from the green foliage behind. For all their beauty there was something somber about them, funereal. They were like the wreaths, stiff and artificial, that you see beneath glass cases in a foreign churchyard. There they were, all the way along the drive, on either side of us, blue, monotonous, like spectators lined up in a street to watch us pass. We came to the house at last and rounded the great sweep before the steps. Will you be all right now? Said Frank. You can lie down, can't you? Yes, I said, yes, perhaps. I shall go back to Lanyon, he said. Maxim may want me. He did not say anything more. He got quickly back into the car again and drove away. Maxim might want him. Why did he say Maxim might want him? Perhaps the coroner was going to question Frank as well. Ask him about that evening, over 12 months ago, when Maxim had dined with Frank. He would want to know the exact time that Maxim left his house. He would want to know if anybody saw Maxim when he returned to the house. Whether the servants knew that he was there. Whether anybody could prove that Maxim went straight up to bed and undressed. Mrs. Danvers might be questioned. They might ask Mrs. Danvers to give evidence. And Maxim beginning to lose his temper, beginning to go white. I went into the hall. I went upstairs to my room, and lay down upon my bed, even as Frank had suggested. I put my hands over my eyes. I kept seeing that room and all the faces. The lined, painstaking, aggravating face of the coroner, the gold pince-nez on his nose. I don't conduct this inquiry for my own amusement. His slow, careful mind, easily offended. What were they all saying now? What was happening? Suppose in a little while Frank came back to Manderley alone? I did not know what happened. I did not know what people did. I remembered pictures of men in the papers, leaving places like that, and being taken away. Suppose Maxim was taken away? They would not let me go to him. They would not let me see him. I should have to stay here at Manderley day after day, night after night, waiting, as I was waiting now. People like Colonel Julian being kind. People saying, you must not be alone. You must come to us. The telephone, the newspapers, the telephone again. No, Mrs. De Winter can't see anyone. Mrs. De Winter has no story to give the County Chronicle. And another day. And another day. Weeks that would be blurred and non-existent. Frank at last taking me to see Maxim. He would look thin, queer, like people in hospital. Other women had been through this. Women I had read about in papers. They sent letters to the Home Secretary and it was not any good. The Home Secretary always said that justice must take its course. Friends sent petitions too, everybody signed them, but the Home Secretary could never do anything. And the ordinary people who read about it in the papers said, why should the fellow get off? He murdered his wife, didn't he? What about the poor? Murdered wife? This sentimental business about abolishing the death penalty simply encourages crime. This fellow ought to have thought about that before he killed his wife. It's too late now. He will have to hang for it, like any other murderer. And serve him right too. Let it be a warning to others. I remember seeing a picture on the back of a paper once, of a little crowd collected outside a prison gate, and just after 9 o'clock a policeman came and pinned a notice on the gate for the people to read. The notice said something about the sentence being carried out. Sentence of death was carried out this morning at 9 o'clock. The governor, the prison doctor, and the sheriff of the county were present. Hanging was quick. Hanging did not hurt. It broke your neck at once. No, it did not. Someone said once it did not always work. Someone who had known the governor of a prison. They put that bag over your head, and you stand on the little platform, and then the floor gives way beneath you. It takes exactly 3 minutes to go from the cell to the moment you are hanged. No, 50 seconds, someone said. No, that's absurd. It could not be 50 seconds. There's a little flight of steps down the side of the shed, down to the pit. The doctor goes down there to look. They die instantly. No, they don't. The body moves for some time. The neck is not always broken. Yes, but even so they don't feel anything. Someone said they did. Someone who had a brother who was a prison doctor said it was not generally known, because it would be such a scandal, but they did not always die at once. Their eyes were open. They stay open for quite a long time. God, don't let me go on thinking about this. Let me think about something else. About other things. About Mrs. Van Hopper in America. She must be staying with her daughter now. They had that house on Long Island in the summer. I expect they played a lot of bridge. They went to the races. Mrs. Van Hopper was fond of the races. I wonder if she still wears that little yellow hat. It was too small for her. Much too small on that big face. Mrs. Van Hopper sitting about in the garden of that house on Long Island, with novels and magazines and papers on her lap. Mrs. Van Hopper putting up her lorgnette and calling to her daughter. Look at this, Helen. They say Max de Winter murdered his first wife. I always did think there was something peculiar about him. I warned that fool of a girl she was making a mistake, but she wouldn't listen to me. Well, she's cooked her goose now all right. I suppose they'll make her a big offer to go on the pictures. Something was touching my hand. It was Jasper. It was Jasper, thrusting his cold damp nose in my hands. He had followed me up from the hall. Why did dogs make one want to cry? There was something so quiet and hopeless about their sympathy. Jasper, knowing something was wrong, as dogs always do. Trunks being packed. Cars being brought to the door. Dogs standing with drooping tails, dejected eyes, wandering back to their baskets in the hall when the sound of the car dies away. I must have fallen asleep because I woke suddenly with a start, and heard that first crack of thunder in the air. I sat up. The clock said 5. I got up and went to the window. There was not a breath of wind. The leaves hung listless on the trees, waiting. The sky was steady gray. The jagged lightning split the sky. Another rumble in the distance. No rain fell. I went out into the corridor and listened. I could not hear anything. I went to the head of the stairs. There was no sign of anybody. The hall was dark because of the menace of thunder overhead. I went down and stood on the terrace. There was another burst of thunder. One spot of rain fell on my hand. One spot. No more. It was very dark. I could see the sea beyond the dip in the valley like a black lake. Another spot fell on my hands, and another crack of thunder came. One of the housemaids began shutting the windows in the rue. Ms. upstairs. Robert appeared and shut the windows of the drawing room behind me. The gentlemen are not back yet, are they, Robert? I asked. No, madam, not yet. I thought you were with them, madam. No, I've been back some time. Will you have tea, madam? No, I'll wait. It looks as though the weather was going to break at last, madam. Yes. No rain fell. Nothing since those 2 drops on my hand. I went back and sat in the library. At 5:30 Robert came into the room. The car has just driven up to the door now, madam, he said. Which car? I said. Mr. de Winter's car, madam, he said. Is Mr. de Winter driving it himself? Yes, madam. I tried to get up but my legs were things of straw, they would not bear me. I stood leaning against the sofa. My throat was very dry. After a minute Maxim came into the room. He stood just inside the door. He looked very tired, old. There were lines at the corner of his mouth I had never noticed before. It's all over, he said. I waited. Still I could not speak or move towards him. Suicide, he said, without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased. They were all at sea, of course. They did not know what they were doing. I sat down on the sofa. Suicide, I said, but the motive? Where was the motive? God knows, he said. They did not seem to think a motive was necessary. Old Horridge, peering at me, wanting to know if Rebecca had any money troubles. Money troubles. God in heaven. He went and stood by the window, looking out at the green lawns. It's going to rain, he said. Thank God it's going to rain at last. What happened? I said. What did the coroner say? Why have you been there all this time? He went over and over the same ground again, said Maxim. Little details about the boat that no one cared about a damn. Were the seacocks hard to turn on? Where exactly was the first hole in relation to the second? What was ballast? What effect upon the stability of the boat would the shifting of the ballast have? Could a woman do this unaided? Did the cabin doors shut firmly? What pressure of water was necessary to burst open the door? I thought I should go mad. I kept my temper though. Seeing you there, by the door, made me remember what I had to do. If you had not fainted like that, I should never have done it. It brought me up with a jerk. I knew exactly what I was going to say. I faced Horridge all the time. I never took my eyes off his thin, pernickety, little face and those gold-rimmed pince-nez. I shall remember that face of his too. My dying day. I'm tired, darling. So tired I can't see, or hear or feel anything. He sat down on the window seat. He leant forward, his head in his hands. I went and sat beside him. In a few minutes, Frith came in, followed by Robert carrying the table for tea. The solemn ritual went forward as it always did, day after day, the leaves of the table pulled out, the legs adjusted, the laying of the snowy cloth, the putting down of the silver teapot and the kettle with the little flame beneath. Scones, sandwiches, 3 different sorts of cake. Jasper sat close to the table, his tail thumping now and again upon the floor, his eyes fixed expectantly on me. It's funny, I thought, How the routine of life goes on. Whatever happens, we do the same things, go through the little performance of eating, sleeping, washing. No crisis can break through the crust of habit. I poured out Maxim's tea, I took it to him on the window seat, gave him his scone, and buttered one for myself. "Where's Frank?" I asked. "He had to go and see the vicar." "I would have gone too, but I wanted to come straight back to you. I kept thinking of you, waiting here, all by yourself, not knowing what was going to happen." "Why the vicar?" I said. "Something has to happen this evening," he said. "Something at the church." I stared at him blankly. Then I understood. They were going to bury Rebecca. They were going to bring Rebecca back from the mortuary. "It's fixed for 6:30, he said. "No one knows but Frank, and Colonel Julian, and the vicar, and myself. There won't be anyone hanging about. This was arranged yesterday. The verdict doesn't make any difference." "What time must you go?" "I'm meeting them there at the church at 6:25. I did not say anything. I went on drinking my tea. Maxim put his sandwich down untasted. "It's still very hot, isn't it?" he said. "It's the storm," I said. "It won't break. Only little spots at a time. It's there in the air. It won't break." "It was thundering when I left Lanyon," he said. "The sky was like ink over my head. Why in the name of God doesn't it rain?" The birds were hushed in the trees. It was still very dark. "I wish you did not have to go out again," I said. He did not answer. He looked tired, so deathly tired. "We'll talk over things this evening when I get back," he said presently. "We've got so much to do together, haven't we? We've got to begin all over again. I've been the worst sort of husband for you." "No," I said. "No, we'll start again, once this thing is behind us. We can do it, you and I. It's not like being alone. The past can't hurt us if we are together. You'll have children too." After a while he glanced at his watch. "It's 6:10, he said. "I shall have to be going. It won't take long, not more than half an hour. We've got to go down to the crypt." I held his hand. "I'll come with you. I shan't mind." "Let me come with you." "No," he said. "No, I don't want you to come." Then he went out of the room. I heard the sound of the car starting up in the drive. Presently the sound died away, and I knew he had gone. Robert came to clear away the tea. It was like any other day. The routine was unchanged. I wondered if it would have been so had Maxim not come back from Lanyon. I wondered if Robert would have stood there, that wooden expression on his young sheep's face, brushing the crumbs from the snow-white cloth, picking up the table, carrying it from the room. It seemed very quiet in the library when he had gone. I began to think of them. Down at the church, going through that door and down the flight of stairs to the crypt. I had never been there. I had only seen the door. I wondered what a crypt was like, if there were coffins standing there. Maxim's father and mother. I wondered what would happen to the coffin of that other woman who had been put there by mistake. I wondered who she was, poor unclaimed soul, washed up by the wind and tide. Now another coffin would stand there. Rebecca would lie there in the crypt as well. Was the vicar reading the burial service there, with Maxim, and Frank, and Colonel Julian standing by his side? Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. It seemed to me that Rebecca had no reality anymore. She had crumbled away when they had found her on the cabin floor. It was not Rebecca who was lying in the crypt, it was dust. Only dust. Just after 7 the rain began to fall. Gently at first, a light pattering in the trees, and so thin I could not see it. Then louder and faster, a driving torrent falling slant ways from the slate sky, like water from a sluice. I left the windows open wide. I stood in front of them and breathed the cold clean air. The rain splashed into my face and on my hands. I could not see beyond the lawns. The falling rain came thick and fast. I heard it sputtering in the gutter pipes above the window, and splashing on the stones of the terrace. There was no more thunder. The rain smelt of moss and earth and of the black bark of trees. I did not hear Frith come in at the door. I was standing by the window, watching the rain. I did not see him until he was beside me. "Excuse me, madam," he said, "do you know if Mr. de Winter will be long?" "No," I said, "not very long. There's a gentleman to see him, madam," said Frith after a moment's hesitation. I'm not quite sure what I ought to say. He's very insistent about seeing Mr. de Winter. "Who is it?" I said. "Is it anyone you know?" Frith looked uncomfortable. "Yes, madam," he said. "It's a gentleman who used to come here frequently at one time, when Mrs. de Winter was alive. A gentleman called Mr. Favell." I knelt on the window seat and shut the window. The rain was coming in on the cushions. Then I turned round and looked at Frith. "I think perhaps I had better see Mr. Favell," I said. "Very good, madam." I went and stood over on the rug beside the empty fireplace. It was just possible that I should be able to get rid of Favell before Maxim came back. I did not know what I was going to say to him, but I was not frightened. In a few moments Frith returned and showed Favell into the library. He looked much the same as before, but a little rougher if possible, a little more untidy. He was the sort of man who invariably went hatless. His hair was bleached from the sun of the last days and his skin was deeply tanned. His eyes were rather bloodshot. I wondered if he had been drinking. "I'm afraid Maxim is not here," I said. "I don't know when he will be back. Wouldn't it be better if you made an appointment to see him at the office in the morning?" "Waiting doesn't worry me," said Favell, "and I don't think I shall have to wait very long, you know." I had a look in the dining room as I came along, and I see Max's place is laid for dinner all right. "Our plans have been changed," I said. "It's quite possible Maxim won't be home at all this evening." Single quote. "He's run off, has he?" said Favell, with a half-smile I did not like. "I wonder if you really mean it. Of course under the circumstances it's the wisest thing he can do. Gossip is an unpleasant thing. To some people, it's more pleasant to avoid it, isn't it?" "I don't know what you mean," I said. "Don't you?" he said. "Oh, come, you don't expect me to believe that, do you? Tell me, are you feeling better? Too bad fainting like that. At the inquest this afternoon, I would have come and helped you out, but I saw you had one knight-errant already. I bet Frank Crawley enjoyed himself. Did you let him drive you home? You wouldn't let me drive you 5 yards when I offered to. What do you want to see Maxim about?" I asked. Favell leant forward to the table and helped himself to a cigarette. "You don't mind my smoking, I suppose?" he said. "It won't make you sick, will it? One never knows with brides." He watched me over his lighter. "You've grown up a bit since I saw you last, haven't you?" he said. "I wonder what you have been doing. Leading Frank Crawley up the garden path?" He blew a cloud of smoke in the air. "I say, do you mind asking old Frith to get me a whiskey and soda?" I did not say anything. I went and rang the bell. He sat down on the edge of the sofa, swinging his legs, that half-smile on his lips. Robert answered the bell. "A whiskey and soda for Mr. Favell," I said. "Well, Robert?" said Favell, "I haven't seen you for a very long time. Still breaking the hearts of the girls in Careth?" Robert flushed. He glanced at me, horribly embarrassed. "All right, old chap, I won't give you away. Run along and get me a double whiskey, and jump on it." Robert disappeared. Favell laughed, dropping ash all over the floor. "I took Robert out once on his half-day," he said. "Rebecca bet me a $5. I wouldn't ask him. I won my $5 all right. Spent one of the funniest evenings of my life." Did I laugh? Oh, boy. Robert on the razzle takes a lot of beating, I tell you. I must say he's got a good eye for a girl. He picked the prettiest of the bunch we saw that night. Robert came back again with the whiskey and soda on a tray. He still looked very red, very uncomfortable. Fawel watched him with a smile as he poured out his drink, and then he began to laugh, leaning back on the arm of the sofa. He whistled the bar of a song, watching Robert all the while. "That was the one, wasn't it?" he said. "That was the tune? Do you still like ginger hair, Robert?" Robert gave him a flat, weak smile. He looked miserable. Fawel laughed louder still. Robert turned and went out of the room. "Poor kid," said Fawel. "I don't suppose he's been on the loose since. That old ass Frith keeps him on a leading string." He began drinking his whiskey and soda, glancing round the room, looking at me every now and again, and smiling. "I don't think I shall mind very much if Max doesn't get back to dinner," he said. "What say you?" I did not answer. I stood by the fireplace, my hands behind my back. "You wouldn't waste that place at the dining room table, would you?" he said. He looked at me, smiling still, his head on one side. "Mr. Fawel," I said, "I don't want to be rude, but as a matter of fact I'm very tired. I've had a long and fairly exhausting day. If you can't tell me what you want to see Maxim about, it's not much good you're sitting here. You had far better do as I suggest, and go round to the estate office in the morning." He slid off the arm of the sofa and came towards me, his glass in his hand. "No, no," he said. "No, no, don't be a brute. I've had an exhausting day too. Don't run away and leave me. I'm quite harmless, really I am. I suppose Max has been telling tales about me to you?" I did not answer. "You think I'm the big, bad wolf, don't you?" he said. "But I'm not, you know. I'm a perfectly ordinary, harmless bloke. And I think you are behaving splendidly over all this, perfectly splendidly. I take off my hat to you, I really do." This last speech of his was very slurred and thick. I wished I had never told Frith I would see him. "You come down here to Manderley," he said, waving his arm vaguely. "You take on all this place, meet hundreds of people you've never seen before, you put up with old Max and his moods, you don't give a fig for anyone, you just go your own way. I call it a damn good effort, and I don't care who hears me say so. Damn good effort." He swayed a little as he stood. He steadied himself, and put the empty glass down on the table. "This business has been a shock to me, you know," he said. "A bloody awful shock. Rebecca was my cousin. I was damn fond of her." "Yes," I said. "I'm very sorry for you. We were brought up together," he went on. "Always tremendous pals. Liked the same things, the same people. Laughed at the same jokes. I suppose I was fonder of Rebecca than anyone else in the world. And she was fond of me. All this has been a bloody shock." "Yes," I said. "Yes, of course. And what is Max going to do about it? That's what I want to know. Does he think he can sit back quietly now that sham inquest is over? Tell me that?" He was not smiling anymore. He bent towards me. "I'm going to see justice is done to Rebecca," he said, his voice growing louder. "Suicide. God Almighty, that doddering old fool of a coroner got the jury to say suicide. You and I know it wasn't suicide. Don't we?" He leant closer to me still. "Don't we?" he said slowly. The door opened and Maxim came into the room, with Frank just behind him. Maxim stood quite still, with the door open, staring at Fawel. "What the hell are you doing here?" he said. Fawel turned round, his hands in his pockets. He waited a moment, and then he began to smile. "As a matter of fact, Max, old chap, I came to congratulate you on the inquest. This afternoon. Do you mind leaving the house?" said Max, "or do you want Crawley and me to chuck you out?" Steady a moment, said Fawel. He lit another cigarette, and sat down once more on the arm of the sofa. "You don't want Frith to hear what I'm going to say, do you?" he said. Well, he will, if you don't shut that door. Maxim did not move. I saw Frank close the door. Very quietly. Now, listen here, Max, said Favell. You've come very well out of this affair, haven't you? Better than you ever expected. Oh, yes, I was in the court this afternoon, and I dare say. You saw me. I was there from start to finish. I saw your wife faint at a rather critical moment, and I don't blame her. It was touch and go, then, wasn't it, Max, what way the inquiry would go? And, luckily for you it went the way it did. You hadn't squared those thick-headed fellows who were acting jury, had you? It looked damn like it, Tome. Maxim made a move towards Favell, but Favell held up his hand. Wait a bit, can't you? He said. I haven't finished yet. You realize, don't you, Max, old man, that I can make things damned unpleasant for you if I choose. Not only unpleasant, but, shall I say dangerous? I sat down on the chair beside the fireplace. I held the arms of the chair very tight. Frank came over and stood behind the chair. Still Maxim did not move. He never took his eyes off Favell. Oh, yes? He said. In what way can you make things dangerous? Look here, Max, said Favell. I suppose there are no secrets between you and your wife, and from the look of things, Crawley there just makes the happy trio. I can speak plainly then, and I will. You all know about Rebecca and me. We were lovers, weren't we? I've never denied it, and I never will. Very well then. Up to the present I believed, like every other fool, that Rebecca was drowned sailing in the bay, and that her body was picked up at Edgecombe weeks afterwards. It was a shock to me then, a bloody shock. But I said to myself, that's the sort of death Rebecca would choose. She'd go out like she lived, fighting. He paused. He sat there on the edge of the sofa, looking at all of us in turn. Single quote. Then I pick up the evening paper a few days ago and I read that Rebecca's boat had been stumbled on by the local diver and that there was a body in the cabin. I couldn't understand it. Who the hell would Rebecca have as a sailing companion? It didn't make sense. I came down here, and put up at a pub just outside Carriff. I got in touch with Mrs. Danvers. She told me then that the body in the cabin was Rebecca's. Even so, I thought like everyone else that the first body was a mistake and Rebecca had somehow got shut in the cabin when she went to fetch a coat. Well, I attended that inquest today, as you know. And everything went smoothly, didn't it, until Tab gave his evidence? But after that? Well, Max, old man, what have you got to say about those holes in the floorboards, and those seacocks turned full on? Do you think, said Maxim slowly, that after those hours of talk this afternoon I am going into it again, with you? You heard the evidence, and you heard the verdict. It satisfied the coroner, and it must satisfy you. Suicide, eh? Said Favell. Rebecca committing suicide. The sort of thing she would do, wasn't it? Listen, you never knew I had this note, did you? I kept it, because it was the last thing she ever wrote to me. I'll read it to you. I think it will interest you. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket. I recognized that thin, pointed, slanting hand. I tried to ring you from the flat, but could get no answer, he read. I'm going down to Manders right away. I shall be at the cottage this evening, and if you get this in time, will you get the car and follow me? I'll spend the night at the cottage, and leave the door open for you. I've got something to tell you and I want to see you as soon as possible. Rebecca. He put the note back in his pocket. That's not the sort of note you write when you're going to commit suicide, is it? He said. It was waiting for me at my flat when I got back about 4 in the morning. I had no idea Rebecca was to be in London that day, or I should have got in touch with her. It happened, by a vile stroke of fortune, I was on a party that night. When I read the note at 4 in the morning, I decided it was too late to go crashing down on a 6-hour run to Manderley. I went to bed, determined to put a call through later in the day. I did. About 12 o'clock. And I heard Rebecca had been drowned. He sat there, staring at Maxim. None of us spoke. Supposing the coroner this afternoon had read that note, it would have made it a little bit more tricky for you, wouldn't it, Max, old man? Said Favell. Well, said Maxim, why didn't you get up and give it to him? Steady, old boy, steady. No need to get rattled. I don't want to smash you, Max. God knows you've never been a friend to me, but I don't bear malice about it. All married men with lovely wives are jealous, aren't they? And some of 'em just can't help playing Othello. They're made that way. I don't blame them. I'm sorry for them. I'm a bit of a socialist in my way, you know, and I can't think why fellows can't share their women instead of killing them. What difference does it make? You can get your fun just the same. A lovely woman isn't like a motor tire, she doesn't wear out. The more you use her, the better she goes. Now, Max, I've laid all my cards on the table. Why can't we come to some agreement? I'm not a rich man. I'm too fond of gambling for that. But what gets me down is never having any capital to fall back upon. Now if I had a settlement of 2,000 or 3,000 a year for life, I could jog along comfortably. And I'd never trouble you again. I swear before God I would not. I've asked you before to leave the house, said Maxim. I'm not going to ask you again. There's the door behind me. You can open it yourself. Half a minute, Maxim, said Frank. It's not quite so easy as all that. He turned to Favell. I see what you're driving at. It happens, very unfortunately, that you could, as you say, twist things round and make it difficult for Maxim. I don't think he sees it as clearly as I do. What is the exact amount you propose Maxim should settle on you? I saw Maxim go very white, and a little pulse began to show on his forehead. Don't interfere with this, Frank, he said. This is my affair entirely. I'm not going to give way to blackmail. I don't suppose your wife wants to be pointed out as Mrs. De Winter, the widow of a murderer, of a fellow who was hanged, said Favell. He laughed, and glanced towards me. You think you can frighten me, don't you, Favell? Said Maxim. Well, you are wrong. I'm not afraid of anything you can do. There is the telephone, in the next room. Shall I ring up Colonel Julian and ask him to come over? He's the magistrate. He'll be interested in your story. Favell stared at him, and laughed. Good bluff, he said, but it won't work. You wouldn't dare ring up old Julian. I've got enough evidence to hang you. Max, old man. Maxim walked slowly across the room and passed through to the little room beyond. I heard the click of the telephone. Stop him, I said to Frank. Stop him, for God's sake. Frank glanced at my face. He went swiftly towards the door. I heard Maxim's voice, very cool, very calm. I want Careth 17, he said. Favell was watching the door, his face curiously intense. Leave me alone, I heard Maxim say to Frank. And then, 2 minutes afterwards, is that Colonel Julian speaking? It's De Winter here. Yes, I know. I wonder if you could possibly come over here at once. Yes, to Manderley. It's rather urgent. I can't explain why on the telephone, but you shall hear everything directly you come. I'm very sorry to have to drag you out. Yes, thank you very much. Goodbye. He came back again into the room. Julian is coming right away, he said. He crossed over and threw open the windows. It was still raining very hard. He stood there, with his back to us, breathing the cold air. Maxim, said Frank quietly. Single quote. Maxim. He did not answer. Favell laughed, and helped himself to another cigarette. If you want to hang yourself, old fellow, it's all the same to me, he said. He picked up a paper from the table and flung himself down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and began to turn over the pages. Frank hesitated, glancing from me to Maxim. Then he came beside me. Can't you do something? I whispered. Go out and meet Colonel Julian, prevent him from coming, say it was all a mistake? Maxim spoke from the window without turning round. Frank is not to leave this room, he said. I'm going to manage this. We none of us said anything. Fawel went on reading his paper. There was no sound but the steady falling rain. It fell without a break, steady, straight, and monotonous. I felt helpless, without strength. There was nothing I could do. Nothing that Frank could do. In a book or in a play I would have found a revolver, and we should have shot Fawel, hidden his body in a cupboard. There was no revolver. There was no cupboard. We were ordinary people. These things did not happen. I could not go to Maxim now and beg him on my knees to give Fawel the money. I had to sit there, with my hands in my lap, watching the rain, watching Maxim with his back turned to me, standing by the window. It was raining too hard to hear the car. The sound of the rain covered all other sounds. We did not know Colonel July. Jan had arrived until the door opened, and Frith showed him into the room. Maxim swung round from the window. Good evening, he said. We meet again. You've made very good time. Yes, said Colonel Julian, you said it was urgent, so I came at once. Luckily, my man had left the car handy. What an evening. He glanced at Fawel uncertainly, and then came over and shook hands with me. Nodding to Maxim, a good thing the rain has come, he said. It's been hanging about too long. I hope you're feeling better. I murmured something, I don't know what, and he stood there looking from one to the other of us, rubbing his hands. I think you realize, Maxim said, that I haven't brought you out on an evening like this for a social half-hour before dinner. This is Jack Fawel, my late wife's first cousin. I don't know if you have ever met. Colonel Julian nodded. Your face seems familiar. I've probably met you here in the old days. Quite, said Maxim. Go ahead, Fawel. Fawel got up from the sofa and chucked the paper back on the table. The 10 minutes seemed to have sobered him. He walked quite steadily. He was not smiling any longer. I had the impression that he was not entirely pleased with the turn in the events, and he was ill-prepared for the encounter with Colonel Julian. He began speaking in a loud, rather domineering voice. Look here, Colonel Julian, he said, there's no sense in beating about the bush. The reason why I'm here is that I'm not satisfied with the verdict given at the inquest this afternoon. Oh, said Colonel Julian, isn't that for De Winter to say, not you? No, I don't think it is, said Fawel. I have a right to speak, not only as Rebecca's cousin, but as her prospective husband, had she lived. Colonel Julian looked rather taken aback. Oh, he said. Oh, I see. That's rather different. Is this true, De Winter? Maxim shrugged his shoulders. It's the first I've heard of it, he said. Colonel Julian looked from one to the other doubtfully. Look here, Fawel, he said, what exactly is your trouble? Fawel stared at him a moment. I could see he was planning something in his mind, and he was still not sober enough to carry it through. He put his hand slowly in his waistcoat pocket and brought out Rebecca's note. This note was written a few hours before Rebecca was supposed to have set out on that suicidal sail. Here it is. I want you to read it, and say whether you think a woman who wrote that note had made up her mind to kill herself. Colonel Julian took a pair of spectacles from a case in his pocket and read the note. Then he handed it back to Fawel. No, he said, on the face of it, no. But I don't know what the note refers to. Perhaps you do. Or perhaps De Winter does. Maxim did not say anything. Fawel twisted the piece of paper in his fingers, considering Colonel Julian all the while. My cousin made a definite appointment in that note, didn't she? He said. She deliberately asked me to drive down to Manderley that night because she had something to tell me. What it actually was I don't suppose we shall ever know, but that's beside the point. She made the appointment, and she was to spend the night in the cottage on purpose to see me alone. The mere fact of her going for a sail never surprised me. It was the sort of thing she did, for an hour or so, after a long day in London. But to plug holes in the cabin and deliberately drown herself, the hysterical impulsive freak of a neurotic girl. Oh, no, Colonel Julian, by Christ no. The color had flooded into his face, and the last words were shouted. His manner was not helpful to him, and I could see by the thin line of Colonel Julian's mouth that he had not taken to Favell. "My dear fellow," he said, "it's not the slightest use your losing your temper with me. I'm not the coroner who conducted the inquiry this afternoon, nor am I a member of the jury who gave the verdict. I'm merely the magistrate of the district. Naturally I want to help you all I can, and De Winter, too. You say you refuse to believe your cousin committed suicide. On the other hand, you heard, as we all did, the evidence of the boat builder. The seacocks were open, the holes were there. Very well. Suppose we get to the point. What do you suggest really happened?" Favell turned his head and looked slowly towards Maxim. He was still twisting the note between his fingers. "Rebecca never opened those seacocks, nor split the holes in the planking. Rebecca never committed suicide. You've asked for my opinion, and by God you shall have it. Rebecca was murdered. And if you want to know who the murderer is, why there he stands, by the window there, with that goddamned superior smile on his face. He couldn't even wait, could he, until the year was out, before marrying the first girl he set eyes on? There he is, there's your murderer for you, Mr. Maximilian de Winter. Take a good long look at him. He'd look well hanging, wouldn't he?" And Favell began to laugh, the laugh of a drunkard, high-pitched, forced, and foolish, and all the while twisting Rebecca's note between his fingers. Chapter 24. Thank God for Favell's laugh. Thank God for his pointing finger, his flushed face, his staring bloodshot eyes. Thank God for the way he stood there swaying on his 2 feet. Because it made Colonel Julian antagonistic, it put him on our side. I saw the disgust on his face, the quick movement of his lips. Colonel Julian did not believe him. Colonel Julian was on our side. "The man's drunk," he said quickly. "He doesn't know what he's saying." "Drunk, am I?" shouted Favell. "Oh, no, my fine friend. You may be a magistrate and a colonel into the bargain, but it won't cut any ice with me. I've got the law on my side for a change, and I'm going to use it. There are other magistrates in this bloody county besides you. Fellows with brains in their heads, who understand the meaning of justice. Not soldiers who got the sack years ago for incompetence and walk about with a string of putty medals on their chest. Max de Winter murdered Rebecca, and I'm going to prove it." "Wait a minute, Mr. Favell," said Colonel Julian quietly. "You were present at the inquiry this afternoon, weren't you? I remember you now. I saw you sitting there. If you felt so deeply about the injustice of the verdict, why didn't you say so then? To the jury, to the coroner himself? Why didn't you produce that letter in court?" Favell stared at him, and laughed. "Why?" he said, "because I did not choose to, that's why. I preferred to come and tackle De Winter personally. That's why I rang you up," said Maxim, coming forward from the window. "We've already heard Favell's accusations. I asked him the same question. Why didn't he tell his suspicions to the coroner? He said he was not a rich man, and that if I cared to settle 2,000 or 3,000 on him for life he would never worry me again. Frank was here, and my wife. They both heard him. Ask them." "It's perfectly true, sir," said Frank. "It's blackmail, pure and simple." "Yes, of course," said Colonel Julian. "The trouble is that blackmail is not very pure, nor is it particularly simple. It can make a lot of unpleasantness for a great many people, even if the blackmailer finds himself in jail at the end of it. Sometimes innocent people find themselves in jail as well. We want to avoid that, in this case. I don't know whether you are sufficiently sober, Favell, to answer my questions, and if you keep off irrelevant personalities we may get through with the business quicker. You have just made a serious accusation against De Winter. Have you any proof to back that accusation? Proof? Said Favell. What the hell do you want with proof? Aren't those holes in the boat proof enough? Certainly not, said Colonel Julian, unless you can bring a witness who saw him do it. Where's your witness? Witness be damned, said Favell. Of course De Winter did it. Who else would kill Rebecca? Kerith has a large population, said Colonel Julian. Why not go from door to door making inquiries? I might have done it myself. You appear to have no more proof against De Winter there than you would have against me. Oh, I see, said Favell, you're going to hold his hand through this. You're going to back De Winter. You won't let him down. Because you've dined with him, and he's dined with you. He's a big name down here. He's the owner of Manderley. You poor bloody little snob. Take care, Favell, take care. You think you can get the better of me, don't you? You think I've got no case to bring to a court of law. I'll get my proof for you all right. I tell you De Winter killed Rebecca because of me. He knew I was her lover. He was jealous, madly jealous. He knew she was waiting for me at the cottage on the beach, and he went down that night and killed her. Then he put her body in the boat and sank her. Quite a clever story, Favell, in its way, but I repeat again you have no proof. Produce your witness who saw it happen and I might begin to take you seriously. I know that cottage on the beach. A sort of picnic place, isn't it? Mrs. De Winter used to keep the gear there for the boat. It would help your story if you could turn it into a bungalow with 50 replicas alongside of it. There would be a chance then that one of the inhabitants might have seen the whole affair. Hold on, said Favell slowly, hold on. There is a chance De Winter might have been seen that night. Quite a good chance too. It's worth finding out. What would you say if I did produce a witness? Colonel Julian shrugged his shoulders. I saw Frank glance inquiringly at Maxim. Maxim did not say anything. He was watching Favell. I suddenly knew what Favell meant. I knew who he was talking about. And in a flash of fear and horror I knew that he was right. There had been a witness that night. Little sentences came back to me. Words I had not understood. Phrases I believed to be the fragments of a poor idiot's mind. She's down there, isn't she? She won't come back again. I didn't tell no one. They'll find her there, won't they? The fishes have eaten her, Haven. They? She'll not come back no more. Ben knew. Ben had seen. Ben, with his queer crazed brain, had been a witness all the time. He had been hiding in the woods that night. He had seen Maxim take the boat from the moorings, and pull back in the dinghy, alone. I knew all the color was draining away from my face. I leant back against the cushion of the chair. There's a local half-wit who spends his time on the beach, said Favell. He was always hanging about, when I used to come down and meet Rebecca. I've often seen him. He used to sleep in the woods, or on the beach when the nights were hot. The fellow's cracked, he would never have come forward on his own. But I could make him talk if he did see anything that night. And there's a bloody big chance he did. Who is this? What is he talking about? Said Colonel Julian. He must mean Ben, said Frank, with another glance at Maxim. He's the son of one of our tenants. But the man's not responsible for what he says or does. He's been an idiot since birth. What the hell does that matter? Said Favell. He's got eyes, hasn't he? He knows what he sees. He's only got to answer yes or no. You're getting windy now, aren't you? Not so mighty confident? Can we get hold of this fellow and question him? Asked Colonel Julian. Of course, said Maxim. Tell Robert to cut down to his mother's cottage, Frank, and bring him back. Frank hesitated. I saw him glance at me out of the tail of his eye. Go on, for God's sake, said Maxim. We want to end this thing, don't we? Frank went out of the room. I began to feel the old nagging pain beneath my heart. In a few minutes Frank came back again into the room. Robert's taken my car, he said. If Ben is at home he won't be more than 10 minutes. The rain will keep him at home all right, said Favell. He'll be there. And I think you will find I shall be able to make him talk. He laughed, and looked at Maxim. His face was still very flushed. Excitement had made him sweat. There were beads of perspiration on his forehead. I noticed how his neck bulged over the back of his collar, and how low his ears were set on his head. Those florid good looks would not last him very long. Already he was out of condition, puffy. He helped himself to another cigarette. You're like a little trade union here at Manderley, aren't you? He said. No one going to give anyone else away. Even the local magistrate is on the same racket. We must exempt the bride, of course. A wife doesn't give evidence against her husband. Crawley, of course, has been squared. He knows he would lose his job if he told the truth. And if I guess rightly, there's a spice of malice in his soul towards me too. You didn't have much success with Rebecca, did you, Crawley? That garden path wasn't quite long enough, eh? It's a bit easier this time, isn't it? The bride will be grateful for your fraternal arm every time she faints. When she hears the judge sentence her husband to death, that arm of yours will come in very handy. It happened very quickly. Too quick for me to see how Maxim did it. But I saw Favell stagger and fall against the arm of the sofa, and down onto the floor. And Maxim was standing just beside him. I felt rather sick. There was something degrading in the fact that Maxim had hit Favell. I wished I had not known. I wished I had not been there to see. Colonel Julian did not say anything. He looked very grim. He turned his back on them and came and stood beside me. I think you had better go upstairs, he said quietly. I shook my head. No, I whispered. No, that fellow is in a state capable of saying anything, he said. What you have just seen was not very attractive, was it? Your husband was right, of course, but it's a pity you saw it. I did not answer. I was watching Favell, who was getting slowly to his feet. He sat down heavily on the sofa and put his handkerchief to his face. Get me a drink, he said. Get me a drink. Maxim looked at Frank. Frank went out of the room. None of us spoke. In a moment Frank came back with the whiskey and soda on a tray. He mixed some in a glass and gave it to Favell. Favell drank it, greedily, like an animal. There was something sensual and horrible the way he put his mouth to the glass. His lips folded upon the glass in a peculiar way. There was a dark red patch on his jaw where Maxim had hit him. Maxim had turned his back on him again and had returned to the window. I glanced at Colonel Julian and saw that he was looking at Maxim. His gaze was curious, intent. My heart began beating very quickly. Why did Colonel Julian look at Maxim in that way? Did it mean that he was beginning to wonder, to suspect? Maxim did not see. He was watching the rain. It fell straight and steady as before. The sound filled the room. Favell finished his whiskey and soda and put the glass back on the table beside the sofa. He was breathing heavily. He did not look at any of us. He was staring straight in front of him at the floor. The telephone began ringing in the little room. It struck a shrill, discordant note. Frank went to answer it. He came back at once and looked at Colonel Julian. It's your daughter, he said. They want to know if they are to keep dinner back. Colonel Julian waved his hand impatiently. Tell them to start, he said. Tell them I don't know when I shall be back. He glanced at his watch. Fancy ringing up, he muttered. What a moment to choose. Frank went back into the little room to give the message. I thought of the daughter at the other end of the telephone. It would be the one who played golf. I could imagine her calling to her sister, Dad says we're to start. What on earth can he be doing? The steak will be like leather. Their little household disorganized. Because of us. Their evening routine upset. All these foolish inconsequent threads hanging upon one another, because Maxim had killed Rebecca. I looked at Frank. His face was pale and set. I heard Robert coming back with the car, he said to Colonel Julian. The window in there looks onto the drive. He went out of the library to the hall. Favell had lifted his head when he spoke. Then he got to his feet once more and stood looking towards the door. There was a queer ugly smile on his face. The door opened, and Frank came in. He turned and spoke to someone in the hall outside. All right, Ben, he said quietly, Mr. De Winter wants to give you some cigarettes. There's nothing to be frightened of. Ben stepped awkwardly into the room. He had his sou'wester in his hands. He looked odd and naked without his hat. I realized for the first time that his head was shaved all over, and he had no hair. He looked different, dreadful. The light seemed to daze him. He glanced foolishly round the room, blinking his small eyes. He caught sight of me, and I gave him a weak, rather tremulous smile. I don't know if he recognized me or not. He just blinked his eyes. Then Favell walked slowly towards him and stood in front of him. Hello, he said. How's life treated you since we last met? Ben stared at him. There was no recognition on his face. He did not answer. Well, said Favell, you know who I am, don't you? Ben went on twisting his sou'wester. Eh? He said. Have a cigarette, said Favell, handing him the box. Ben glanced at Maxim and Frank. All right, said Maxim, take as many as you like. Ben took 4 and stuck 2 behind each ear. Then he stood twisting his cap again. You know who I am, don't you? Repeated Favell. Still Ben did not answer. Colonel Julian walked across to him. You shall go home in a few moments, Ben, he said. No one is going to hurt you. We just want you to answer 1 or 2 questions. You know Mr. Favell, don't you? This time Ben shook his head. I never seen, he said. Don't be a bloody fool, said Favell roughly. You know you've seen me. You've seen me go to the cottage on the beach, Mrs. De Winter's cottage. You've seen me there, haven't you? No, said Ben. I never seen no one. You damned half-witted liar, said Favell. Are you going to stand there and say you never saw me last year? Walk through those woods with Mrs. De Winter, and go into the cottage? Didn't we catch you once, peering at us from the window? Eh? Said Ben. A convincing witness, said Colonel Julian. Sarcastically. Favell swung round on him. It's a put-up job, he said. Someone has got at this idiot and bribed him too. I tell you he's seen me scores of times. Here, will this make you remember? He fumbled in his hip pocket and brought out a note case. He flourished a £1 note in front of Ben. Now do you remember me? He said. Ben shook his head. I never seen, he said, and then he took hold of Frank's arm. Has he come here to take me to the asylum? He said. No, said Frank. No, of course not, Ben. I don't want to go to the asylum, said Ben. They'm cruel to folk in there. I want to stay home. I done nothing. That's all right, Ben, said Colonel Julian. No one's going to put you in the asylum. Are you quite sure you've never seen this man before? No, said Ben. I've never seen, You remember Mrs. De Winter, don't you? Said Colonel Julian. Ben glanced doubtfully towards me. No, said Colonel Julian gently, not this lady. The other lady, who used to go to the cottage. Eh? Said Ben. You remember the lady who had the boat? Ben blinked his eyes. She's gone, he said. Yes, we know that, said Colonel Julian. She used to sail the boat, didn't she? Were you on the beach when she sailed the boat the last time? One evening, over 12 months ago. When she didn't come back again. Ben twisted his sou'wester. He glanced at Frank. and then at Maxim. "Eh?" he said. "You were there, weren't you?" said Favell, leaning forward. "You saw Mrs. De Winter come down to the cottage, and presently you saw Mr. De Winter too. He went into the cottage after her. What happened then? Go on. What happened?" Ben shrank back against the wall. "I seen nothing," he said. "I want to stay home. I'm not going to the asylum. I never seen you. Never before. I never seen you and she in the woods." He began to blubber like a child. "You crazy little rat," said Favell slowly, "you bloody crazy little rat." Ben was wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his coat. "Your witness does not seem to have helped you," said Colonel Julian. "The performance has been rather a waste of time, hasn't it? Do you want to ask him anything else?" "It's a plot," shouted Favell. "A plot against me. You're all in it, every one of you. Someone's paid this half-wit, I tell you. Paid him to tell his string of dirty lies." "I think Ben might be allowed to go home," said Colonel Julian. "All right, Ben," said Maxim. "Robert shall take you back. And no one will put you in the asylum, don't be afraid. Tell Robert to find him something in the kitchen," he added to Frank. "Some cold meat, whatever he fancies. Payment for services rendered, eh?" said Favell. "He's done a good day's work for you, Max, hasn't he?" Frank took Ben out of the room. Colonel Julian glanced at Maxim. "The fellow appeared to be scared stiff," he said. "He was shaking like a leaf. I was watching him. He's never been ill-treated, has he?" "No," said Maxim. "He's perfectly harmless, and I've always let him have the run of the place." "He's been frightened at some time," said Colonel Julian. "He was showing the whites of his eyes, just like a dog does when you're going to whip him." "Well, why didn't you?" said Favell. "He'd have remembered me all right if you'd whipped him." "Oh, no, he's going to be given a good supper for his work tonight. Ben's not going to be whipped. He has not helped your case." "Has he?" said Colonel Julian quietly. "We're still where we were. You can't produce one shred of evidence against De Winter and you know it. The very motive you gave won't stand the test. In a court of law, Favell, you wouldn't have a leg to stand on. You say you were Mrs. De Winter's prospective husband, and that you held clandestine meetings with her in that cottage on the beach. Even the poor idiot we have just had in this room swears he never saw you. You can't even prove your own story, can you?" "Can't I?" said Favell. "I saw him smile. He came across to the fireplace and rang the bell." "What are you doing?" said Colonel Julian. "Wait a moment and you'll see," said Favell. "I guessed already what was going to happen." Frith answered the bell. "Ask Mrs. Danvers to come here," said Favell. Frith glanced at Maxim. Maxim nodded shortly. Frith went out of the room. "Isn't Mrs. Danvers the housekeeper?" said Colonel Julian. "She was also Rebecca's personal friend," said Favell. Single quote. "She was with her for years before she married and practically brought her up. You are going to find Danny a very different sort of witness to Ben." Frank came back into the room. "Packed Ben off to bed?" said Favell. "Given him his supper and told him he was a good boy? This time it won't be quite so easy for the trade union." "Mrs. Danvers is coming down," said Colonel Julian. "Favell seems to think he will get something out of her." Frank glanced quickly at Maxim. Colonel Julian saw the glance. "I saw his lips tighten. I did not like it. No, I did not like it. I began biting my nails." We all waited, watching the door. And Mrs. Danvers came into the room. Perhaps it was because I had generally seen her alone, and beside me she had seemed tall and gaunt, but she looked shrunken now in size, more wizened, and I noticed she had to look up to Favell and to Frank and Maxim. She stood by the door, her hands folded in front of her, looking from one to the other of us. "Good evening, Mrs. Danvers," said Colonel Julian. "Good evening, sir," she said. Her voice was that old, dead, mechanical one I had heard so often. "First of all, Mrs. Danvers, I want to ask you a question," said Colonel Julian, "and the question is this. Were you aware of the relationship between the late Mrs. De Winter and Mr. Favell here?" "They were first cousins," said Mrs. Danvers. "I was not referring to blood relationship, Mrs. Danvers," said Colonel Julian. "I mean something closer than that." "I'm afraid I don't understand, sir," said Mrs. Danvers. "Oh, come off it, Danny," said Favell. "You know damn well what he's driving at. I've told Colonel Julian already, but he doesn't seem to believe me. Rebecca and I had lived together off and on for years, hadn't we? She was in love with me, wasn't she?" To my surprise, Mrs. Danvers considered him a moment without speaking, and there was something of scorn in the glance she gave him. "She was not," she said. "Listen here, you old fool," began Favell, but Mrs. Danvers cut him short. "She was not in love with you, or with Mr. De Winter. She was not in love with anyone. She despised all men. She was above all that." Favell flushed angrily. "Listen here, didn't she come down the path through the woods to meet me, night after night? Didn't you wait up for her? Didn't she spend the weekends with me in London?" "Well," said Mrs. Danvers, with sudden passion. "And what if she did? She had a right to amuse herself, hadn't she? Love-making was a game with her, only a game. She told me so. She did it because it made her laugh. It made her laugh, I tell you. She laughed at you like she did at the rest. I've known her come back and sit upstairs in her bed and rock with laughter at the lot of you." There was something horrible in the sudden torrent of words, something horrible and unexpected. It revolted me, even though I knew. Maxim had gone very white. Favell stared at her blankly, as though he had not understood. Colonel Julian tugged at his small mustache. No one said anything for a few minutes, and there was no sound but that inevitable falling rain. Then Mrs. Danvers began to cry. She cried like she had done that morning in the bedroom. I could not look at her. I had to turn away. No one said anything. There were just the two sounds in the room, the falling rain and Mrs. Danvers crying. It made me want to scream. I wanted to run out of the room and scream and scream. No one moved towards her, to say anything, or to help her. She went on crying. Then at last, it seemed eternity, she began to control herself. Little by little, the crying ceased. She stood quite still, her face working, her hands clutching the black stuff of her frock. At last she was silent again. Then Colonel Julian spoke, quietly, slowly. "Mrs. Danvers," he said, "can you think of any reason, however remote, why Mrs. De Winter should have taken her own life?" Mrs. Danvers swallowed. She went on clutching at her frock. She shook her head. "No," she said. "No. There, you see?" Favell said swiftly. "It's impossible. She knows that as well as I do. I've told you already." "Be quiet, will you?" said Colonel Julian. "Give Mrs. Danvers time to think. We all of us agree that on the face of it the thing's absurd, out of the question. I'm not disputing the truth or veracity of that note of yours. It's plain for us to see. She wrote you that note some time during those hours she spent in London. There was something she wanted to tell you. It's just possible that if we knew what that something was we might have the answer to the whole appalling problem. Let Mrs. Danvers read the note. She may be able to throw light on it." Favell shrugged his shoulders. He felt in his pocket for the note and threw it on the floor at Mrs. Danvers' feet. She stooped and picked it up. We watched her lips move as she read the words. She read it twice. Then she shook her head. "It's no use," she said. "I don't know what she meant. If there was something important she had to tell Mr. Jack she would have told me first." "You never saw her that night?" "No, I was out. I was spending the afternoon and evening in Carriff. I shall never forgive myself for That, never till my dying day. Then you know of nothing on her mind, you can't suggest a solution, Mrs. Danvers? Those words, I have something to tell you, do not convey anything to you at all? Single quote. No, she answered. No, sir, nothing at all. Does anybody know how she spent that day in London? Nobody answered. Maxim shook his head. Favell swore under his breath. Look here, she left that note at my flat at 3 in the afternoon, he said. The porter saw her. She must have driven down here straight after that, and gone like the wind too. Mrs. De Winter had a hair appointment from 12 until 1:30, said Mrs. Danvers. I remember that, because I had to telephone through to London from here earlier in the week and book it for her. I remember doing it, 12 to 1:30. She always lunched at her club after a hair appointment so that she could leave the pins in her hair. It's almost certain she lunched there that day. Say it took her half an hour to have lunch. What was she doing from 2 until 3? We ought to verify that, said Colonel Julian. Oh, Christ Jesus, who the hell cares what she was doing? Shouted Favell. She didn't kill herself, that's the only thing that matters, isn't it? I've got her engagement diary locked in my room, said Mrs. Danvers slowly. I kept all those things. Mr. De Winter never asked me for them. It's just possible she may have noted down her appointments for that day. She was methodical in that way. She used to put everything down and then tick the items off with a cross. If you think it would be helpful, I'll go and fetch the diary. Well, De Winter, said Colonel Julian, what do you say? Do you mind us seeing this diary? Of course not, said Maxim. Why on earth should I? Once again I saw Colonel Julian give him that swift, curious glance. And this time Frank noticed it. I saw Frank look at Maxim too. And then back again to me. This time it was I who got up and went towards the window. It seemed to me that it was no longer raining quite so hard. The fury was spent. The rain that was falling now had a quieter, softer note. The gray light of evening had come into the sky. The lawns were dark and drenched with the heavy rain, and the trees had a shrouded, humped appearance. I could hear the housemaid overhead drawing the curtains for the night, shutting down the windows that had not been closed already. The little routine of the day going on inevitably as it had always done. The curtains drawn, shoes taken down to be cleaned, the towel laid out on the chair in the bathroom, and the water run for my bath. Beds turned down, slippers put beneath a chair. And here were we in the library, none of us speaking, knowing in our hearts that Maxim was standing trial here for his life. I turned round when I heard the soft closing of the door. It was Mrs. Danvers. She had come back again with the diary in her hand. I was right, she said quietly. She had marked down the engagements as I said she would. Here they are on the date she died. She opened the diary, a small, red leather book. She gave it to Colonel Julian. Once more he brought his spectacles from his case. There was a long pause while he glanced down the page. It seemed to me then that there was something about that particular moment, while he looked at the page of the diary. And we stood waiting, that frightened me more than anything that had happened that evening. I dug my nails in my hands. I could not look at Maxim. Surely Colonel Julian must hear my heart beating and thumping in my breast? Ah, he said. His finger was in the middle of the page. Something is going to happen, I thought, something terrible is going to happen. Yes, he said, yes, here it is. Hair. At 12, as Mrs. Danvers said. And a cross beside it. She kept her appointment, then. Lunch at the club, and a cross beside that. What have we here, though? Baker. 2 o'clock. Who was Baker? He looked at Maxim. Maxim shook his head. Then at Mrs. Danvers. Baker? Repeated Mrs. Danvers. She knew no one called Baker. I've never heard the name before. Well, here it is, said Colonel Julian, handing her the diary. You can see for yourself, Baker. And she's put a great cross beside it as though she wanted to break the pencil. She evidently saw this baker, whoever he may have been. Mrs. Danvers was staring at the name written in the diary, and the black cross beside it. Baker, she said. Baker. I believe if we knew who Baker was we'd be getting to the bottom of the whole business, said Colonel Julian. She wasn't in the hands of moneylenders, was she? Mrs. Danvers looked at him with scorn. Mrs. De Winter? She said. Well, blackmailers perhaps? Said Colonel Julian. With a glance at Favell. Mrs. Danvers shook her head. Baker, she repeated. Baker. She had no enemy, no one who had ever threatened her, no one she was afraid of. Mrs. De Winter afraid? Said Mrs. Danvers. She was afraid of nothing and no one. There was only one thing ever worried her, and that was the idea of getting old, of illness, of dying in her bed. She has said to me a score of times, when I go, Danny, I want to go quickly, like the snuffing out of a candle. That used to be the only thing that consoled me, after she died. They say drowning is painless, don't they? She looked searchingly at Colonel Julian. He did not answer. He hesitated, tugging at his mustache. I saw him throw another glance at Maxim. What the hell's the use of all this? Said Favell, coming forward. We're streaking away from the point the whole bloody time. Who cares about this Baker fellow? What's he got to do with it? It was probably some damn merchant who sold stockings, or face cream. If he had been anyone important, Danny here would know him. Rebecca had no secrets from Danny. But I was watching Mrs. Danvers. She had the book in her hands and was turning the leaves. Suddenly, she gave an exclamation. There's something here, she said, right at the back among the telephone numbers. Baker. And there's a number beside it, 0488. But there is no exchange. Brilliant, Danny, said Favell, becoming quite a sleuth in your old age, aren't you? But you're just 12 months too late. If you'd done this a year ago there might have been some use in it. That's his number. All right, said Colonel Julian, 0488, and the name. Baker beside it. Why didn't she put the exchange? Try every exchange in London, jeered Favell. It will take you through the night but we don't mind. Max doesn't care if his telephone bill is £100, do you, Max? You want to play for time, and so should I, if I were in your shoes. There is a mark beside the number but it might mean anything, said Colonel Julian. Take a look at it, Mrs. Danvers. Could it possibly be an M? Mrs. Danvers took the diary in her hands again. It might be, she said doubtfully. It's not like her usual M, but she may have scribbled it in a hurry. Yes, it might be M. Mayfair 0488, said Favell. What a genius, what a brain. Well, said Maxim, lighting his first cigarette, something had better be done about it. Frank, go through and ask the exchange for Mayfair 0488. The nagging pain was strong beneath my heart. I stood quite still, my hands by my side. Maxim did not look at me. Go on, Frank, he said. What are you waiting for? Frank went through to the little room beyond. We waited while he called the exchange. In a moment he was back again. They're going to ring me, he said quietly. Colonel Julian clasped his hands behind his back and began walking up and down the room. No one said anything. After about 4 minutes the telephone rang shrill and insistent, that irritating, monotonous note of a long-distance call. Frank went through to answer it. Is that Mayfair 0488? He said. Can you tell me if anyone of the name of Baker lives there? Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. Yes, I must have got the wrong number. Thank you very much. The little click as he replaced the receiver. Then he came back into the room. Someone called Lady Eastley lives at Mayfair 0488. It's an address in Grosvenor Street. They've never heard of Baker. Favell gave a great cackle of laughter. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, they all jumped out of a rotten potato, he said. Carry on, detective number 1. What's the next exchange on the list? Try museum, said Mrs. Danvers. Frank glanced at Maxim. Go ahead, said Maxim. The farce was repeated all over again. Colonel Julian repeated his walk up and down the room. Another 5 minutes went by, and the telephone rang again. Frank went to answer it. He left the door wide open. I could see him lean down to the table where the telephone stood, and bend to the mouthpiece. Hello? Is that Museum 0488? Can you tell me if anyone of the name of Baker lives there? Oh, who is that speaking? A night porter. Yes, I understand. Not offices. No, of course. Can you give me the address? Yes, it's rather important. He paused. He called to us over his shoulder. I think we've got him, he said. Oh, God, don't let it be true. Don't let Baker be found. Please God, make Baker be dead. I knew who Baker was. I had known all along. I watched Frank through the door. I watched him lean forward suddenly, reach for a pencil and a piece of paper. Hello? Yes, I'm still here. Could you spell it? Thank you. Thank you very much. Good night. He came back into the room, the piece of paper in his hands. Frank, who loved Maxim, who did not know that the piece of paper he held was the one shred of evidence that was worth a damn in the whole nightmare of our evening, and that by producing it he could destroy Maxim as well and truly as though he had a dagger in his hand and stabbed him in the back. It was the night porter from an address in Bloomsbury, he said. There are no residents there at all. The place is used during the day as a doctor's consulting rooms. Apparently Baker's given up practice, and left 6 months ago. But we can get hold of him all right. The Night Porter, Chapter 25. It was then that Maxim looked at me. He looked at me for the first time that evening. And in his eyes I read a message of farewell. It was as though he leant against the side of a ship, and I stood below him on the quay. There would be other people touching his shoulder, and touching mine, but we would not see them. Nor would we speak or call to one another, for the wind in the distance would carry away the sound of our voices. But I should see his eyes and he would see mine before the ship drew away from the side of the quay. Favell, Mrs. Danvers, Colonel Julian, Frank with the slip of paper in his hands, they were all forgotten at this moment. It was ours, inviolate, a fraction of time suspended between 2 seconds. And then he turned away and held out his hand to Frank. Well done, he said. What's the address? Somewhere near Barnet, north of London, said Frank, giving him the paper. But it's not on the telephone. We can't ring him up. Satisfactory work, Crawley, said Colonel Julian, and from you too, Mrs. Danvers. Can you throw any light on the matter now? Mrs. Danvers shook her head. Mrs. De Winter never needed a doctor. Like all strong people, she despised them. We only had Dr. Phillips from Carith here once, that time she sprained her wrist. I've never heard her speak of this Dr. Baker. She never mentioned his name to me. I tell you, the fellow was a face cream mixer, said Favell. What the hell does it matter who he was? If there was anything to it, Danny would know. I tell you, it's some fool fellow who had discovered a new way of bleaching the hair or whitening the skin, and Rebecca had probably got the address from her hairdresser that morning and went along after lunch out of curiosity. No, said Frank. I think you're wrong there. Baker wasn't a quack. The night porter at Museum 0488 told me he was a very well-known woman's specialist. H.M., said Colonel Julian, pulling at his mustache. There must have been something wrong with her after all. It seems very curious that she did not say a word to anybody, not even to you, Mrs. Danvers. She was too thin, said Favell. I told her about it, but she only laughed. Said it suited her. Banting, I suppose, like all these women. Perhaps she went to this chap Baker for a diet sheet. Do you think that's possible, Mrs. Danvers? Asked Colonel Julian. Mrs. Danvers shook her head slowly. She seemed dazed, bewildered by this sudden news about Baker. I can't understand it, she said. I don't know what it means. Baker. A Dr. Baker. Why didn't she tell me? Why did she keep it from me? She told me everything. Perhaps she didn't want to worry you, said Colonel Julian. No doubt she made an appointment with him, and saw him, and then when she came down that night she was going to have told you all about it. And the note to Mr. Jack, said Mrs. Danvers suddenly. That note to Mr. Jack, I have something to tell you. I must see you, she was going to tell him too? That's true, said Favell slowly. We were forgetting the note. Once more he pulled it out of his pocket and read it to us aloud. I've got something to tell you, and I want to see you as soon as possible. Rebecca. Single quote. Of course, there's no doubt about it, said Colonel Julian, turning to Maxim. I wouldn't mind betting £1,000 on it. She was going to tell Favell the result of that interview with this Dr. Baker. I believe you're right after all, said Favell. The note and that appointment seemed to hang together. But what the hell was it all about? That's what I want to know. What was the matter with her? The truth screamed in their faces and they did not see. They all stood there, staring at one another, and they did not understand. I dared not look at them. I dared not move lest I betray my knowledge. Maxim said nothing. He had gone back to the window and was looking out into the garden that was hushed and dark and still. The rain had ceased at last, but the spots fell from the dripping leaves and from the gutter above the window. It ought to be quite easy to verify, said Frank. Here is the doctor's present address. I can write him a letter and ask him if he remembers an appointment last year with Mrs. De Winter. I don't know if he would take any notice of it, said Colonel Julian. There is so much of this etiquette in the medical profession. Every case is confidential, you know. The only way to get anything out of him would be to get De Winter to see him privately and explain the circumstances. What do you say, De Winter? Maxim turned round from the window. I'm ready to do whatever you care to suggest, he said quietly. Anything for time, eh? Said Favell. A lot can be done in 24 hours, can't it? Trains can be caught, ships can sail, aeroplanes can fly. I saw Mrs. Danvers look sharply from Favell to Maxim, and I realized then, for the first time, that Mrs. Danvers had not known about Favell's accusation. At last she was beginning to understand. I could tell from the expression on her face. There was doubt written on it, then wonder and hatred mixed, and then conviction. Once again those lean long hands of hers clutched convulsively at her dress, and she passed her tongue over her lips. She went on staring at Maxim. She never took her eyes away from Maxim. It's too late, I thought. She can't do anything to us now, the harm is done. It does not matter what she says to us now, or what she does. The harm is done. She can't hurt us anymore. Maxim did not notice her, or if he did he gave no sign. He was talking to Colonel Julian. What do you suggest? He said. Shall I go up in the morning, drive to this address at Barnet? I can wire Baker to expect me. He's not going alone, said Favell, with a short laugh. I have a right to insist on that, haven't I? Send him up with Inspector Welch and I won't object. If only Mrs. Danvers would take her eyes away from Maxim. Frank had seen her now. He was watching her, puzzled, anxious. I saw him glance once more at the slip of paper in his hands, on which he had written Dr. Baker's address. Then he too glanced at Maxim. I believe then that some faint idea of the truth began to force itself to his conscience, for he went very white and put the paper down on the table. Don't think there is any necessity to bring Inspector Welch into the affair, yet, said Colonel Julian. His voice was different, harder. I did not like the way he used the word, yet. Why must he use it at all? I did not like it. If I go with De Winter, and stay with him the whole time, and bring him back, will that satisfy you? He said. Favel looked at Maxim, and then at Colonel Julien. The expression on his face was ugly, calculating, and there was something of triumph too in his light blue eyes. Yes, he said slowly, yes, I suppose so. But for safety's sake, do you mind if I come with you too? No, said Colonel Julien, unfortunately I think you have the right to ask that. But if you do come, I have the right to insist on your being sober. You needn't worry about that, said Favel, beginning to smile. I'll be sober all right. Sober as the judge will be when he sentences Max in 3 months' time. I rather think this Dr. Baker is going to prove my case, after all. He looked around at each one of us and began to laugh. I think he too had understood at last the significance of that visit to the doctor. Well, he said, what time are we going to start in the morning? Colonel Julien looked at Maxim. How early can you be ready? Any time you say, said Maxim. 9 o'clock? 9 o'clock, said Maxim. How do we know he won't do a bolt in the night? Said Favel. He's only to cut round to the garage and get his car. Is my word enough for you? Said Maxim, turning to Colonel Julien. And for the first time Colonel Julien hesitated. I saw him glance at Frank. And a flush came over Maxim's face. I saw the little pulse beating on his forehead. Mrs. Danvers, he said slowly. When Mrs. De Winter and I go to bed tonight, will you come up yourself and lock the door on the outside? And call us yourself, at 7 in the morning? Yes, sir, said Mrs. Danvers. Still she kept her eyes on him, still her hands clutched at her dress. Very well, then, said Colonel Julien brusquely. I don't think there is anything else we need discuss tonight. I shall be here sharp at 9 in the morning. You will have room for me in your car, De Winter? Yes, said Maxim. And Favel will follow us in his? Right on your tail, my dear fellow, right on your tail, said Favel. Colonel Julien came up to me and took my hand. Good night, he said. You know how I feel for you in all this, there's no need for me to tell you. Get your husband to bed early, if you can. It's going to be a long day. He held my hand a minute and then he turned away. It was curious how he avoided my eye. He looked at my chin. Frank held the door for him as he went out. Favel leant forward and filled his case with cigarettes from the box on the table. I suppose I'm not going to be asked to stop to dinner, he said. Nobody answered. He lit one of the cigarettes and blew a cloud of smoke into the air. It means a quiet evening at the pub on the high road then, he said, and the barmaid has a squint. What a hell of a night I'm going to spend. Never mind, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Good night, Danny old lady. Don't forget to turn the key on Mr. De Winter, will you? He came over to me and held out his hand. Like a foolish child I put my hands behind my back. He laughed and bowed. It's just too bad, isn't it? He said. A nasty man like me coming and spoiling all your fun. Don't worry, it will be a great thrill for you when the yellow press gets going with your life story, and you see the headlines, from Monte Carlo to Manderley. Experiences of murderer's girl bride, written across the top. Better luck next time. He strolled across the room to the door, waving his hand to Maxim by the window. So long, old man, he said. Pleasant dreams. Make the most of your night behind that locked door. He turned and laughed at me, and then he went out of the room. Mrs. Danvers followed him. Maxim and I were alone. He went on standing by the window. He did not come to me. Jasper came trotting in from the hall. He had been shut outside all the evening. He came fussing up to me, biting the edge of my skirt. I'm coming with you in the morning, I said to Maxim. I'm coming up to London with you in the car. He did not answer for a moment. He went on, looking out of the window. Then, yes, he said, his voice without expression. Yes, we must go on being together. Frank came back into the room. He stood in the entrance, his hand on the door. They gone, he said, Favel and Colonel Julian, I watched them go. All right, Frank, said Maxim. Is there anything I can do? Said Frank, anything at all? Wire to anyone, arrange anything? I'll stay up all night if only there's anything I can do. I'll get that wire off to Baker, of course. Don't worry, said Maxim, there's nothing for you to do yet. There may be plenty, after tomorrow. We can go into all that when the time comes. Tonight we want to be together. You understand, don't you? Yes, said Frank. Yes, of course. He waited a moment, his hand on the door. Good night, he said. Good night, said Maxim. When he had gone, and shut the door behind him, Maxim came over to me where I was standing by the fireplace. I held out my arms to him and he came to me like a child. I put my arms round him and held him. We did not say anything for a long time. I held him and comforted him as though he were Jasper. As though Jasper had hurt himself in some way and he had come to me to take his pain away. We can sit together, he said, driving up in the car. Yes, I said. Julian won't mind, he said. No, I said. We shall have tomorrow night too, he said. They won't do anything at once, not for 24 hours perhaps. No, I said. They aren't so strict now, he said. They let one see people. And it all takes such a long time. If I can, I shall try and get hold of Hastings. He's the best. Hastings or Burkett. Hastings used to know my father. Yes, I said. I shall have to tell him the truth, he said. It makes it easier for them. They know where they are. Yes, I said. The door opened and Frith came into the room. I pushed Maxim away. I stood up straight and conventional, patting my hair into place. Will you be changing, madam, or shall I serve dinner at once? Single quote. No, Frith, we won't be changing, not tonight, I said. Very good, madam, he said. He left the door open. Robert came in and began drawing the curtains. He arranged the cushions, straightened the sofa, tidied the books and papers on the table. He took away the whiskey and soda and the dirty ashtrays. I had seen him do these things as a ritual every evening I had spent at Manderley, but tonight, they seemed to take on a special significance, as though the memory of them would last forever, and I would say, long after, in some other time, I remember this moment. I remember every detail of that evening. I remember the ice-cold consommé in the cups, and the fillets of sole, and the hot shoulder of lamb. I remember the burnt sugar sweet, the sharp savory that followed. We had new candles. In the silver candlesticks, they looked white and slim and very tall. The curtains had been drawn here too against the dull gray evening. It seemed strange to be sitting in the dining room and not look out onto the lawns. It was like the beginning of autumn. It was while we were drinking our coffee in the library that the telephone rang. This time it was I who answered it. I heard Beatrice speaking at the other end. Is that you? She said. I've been trying to get through all the evening. Twice it was engaged. I'm so sorry, I said. So very sorry. We had the evening papers about 2 hours ago, she said, and the verdict was a frightful shock to both Giles and myself. What does Maxim say about it? I think it was a shock to everybody, I said. But, my dear, the thing is preposterous. Why on earth should Rebecca have committed suicide? The most unlikely person in the world. There must have been a blunder somewhere. I don't know, I said. What does Maxim say? Where is he? She said. People have been here, I said, Colonel Julian, and others. Maxim is very tired. We're going up to London tomorrow. What on earth for? Something to do with the verdict. I can't very well explain. You ought to get it quashed, she said. It's ridiculous, quite ridiculous. And so bad for Maxim, all this frightful publicity. It's going to reflect on him. Yes, I said. Surely Colonel Julian can do something, she said. He's a magistrate. What are magistrates for? Old Horridge from Lanyon must have been off his head. What was her motive supposed to be? It's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. Someone ought to get hold of Tab. How can he tell whether those holes in the boat were made deliberately or not? Giles said of course it must have been. The rocks. They seem to think not, I said. If only I could have been there, she said. I should have insisted on speaking. No one seems to have made any effort. Is Maxim very upset? He's tired, I said, more tired than anything else. I wish I could come up to London and join you, she said, but I don't see how I can. Roger has a temperature of 103, poor old boy, and the nurse They got in is a perfect idiot, he loathes her. I can't possibly leave him. Of course not, I said. You mustn't attempt it. Whereabouts in London will you be? I don't know, I said. It's all rather vague. Tell Maxim he must try and do something to get that verdict altered. It's so bad for the family. I'm telling everybody here it's absolutely wicked. Rebecca would never have killed herself, she wasn't the type. I've got a good mind to write to the coroner myself. It's too late, I said. Much better leave it. It won't do any good. The stupidity of it gets my goat, she said. Giles and I think it much more likely that if those holes weren't done by the rocks they were done deliberately, by some tramp or other. A communist perhaps. There are heaps of them about. Just the sort of thing a communist would do. Maxim called to me from the library. Can't you get rid of her? What on earth is she talking about? Beatrice, I said desperately, I'll try and ring you. Up from London. Is it any good my tackling Dick Godolphin? She said. He's your MP. I know him very well, much better than Maxim does. He was at Oxford with Giles. Ask Maxim whether he would like me to telephone Dick. And see if he can do anything to quash the verdict? Ask Maxim what he thinks of this communist idea. It's no use, I said. It can't do any good. Please, Beatrice, don't try and do anything. It will make it worse, much worse. Rebecca may have had some motive we don't know anything about. And I don't think communists go ramming holes in boats. What would be the use? Please, Beatrice, leave it alone. Oh, thank God she had not been with us today. Thank God for that at least. Something was buzzing in the telephone. I heard Beatrice shouting, "Hello, hello, don't cut us off, exchange," and then there was a click and silence. I went back into the library, limp and exhausted. In a few minutes the telephone began ringing again. I did not do anything. I let it ring. I went and sat down at Maxim's feet. It went on ringing. I did not move. Presently it stopped, as though cut suddenly in exasperation. The clock on the mantelpiece struck 10 o'clock. Maxim put his arms round me and lifted me against him. We began to kiss one another, feverishly, desperately, like guilty lovers who have not kissed before. Chapter 26. When I awoke the next morning, just after 6 o'clock, and got up and went to the window, there was a foggy dew upon the grass like frost, and the trees were shrouded in a white mist. There was a chill in the air and a little, fresh wind, and the cold, quiet smell of autumn. As I knelt by the window looking down onto the rose garden where the flowers themselves drooped upon their stalks, the petals brown and dragging after last night's rain, the happenings of the day before seemed remote and unreal. Here at Manderley a new day was starting. The things of the garden were not concerned with our troubles. A blackbird ran across the rose garden to the lawns in swift, short rushes, stopping now and again to stab at the earth with his yellow beak. A thrush, too, went about his business, and two stout little wagtails, following one another, and a little cluster of twittering sparrows. A gull poised himself high in the air, silent and alone, and then spread his wings wide and swooped beyond the lawns to the woods and the happy valley. These things continued. Our worries and anxieties had no power to alter them. Soon the gardeners would be astir, brushing the first leaves from the lawns and the paths, raking the gravel in the drive. Pails would clank in the courtyard behind the house, the hose would be turned on the car, the little scullery maid would begin to chatter through the open door to the men in the yard. There would be the crisp, hot smell of bacon. The housemaids would open up the house, throw wide the windows, draw back the curtains. The dogs would crawl from their baskets, yawn and stretch themselves, wander out on to the terrace and blink at the first struggles of the pale sun coming through the mist. Robert would lay the table for breakfast, bring in those piping scones, the clutch of eggs, the glass dishes of honey, jam, and marmalade, the bowl of peaches, the cluster of purple grapes with the bloom upon them still hot from the greenhouses. Maids sweeping in the morning room, the drawing room, the fresh, clean air pouring into the long open windows, smoke curling from the chimneys, and little by little the autumn mist fading away and the trees and the banks and the woods taking shape, the glimmer of the sea showing with the sun upon it below the valley, the beacon standing tall and straight upon the headland. The peace of Manderley, the quietude and the grace. Whoever lived within its walls, whatever trouble there was in strife, however much uneasiness and pain, no matter what tears were shed, what sorrows borne, the peace of Manderley could not be broken or the loveliness destroyed. The flowers that died would bloom again another year, the same birds build their nests, the same trees blossom. The old quiet moss smell would linger in the air, and bees would come, and crickets, and herons build their nests in the deep dark woods. The butterflies would dance their merry jig across the lawns, and spiders spin foggy webs, and small startled rabbits who had no business to come trespassing poke their faces through the crowded shrubs. There would be lilac and honeysuckle still, and the white magnolia buds unfolding slow and tight beneath the dining room window. No one would ever hurt Manderley. It would lie always in a hollow like an enchanted thing, guarded by the woods, safe, secure, while the sea broke and ran and came again in the little shingle bays below. Maxim slept on and I did not wake him. The day ahead of us would be a weary thing and long. High roads, and telegraph poles, and the monotony of passing traffic, the slow crawl into London. We did not know what we should find at the end of our journey. The future was unknown. Somewhere to the north of London lived a man called Baker who had never heard of us, but he held our future in the hollow of his hand. Soon he too would be waking, stretching, yawning, going about the business of his day. I got up, and went into the bathroom, and began to run my bath. These actions held for me the same significance as Robert and his clearing of the library had the night before. I had done these things before mechanically, but now I was aware as I dropped my sponge into the water, as I spread my towel on the chair from the hot rail, as I lay back and let the water run over my body. Every moment was a precious thing, having in it the essence of finality. When I went back to the bedroom and began to dress, I heard a soft footstep come and pause outside the door, and the key turn quietly in the lock. There was silence a moment, and then the footsteps went away. It was Mrs. Danvers. She had not forgotten. I had heard the same sound the night before after we had come up from the library. She had not knocked upon the door, she had not made herself known. There was just the sound of footsteps and the turning of the key in the lock. It brought me to reality and the facing of the immediate future. I finished dressing, and went and turned on Maxim's bath. Presently Clarice came with our tea. I woke Maxim. He stared at me at first like a puzzled child, and then he held out his arms. We drank our tea. He got up and went to his bath, and I began putting things methodically in my suitcase. It might be that we should have to stay in London. I packed the brushes Maxim had given me, a night dress, my dressing gown and slippers, and another dress too, and a pair of shoes. My dressing case looked unfamiliar as I dragged it from the back of a wardrobe. It seemed so long since I had used it, and yet it was only 4 months ago. It still had the customs mark upon it they had chalked at Calais. In one of the pockets was a concert ticket from the casino in Monte Carlo. I crumpled it and threw it into the wastepaper basket. It might have belonged to another age, another world. My bedroom began to take on the appearance of all rooms when the owner goes away. The dressing table was bare without my brushes. There was tissue paper lying on the floor, and an old label. The beds where we had slept had a terrible emptiness about them. The towels lay crumpled on the bathroom floor. The wardrobe doors gaped open. I put on my hat so that I should not have to come up again, and I took my bag and my gloves and my suitcase. I glanced round the room to see if there was anything I had forgotten. The mist was breaking, the sun was forcing its way through and throwing patterns on the carpet. When I was halfway down the passage, I had a curious, inexplicable feeling that I must go back and look in my room again. I went without reason, and stood a moment looking at the gaping wardrobe and the empty bed, and the tray of tea upon the table. I stared at them, impressing them forever on my mind, wondering why they had the power to touch me, to sadden me, as though they were children that did not want me to go away. Then I turned and went downstairs to breakfast. It was cold in the dining room, the sun not yet on the windows, and I was grateful for the scalding bitter coffee and heartening bacon. Maxim and I ate in silence. Now and again he glanced at the clock. I heard Robert put the suitcases in the hall with the rug, and presently there was the sound of the car being brought to the door. I went out and stood on the terrace. The rain had cleared the air, and the grass smelled fresh and sweet. When the sun was higher it would be a lovely day. I thought how we might have wandered in the valley before lunch, and then sat out afterwards under the chestnut tree with books and papers. I closed my eyes a minute and felt the warmth of the sun on my face and on my hands. I heard Maxim calling to me from the house. I went back, and Frith helped me into my coat. I heard the sound of another car. It was Frank. "Colonel Julian is waiting at the lodge gates," he said. He did not think it worthwhile to drive up to the house. "No," said Maxim. "I'll stand by in the office all day and wait for you to telephone," said Frank. "After you've seen Baker you may find you want me up in London." "Yes," said Maxim. "Yes, perhaps. It's just 9 now," said Frank. "You're up to time. It's going to be fine too. You should have a good run." "Yes. I hope you won't get overtired." "Mrs. De Winter," he said to me, "it's going to be a long day for you." "I shall be all right," I said. I looked at Jasper, who was standing by my feet with ears drooping and sad reproachful eyes. Single quote. "Take Jasper back with you to the office," I said. "He looks so miserable." "Yes," he said. "Yes, I will. We'd better be off," said Maxim. "Old Julian will be getting impatient." "All right, Frank." I climbed in the car beside Maxim. Frank slammed the door. "You will telephone, won't you?" he said. "Yes, of course," said Maxim. I looked back at the house. Frith was standing at the top of the steps, and Robert just behind. My eyes filled with tears for no reason. I turned away and groped with my bag on the floor of the car so that nobody should see. Then Maxim started up the car and we swept round and into the drive, and the house was hidden. We stopped at the lodge gates and picked up Colonel Julian. He got in at the back. He looked doubtful when he saw me. "It's going to be a long day," he said. "I don't think you should have attempted it. I would have taken care of your husband, you know." "I wanted to come," I said. He did not say any more about it. He settled himself in the corner. "It's fine, that's one thing," he said. Yes, said Maxim. That fellow Favel said he would pick us up at the crossroads. If he *s not there, don't attempt to wait, we'd do much better without him. I hope the damned fellow has overslept himself. When we came to the crossroads, though, I saw the long green body of his car, and my heart sank. I had thought he might not be on time. Favel was sitting at the wheel, hatless, a cigarette in his mouth. He grinned when he saw us, and waved us on. I settled down in my seat for the journey ahead, one hand on Maxim's knee. The hours passed, and the miles were covered. I watched the road ahead in a kind of stupor. Colonel Julien slept at the back from time to time. I turned occasionally and saw his head loll against the cushions, and his mouth open. The green car kept close beside us. Sometimes it shot ahead, sometimes it dropped behind. But we never lost it. At one we stopped for lunch at one of those inevitable old-fashioned hotels in the main street of a county town. Colonel Julien waited through the whole set lunch, starting with soup and fish, and going on to roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Maxim and I had cold ham and coffee. I half expected Favel to wander into the dining room and join us, but when we came out to the car again, I saw his car had been drawn up outside a cafe on the opposite side of the road. He must have seen us from the window. For 3 minutes after we had started, he was on our tail again. We came to the suburbs of London about 3 o'clock. It was then that I began to feel tired. The noise and the traffic blocks started. A humming in my head. It was warm in London, too. The streets had that worn, dusty look of August, and the leaves hung listless on dull trees. Our storm must have been local. There had been no rain. Here, people were walking about in cotton frocks and the men were hatless. There was a smell of waste paper, and orange peel, and feet, and burnt dried grass. Buses lumbered slowly, and taxis crawled. I felt as though my coat and skirt were sticking to me, and my stockings pricked my skin. Colonel Julien sat up and looked out through his window. They've had no rain here, he said. No, said Maxim. Looks as though the place needed it, too. Yes. We haven't succeeded in shaking Favel off. He's still on our tail. Yes. Shopping centers on the outskirts seemed congested. Tired. Women with crying babies in prams stared into windows. Hawkers shouted. Small boys hung onto the backs of lorries. There were too many people, too much noise. The very air was irritable and exhausted. And spent. The drive through London seemed endless, and by the time we had drawn clear again and were out beyond Hampstead, there was a sound in my head like the beating of a drum, and my eyes were burning. I wondered how tired Maxim was. He was pale, and there were shadows under his eyes, but he did not say anything. Colonel Julien kept yawning at the back. He opened his mouth very wide and yawned aloud, sighing heavily afterwards. He would do this every few minutes. I felt a senseless, stupid irritation come over me, and I did not know how to prevent myself from turning round and screaming to him to stop. Once we had passed Hampstead, he drew out a large-scale map from his coat pocket and began directing Maxim to Barnet. The way was clear and there were signposts to tell us. But he kept pointing out every turn and twist in the road, and if there was any hesitation on Maxim's part, Colonel Julien would turn down the window and call for information from a passerby. When we came to Barnet itself, he made Maxim stop every few minutes. Can you tell us where a house called Roselands is? It belongs to a Dr. Baker, who's retired, and come to live there lately, and the passerby would stand frowning a moment, obviously at sea, ignorance written plain upon his face. Dr. Baker? I don't know a Dr. Baker. There used to be a house called Rose Cottage near the church, but a Mrs. Wilson lives there. No, it's Roselands we want, Dr. Baker's house, said Colonel Julien, and then we would go on and stop again in front of a nurse and a pram. Can you tell us where Roselands is? I'm sorry. I'm afraid. I've only just come to live here. You don't know a Dr. Baker? Dr. Davidson. I know Dr. Davidson. No, it's Dr. Baker we want. I glanced up at Maxim. He was looking very tired. His mouth was set hard. Behind us crawled Favel, his green car covered in dust. It was a postman who pointed out the house in the end. A square house, ivy-covered, with no name on the gate, which we had already passed twice. Mechanically I reached for my bag and dabbed my face with the end of the powder puff. Maxim drew up outside at the side of the road. He did not take the car into the short drive. We sat silently for a few minutes. Well, here we are, said Colonel Julian, and it's exactly 12 minutes past 5. We shall catch them in the middle of their tea. Better wait for a bit. Maxim lit a cigarette, and then stretched out his hand to me. He did not speak. I heard Colonel Julian crinkling his map. We could have come right across without touching London, he said, saved us 40 minutes I dare say. We made good time the first 200 miles. It was from Chiswick on we took the time. An errand boy passed us whistling on his bicycle. A motor coach stopped at the corner and 2 women got out. Somewhere a church clock chimed the quarter. I could see Favel leaning back in his car behind us and smoking a cigarette. I seemed to have no feeling in me at all. I just sat and watched the little things that did not matter. The 2 women from the bus walk along the road. The errand boy disappears round the corner. A sparrow hops about in the middle of the road, pecking at dirt. This fellow Baker can't be much of a gardener, said Colonel Julian. Look at those shrubs tumbling over his wall. They ought to have been pruned right back. He folded up the map and put it back in his pocket. Funny sort of place to choose to retire in, he said. Close to the main road and overlooked by other houses. Shouldn't care about it myself. I dare say it was quite pretty once before they started building. No doubt there is a good golf course somewhere handy. He was silent for a while, then he opened the door and stood out in the road. Well, de winter, he said. What do you think about it? I'm ready, said Maxim. We got out of the car. Favel strolled up to meet us. What were you all waiting for, cold feet? He said. Nobody answered him. We walked up the drive to the front door, a strange incongruous little party. I caught sight of a tennis lawn beyond the house, and I heard the thud of balls. A boy's voice shouted, 40-15, not 30 all. Don't you remember hitting it out, you silly ass? They must have finished tea, said Colonel Julian. He hesitated a moment, glancing at Maxim. Then he rang the bell. It tinkled. Somewhere in the back premises. There was a long pause. A very young maid opened the door to us. She looked startled at the sight of so many of us. Dr. Baker? Said Colonel Julian. Yes, sir. Will you come in? She opened the door on the left of the hall as we went in. It would be the drawing room, not used much in the summer. There was a portrait of a very plain dark woman on the wall. I wondered if it was Mrs. Baker. The chintz covers on the chairs and on the sofa were new and shiny. On the mantelpiece were photographs of 2 schoolboys with round, smiling faces. There was a very large wireless in the corner of the room by the window. Cords trailed from it, and bits of aerial. Favel examined the portrait on the wall. Colonel Julian went and stood by the empty fireplace. Maxim and I looked out of the window. I could see a deck chair under a tree, and the back of a woman's head. The tennis court must be round the corner. I could hear the boys shouting to each other. A very old Scotch terrier was scratching himself in the middle of the path. We waited there for about 5 minutes. It was as though I was living the life of some other person and had come to this house to call for a subscription to a charity. It was unlike anything I had ever known. I had no feeling, no pain. Then the door opened and a man came into the room. He was medium height, rather long in the face, with a keen chin. His hair was sandy, turning gray. He wore flannels and a dark blue blazer. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting," he said, looking a little surprised, as the maid had done. "To see so many of us. I had to run up and wash. I was playing tennis when the bell rang. Won't you sit down?" He turned to me. I sat down in the nearest chair and waited. "You must think this a very unorthodox invasion, Dr. Baker," said Colonel Julian, "and I apologize very humbly for disturbing you like this. My name is Julian. This is Mr. De Winter, Mrs. De Winter, and Mr. Favell. You may have seen Mr. De Winter's name in the papers recently." "Oh," said Dr. Baker, yes, I suppose I have. Some inquest or other, wasn't it? My wife was reading all about it. The jury brought in a verdict of suicide," said Favell calmly. "Ing forward, which I say is absolutely out of the question. Mrs. De Winter was my cousin, I knew her intimately. She would never have done such a thing, and what's more, she had no motive. What we want to know is what the devil she came to see you about the very day she died." "You had better leave this to Julian and myself," said Maxim quietly. "Dr. Baker has not the faintest idea what you are driving at." He turned to the doctor, who was standing between them with a line between his brows, and his first polite smile frozen on his lips. "My late wife's cousin is not satisfied with the verdict," said Maxim, "and we've driven up to see you today because we found your name, and the telephone number of your old consulting rooms, in my wife's engagement diary. She seems to have made an appointment with you, and kept it, at 2 o'clock on the last day she ever spent in London. Could you possibly verify this for us?" Dr. Baker was listening with great interest, but when Maxim had finished he shook his head. "I'm most awfully sorry," he said, "but I think you've made a mistake. I should have remembered the name De Winter. I've never attended a Mrs. De Winter in my life." Colonel Julian brought out his note-case and gave him the page he had torn from the engagement diary. "Here it is, written down," he said, "Baker, 2 o'clock. And a big cross beside it, to show that the appointment was kept. And here is the telephone address. Museum 0488. Dr. Baker stared at the piece of paper. "That's very odd indeed. Yes, the number is quite correct as you say. Could she have come to see you and given a false name?" said Colonel Julian. "Why, yes, that's possible. She may have done that. It's rather unusual, of course. I've never encouraged that sort of thing. It doesn't do us any good in the profession if people think they can treat us like that." "Would you have any record of the visit in your files?" said Colonel Julian. "I know it's not etiquette to ask, but the circumstances are very unusual. We do feel her appointment with you must have some bearing on the case and her subsequent suicide." "Murder," said Favell. Dr. Baker raised his eyebrows and looked inquiringly at Maxim. "I'd no idea there was any question of that," he said quietly. "Of course I understand, and I'll do anything in my power to help you. If you will excuse me a few minutes, I will go and look up my files. There should be a record of every appointment booked throughout the year, and a description of the case. Please help yourself to cigarettes. It's too early to offer you sherry, I suppose?" Colonel Julian and Maxim shook their heads. I thought Favell was going to say something, but Dr. Baker had left the room before he had a chance. "Seems a decent sort of fellow," said Colonel Julian. "Why didn't he offer us whiskey and soda?" said Favell. "Keeps it locked up, I suppose. I didn't think much of him. I don't believe he's going to help us now." Maxim did not say anything. I could hear the sound of the tennis balls from the court. The Scotch Terrier was barking. A woman's voice shouted to him to be quiet. The summer holidays. Baker, playing with his boys. We had interrupted their routine. A high-pitched, gold clock in a glass case ticked very fast on the mantelpiece. There was a postcard of the Lake of Geneva leaning against it. The Bakers had friends in Switzerland. Dr. Baker came back into the room with a large book and a file case in his hands. He carried them over to the table. "I've brought the collection for last year," he said. "I haven't been through them yet since we moved. I only gave up practice 6 months ago, you know." He opened the book and began turning the pages. I watched him fascinated. He would find it, of course. It was only a question of moments now, of seconds. "The 7th, 8th, 10th, he murmured. "Nothing here." "The 12th, did you say? At 2 o'clock? Ah." We none of us moved. We all watched his face. "I saw a Mrs. Danvers on the 12th at 2 o'clock, he said. "Danny? What on earth?" began Favell, but Maxim cut him short. "She gave a wrong name, of course," he said. "That was obvious from the first. Do you remember the visit now, Dr. Baker?" But Dr. Baker was already searching his files. I saw his fingers delve into the pocket marked with D. He found it almost at once. He glanced down rapidly at his handwriting. "Yes," he said slowly. "Yes, Mrs. Danvers. I remember now. Tall, slim, dark, very handsome," said Colonel Julian quietly. "Yes," said Dr. Baker. "Yes." He read through the files, and then replaced them in the case. "Of course," he said, glancing at Maxim, "this is unprofessional, you know. We treat patients as though they were in the confessional. But your wife is dead, and I quite understand the circumstances are exceptional. You want to know if I can suggest any motive why your wife should have taken her life. I think I can. The woman who called herself Mrs. Danvers was very seriously ill." He paused. He looked at every one of us in turn. "I remember her perfectly well," he said, and he turned back to the files again. "She came to me for the first time a week previously to the date you mention. She complained of certain symptoms, and I took some X-rays of her. The second visit was to find out the result of those X-rays. The photographs are not here, but I have the details written down. I remember her standing in my consulting room and holding out her hand for the photographs. 'I want to know the truth,' she said. 'I don't want soft words and a bedside manner. If I'm for it, you can tell me right away.'" Single quote. He paused. He glanced down at the files once again. I waited. Why couldn't he get done with it and finish and let us go? Why must we sit there, waiting, our eyes upon his face? "Well," he said, "she asked for the truth, and I let her have it. Some patients are better for it. Shirking the point does them no good. This Mrs. Danvers, or Mrs. De Winter rather, was not the type to accept a lie. You must have known that. She stood it very well. She did not flinch. She said she had suspected it for some time. Then she paid my fee and went out. I never saw her again." He shut up the box with a snap, and closed the book. "The pain was slight as yet, but the growth was deep-rooted," he said, "and in 3 or 4 months' time she would have been under morphia. An operation would have been no earthly use at all. I told her that the thing had got too firm a hold. There is nothing anyone can do in a case like that, except give morphia, and wait." No one said a word. The little clock ticked on the mantelpiece, and the boys played tennis in the garden. An aeroplane hummed overhead. "Outwardly, of course, she was a perfectly healthy woman," he said, "rather too thin, I remember, rather pale. But then that's the fashion nowadays, pity though it is. It's nothing to go upon with a patient. No, the pain would increase week by week, and as I told you, in 4 or 5 months' time she would have had to be kept under morphia. The X-rays showed a certain malformation of the uterus, I remember, which meant she could never have had a child, but that was quite apart, it had nothing to do with the disease. I remember hearing Colonel Julian speak, saying something about Dr. Baker being very kind to have taken so much trouble. 'You have told us all we want to know,' he said, 'and if we could possibly have a copy of the memoranda in your file it might be very useful.' Of course, said Dr. Baker. Of course. Everyone was standing up. I got up from my chair too. I shook hands with Dr. Baker. We all shook hands with him. We followed him out into the hall. A woman looked out of the room on the other side of the hall and darted back when she saw us. Someone was running a bath upstairs. The water ran loudly. The Scotch Terrier came in from the garden and began sniffing at my heels. Shall I send the report to you or to Mr. De Winter? Said Dr. Baker. We may not need it at all, said Colonel Julian. I rather think it won't be necessary. Either De Winter or I will write. Here is my card. I'm so glad to have been of use, said Dr. Baker. It never entered my head for a moment that Mrs. De Winter and Mrs. Danvers could be the same person. No, naturally, said Colonel Julian. You'll be returning to London, I suppose? Yes, I imagine so. Your best way then is to turn sharp left by that pillar box, and then right by the church. After that it's a straight road. Thank you very much. We came out onto the drive and went towards the cars. Dr. Baker pulled the Scotch Terrier inside the house. I heard the door shut. A man with one leg and a barrel organ began playing Roses in Picardy at the end of the road. Chapter 27. We went and stood by the car. No one said anything for a few minutes. Colonel Julian handed round his cigarette case. Favell looked grey, rather shaken. I noticed his hands were trembling as he held the match. The man with the barrel organ ceased playing for a moment and hobbled towards us, his cap in his hand. Maxim gave him 2 shillings. Then he went back to the barrel organ and started another tune. The church clock struck 6 o'clock. Favell began to speak. His voice was diffident, careless, but his face was still grey. He did not look at any of us. He kept glancing down at his cigarette and turning it over in his fingers. This cancer business, he said, does anybody know if it's contagious? No one answered him. Colonel Julian shrugged his shoulders. I never had the remotest idea, said Favell jerkily. She kept it a secret from everyone, even Danny. What a goddamned appalling thing, eh? Not the sort of thing one would ever connect with Rebecca. Do you fellows feel like a drink? I'm all out over this, and I don't mind admitting it. Cancer. Oh, my God. He leant up against the side of the car and shaded his eyes with his hands. Tell that bloody fellow with the barrel organ to clear out, he said. I can't stand that goddamned row. Wouldn't it be simpler if we went ourselves? Said Maxim. Can you manage your own car, or do you want Julian to drive it? For you? Give me a minute, muttered Favell. I'll be all right. You don't understand. This thing has been a damned unholy shock to me. Pull yourself together, man, for heaven's sake, said Colonel Julian. If you want a drink, go back to the house and ask Baker. He knows how to treat for shock, I dare say. Don't make an exhibition of yourself in the street. Oh, you're all right, you. Fine, said Favell, standing straight and looking at Colonel Julian and Maxim. You've got nothing to worry about anymore. Max is on a good wicket now, isn't he? You've got your motive, and Baker will supply it in black and white free of cost, whenever you send the word. You can dine at Manderley once a week on the strength of it and feel proud of yourself. No doubt Max will ask you to be godfather to his first child. Shall we get into the car and go? Said Colonel Julian to Maxim. We can make our plans going along. Maxim held open the door of the car, and Colonel Julian climbed in. I sat down in my seat in the front. Favell still leant against the car and did not move. I should advise you to get straight back to your flat and go to bed, said Colonel Julian shortly, and drive slowly, or you will find yourself in jail for manslaughter. I may as well warn you now, as I shall not be seeing you again, that as a magistrate I have certain powers that will prove effective. If you ever turn up in Kerrith or the district, Blackmail is not much of a profession, Mr. Favell. And we know how to deal with it in our part of the world, strange though it may seem to you. Favell was watching Maxim. He had lost the gray color now, and the old unpleasant smile was forming on his lips. Yes, it's been a stroke of luck for you, Max, hasn't it? He said slowly. You think you've won, don't you? The law can get you yet, and so can I. In a different way, Maxim switched on the engine. Have you anything else you want to say? He said, because if you have, you had better say it now. No, said Favell. No, I won't keep you. You can go. He stepped back onto the pavement, the smile still on his lips. The car slid forward. As we turned the corner, I looked back and saw him standing there, watching us, and he waved his hand and he was laughing. We drove on for a while in silence. Then Colonel Julian spoke. He can't do anything, he said. That smile and that wave were part of his bluff. They're all alike, those fellows. He hasn't a thread of a case to bring now. Baker's evidence would squash it. Maxim did not answer. I glanced sideways at his face, but it told me nothing. I always felt the solution would lie in Baker, said Colonel Julian. The furtive business of that appointment, and the way she never even told Mrs. Danvers. She had her suspicions, you see. She knew something was wrong. A dreadful thing, of course. Very dreadful. Enough to send a young and lovely woman right off her head. We drove on along the straight main road. Telegraph poles, motor coaches, open sports cars, little semi-detached villas with new gardens. They flashed past, making patterns in my mind I should always remember. I suppose you never had any idea of this, De Winter? Said Colonel Julian. No, said Maxim. No. Of course some people have a morbid dread of it, said Colonel Julian. Women especially. That must have been the case with your wife. She had courage. For every other thing but that. She could not face pain. Well, she was spared that at any rate. Yes, said Maxim. I don't think it would do any harm if I quietly let it be known down in Carith and in the county that a London doctor has supplied us with a motive, said Colonel Julian. Just in case there should be any gossip. You never can tell, you know. People are odd, sometimes. If they knew about Mrs. De Winter, it might make it a lot easier for you. Yes, said Maxim. Yes, I understand. It's curious and very irritating, said Colonel Julian slowly, how long stories spread in country districts. I never know why they should, but unfortunately they do. Not that I anticipate any trouble over this, but it's as well to be prepared. People are inclined to say the wildest things, if they are given half a chance. Yes, said Maxim. You and Crawley of course can squash any nonsense in Manderley or the estate, and I can deal with it effectively in Carith. I shall say a word to my girl too. She sees a lot of the younger people, who very often are the worst offenders in storytelling. I don't suppose the newspapers will worry you anymore, that's one good thing. You'll find they will drop the whole affair in a day or two. Yes, said Maxim. We drove on through the northern suburbs and came once more to Finchley and Hampstead. 6:30, said Colonel Julian. What do you propose doing? I've got a sister living in St. John's Wood, and feel inclined to take her unawares and ask for dinner, and then catch the last train from Paddington. I know she doesn't go away for another week. I'm sure she would be delighted to see you both as well. Maxim hesitated, and glanced at me. It's very kind of you, he said, but I think we had better be independent. I must ring up Frank, and one thing and another. I dare say we shall have a quiet meal somewhere and start off again afterwards, spending the night at a pub on the way. I rather think that's what we shall do. Of course, said Colonel Julian, I quite understand. Could you throw me out at my sister's? It's one of those turnings off the Avenue Road. When we came to the house, Maxim drew up a little way ahead of the gate. It's impossible to thank you, he said, for all you've done today. You know what I feel about it without my telling you. My dear fellow, said Colonel Julian, I've been only too glad. If only we'd known what Baker knew, of course there would have been none of this at all. However, never mind about that now. You must put the whole thing behind you as a very unpleasant and unfortunate episode. I'm pretty sure you won't have any more trouble from Favell. If you do, I count on you to tell me at once. I shall know how to deal with him. He climbed out of the car, collecting his coat and his map. I should feel inclined, he said, not looking directly at us, to get away for a bit. Take a short holiday. Go abroad, perhaps. We did not say anything. Colonel Julian was fumbling with his map. Switzerland is very nice this time of year, he said. I remember we went once for the girls' holidays, and thoroughly enjoyed ourselves. The walks are delightful. He hesitated, cleared his throat. It is just faintly possible certain little difficulties might arise, he said, not from Favell, but from one or two people in the district. One never knows quite what Tav has been saying and repeating, and so on. Absurd, of course. But you know the old saying? Out of sight, out of mind. If people aren't there to be talked about, the talk dies. It's the way of the world. He stood for a moment, counting his belongings. I've got everything, I think. Map, glasses, stick, coat. Everything complete. Well, goodbye, both of you. Don't get overtired. It's been a long day. He turned in at the gate and went up the steps. I saw a woman come to the window and smile and wave her hand. We drove away down the road and turned the corner. I leant back in my seat and closed my eyes. Now that we were alone again and the strain was over, the sensation was one of almost unbearable relief. It was like the bursting of an abscess. Maxim did not speak. I felt his hand cover mine. We drove on through the traffic and I saw none of it. I heard the rumble of the buses, the hooting of taxis, that inevitable, tireless London roar, but I was not part of it. I rested in some other place that was cool and quiet and still. Nothing could touch us anymore. We had come through our crisis. When Maxim stopped the car, I opened my eyes and sat up. We were opposite one of those numerous little restaurants in a narrow street in Soho. I looked about me, dazed and stupid. You're tired, said Maxim briefly. Empty and tired and fit for nothing. You'll be better when you've had something to eat. So shall I? We'll go in here and order dinner right away. I can telephone to Frank too. We got out of the car. There was no one in the restaurant but the maître d'hôtel and a waiter and a girl behind a desk. It was dark and cool. We went to a table right in the corner. Maxim began ordering the food. Favell was right about wanting a drink, he said. I want one too, and so do you. You're going to have some brandy. The maître d'hôtel was fat and smiling. He produced long thin rolls in paper envelopes. They were very hard, very crisp. I began to eat one ravenously. My brandy and soda was soft, warming, curiously comforting. When we've had dinner we'll drive slowly, very quietly, said Maxim. It will be cool, too, in the evening. We'll find somewhere on the road we can put up for the night. Then we can get along to Manderley in the morning. Yes, I said. You didn't want to dine with Julian's sister and go down by the late train? No. Maxim finished his drink. His eyes looked large and they were ringed with the shadows. They seemed very dark against the pallor of his face. How much of the truth, he said, do you think Julian guessed? I watched him over the rim of my glass. I did not say anything. He knew, said Maxim slowly. Of course he knew. If he did, I said, he will never say anything. Never, never. No, said Maxim. No. He ordered another drink from the maître d'hôtel. We sat silent and peaceful in our dark corner. I believed, said Maxim, that Rebecca lied to me on purpose. The last supreme bluff. She wanted me to kill her. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she laughed. That's why she stood there laughing when she died. I did not say anything. I went on drinking my brandy and soda. It was all over. It was all settled. It did not matter anymore. There was no need for Maxim to look white and troubled. It was her last practical joke, said Maxim, the best of them all. And I'm not sure if she hasn't won, even now. What do you mean? How can she have won? I said. I don't know, he said. I don't know. He swallowed his second drink. Then he got up from the table. I'm going to nag up Frank, he said. I sat there in my corner, and presently the waiter brought me my fish. It was lobster. Very hot and good. I had another brandy and soda, too. It was pleasant and comfortable sitting there, and nothing mattered very much. I smiled at the waiter. I asked for some more bread in French for no reason. It was quiet and happy and friendly in the restaurant. Maxim and I were together. Everything was over. Everything was settled. Rebecca was dead. Rebecca could not hurt us. She had played her last joke, as Maxim had said. She could do no more to us now. In 10 minutes Maxim came back again. Well, I said, my own voice sounding far away. How was Frank? Frank was all right, said Maxim. He was at the office, been waiting there for me to telephone him ever since 4 o'clock. I told him what had happened. He sounded glad, relieved. Yes, I said. Something rather odd though, said Maxim slowly, a line between his brows. He thinks Mrs. Danvers has cleared out. She's gone, disappeared. She said nothing to anyone, but apparently she'd been packing up all day, stripping her room of things, and the fellow from the station came for her boxes at about 4 o'clock. Frith telephoned down to Frank about it, and Frank told Frith to ask Mrs. Danvers to come down to him at the office. He waited, and she never came. About 10 minutes before I rang up, Frith telephoned to Frank again and said there had been a long-distance call for Mrs. Danvers which he had switched through to her room, and she had answered. This must have been about 6:10. At 6:45 he knocked on the door and found her room empty. Her bedroom too. They looked for her and could not find her. They think she's gone. She must have gone straight out of the house and through the woods. She never passed the lodge gates. Isn't it a good thing? I said. It saves us a lot of trouble. We should have had to send her away, anyway. I believe she guessed, too. There was an expression on her face last night. I kept thinking of it, coming up in the car. I don't like it, said Maxim. I don't like it. She can do anything, I argued. If she's gone, so much the better. It was Favell who telephoned of course. He must have told her about Baker. He would tell her what Colonel Julian said. Colonel Julian said if there was any attempt at blackmail we were to tell him. They won't dare do it. They can. It's too dangerous. I'm not thinking of blackmail, said Maxim. What else can they do? I said. We've got to do what Colonel Julian said. We've got to forget it. We must not think about it any more. It's all over, darling, it's finished. We ought to go down on our knees and thank God that it's finished. Maxim did not answer. He was staring in front of him at nothing. Your lobster will be cold, I said. Eat it, darling. It will do you good. You want something inside you. You're tired. I was using the words he had used to me. I felt better and stronger. It was I now who was taking care of him. He was tired, pale. I had got over my weakness and fatigue, and now he was the one to suffer from reaction. It was just because he was empty, because he was tired. There was nothing to worry about at all. Mrs. Danvers had gone. We should praise God for that, too. Everything had been made so easy for us, so very easy. Eat up your fish, I said. It was going to be very different in the future. I was not going to be nervous and shy with the servants anymore. With Mrs. Danvers gone, I should learn bit by bit to control the house. I would go and interview the cook in the kitchen. They would like me, respect me. Soon it would be as though Mrs. Danvers had never had command. I would learn more about the estate, too. I should ask Frank to explain things to me. I was sure Frank liked me. I liked him, too. I would go into things, and learn how they were managed. What they did at the farm. How the work in the grounds was planned. I might take to gardening myself, and in time, have one or two things altered. That little square lawn outside the morning room with the statue of the satyr. I did not like it. We would give the satyr away. There were heaps of things that I could do, little by little. People would come and stay, and I should not mind. There would be the interest of seeing to their rooms, having flowers and books put, arranging the food. We would have children. Surely we would have children. Have you finished? Said Maxim suddenly. I don't think I want any more. Only coffee. Black, very strong, please, and the bill, he added to the maître d'hôtel. I wondered why we must go so soon. It was comfortable in the restaurant, and there was nothing to take us away. I liked sitting there, with my head against the sofa back, planning the future idly in a hazy, pleasant way. I could have gone on, sitting there for a long while. I followed Maxim out of the restaurant, stumbling a little, and yawning. Listen, he said, when we were on the pavement, do you think you could sleep in the car if I wrapped you up with the rug, and tucked you down in the back? There's the cushion there, and my coat as well. I thought we were going to put up somewhere for the night. I said blankly, one of those hotels one passes on the road. I know, he said, but I have this feeling I must get down tonight. Can't you possibly sleep in the back of the car? Yes, I said doubtfully. Yes, I suppose so. If we start now, it's 7:45, we ought to be there by 2:30, he said. There won't be much traffic on the road. You'll be so tired, I said. So terribly tired. No, he shook his head. I shall be all right. I want to get home. Something's wrong. I know it is. I want to get home. His face was anxious, strange. He pulled open the door and began arranging the rugs and the cushion at the back of the car. What can be wrong? I said. It seems so odd to worry now, when everything's over. I can't understand you. He did not answer. I climbed into the back of the car and lay down with my legs tucked under me. He covered me with the rug. It was very comfortable, much better than I imagined. I settled the pillow under my head. Are you all right? He said. Are you sure you don't mind? No, I said, smiling. I'm all right. I shall sleep. I don't want to stay anywhere on the road. It's much better to do this and get home. We'll be at Manderley long before sunrise. He got in front and switched on the engine. I shut my eyes. The car drew away and I felt the slight jolting of the springs under my body. I pressed my face against the cushion. The motion of the car was rhythmic, steady, and the pulse of my mind beat with it. 100 images came to me when I closed my eyes, things seen, things known, and things forgotten. They were jumbled together in a senseless pattern. The quill of Mrs. Van Hopper's hat, the hard straight-backed chairs in Frank's dining room, the wide window in the west wing at Manderley, the salmon-colored frock of the smiling lady at the fancy dress ball, a peasant girl in a road near Monte Carlo. Sometimes I saw Jasper chasing butterflies across the lawns. Sometimes I saw Dr. Baker's Scotch terrier scratching his ear beside a deck chair. There was the postman who had pointed out the house to us today, and there was Clarice's mother wiping a chair for me in the back parlor. Ben smiled at me, holding Winkles in his hands, and the bishop's wife asked me if I would stay to tea. I could feel the cold comfort of my sheets in my own bed, and the gritty shingle in the cove. I could smell the bracken in the woods, the wet moss, and the dead azalea petals. I fell into a strange broken sleep, waking now and again to the reality of my narrow cramped position and the sight of Maxim's back. In front of me, the dusk had turned to darkness. There were the lights of passing cars upon the road. There were villages with drawn curtains and little lights behind them. And I would move, and turn, upon my back, and sleep again. I saw the staircase at Manderley, and Mrs. Danvers standing at the top in her black dress, waiting for me to go to her. As I climbed the stairs she backed under the archway and disappeared. I looked for her and I could not find her. Then her face looked at me through a hollow door and I cried out and she had gone again. "What's the time?" I called. "What's the time?" Maxim turned round to me, his face pale and ghostly in the darkness of the car. "It's 11:30, he said. "We're over halfway already. Try and sleep again." "I'm thirsty," I said. He stopped at the next town. The man at the garage said his wife had not gone to bed and she would make us some tea. We got out of the car and stood inside the garage. I stamped up and down to bring the blood back to my hands and feet. Maxim smoked a cigarette. It was cold. A bitter wind blew in through the open garage door, and rattled the corrugated roof. I shivered, and buttoned up my coat. "Yes, it's nippy tonight," said the garage man, as he wound the petrol pump. "The weather seemed to break this afternoon. It's the last of the heat waves for this summer. We shall be thinking of fires soon." "It was hot in London," I said. "Was I? Tea?" he said. "Well, they always have the extremes up there, don't they? We get the first of the bad weather down here. It will blow hard on the coast before morning." His wife brought us the tea. It tasted of bitter wood, but it was hot. I drank it greedily, thankfully. Already Maxim was glancing at his watch. "We ought to be going," he said. "It's 10 minutes to 12. I left the shelter of the garage reluctantly. The cold wind blew in my face. The stars raced across the sky. There were threads of cloud too. "Yes," said the garage man, "summer's over for this year." We climbed back into the car. I settled myself once more under the rug. The car went on. I shut my eyes. There was the man with the wooden leg winding his barrel organ, and the tune of Roses in Picardy hummed in my head against the jolting of the car. Frith and Robert carried the tea into the library. The woman at the lodge nodded to me abruptly, and called her child into the house. I saw the model boats in the cottage in the cove, and the feathery dust. I saw the cobwebs stretching from the little masts. I heard the rain upon the roof and the sound of the sea. I wanted to get to the happy valley and it was not there. There were woods about me, there was no happy valley. Only the dark trees and the young bracken. The owls hooted. The moon was shining in the windows of Manderley. There were nettles in the garden, 10 foot, 20 foot high. "Maxim," I cried. "Maxim." "Yes," he said. "It's all right, I'm here." "I had a dream," I said. "A dream? What was it?" he said. "I don't know. I don't know." Back again into the moving unquiet depths. I was writing letters in the morning room. I was sending out invitations. I wrote them all myself with a thick black pen. But when I looked down to see what I had written, it was not my small square handwriting at all. It was long, and slanting, with curious pointed strokes. I pushed the cards away from the blotter and hid them. I got up and went to the looking glass. A face stared back at me that was not my own. It was very pale, very lovely, framed in a cloud of dark hair. The eyes narrowed and smiled. The lips parted. The face in the glass stared back at me and laughed. And I saw then that she was sitting on a chair before the dressing table in her bedroom, and Maxim was brushing her hair. He held her hair in his hands, and as he brushed it he wound it slowly into a thick rope. It twisted like a snake, and he took hold of it with both hands and smiled at Rebecca and put it round his neck. "No," I screamed. "No, no, we must go to Switzerland. Colonel Julian said we must go to Switzerland." I felt Maxim's hand upon my face. "What is it?" he said. "What's the matter?" I sat up and pushed my hair away from my face. "I can't sleep," I said. "It's no use." "You've been sleeping," he said. "You've slept for 2 hours. It's 2:15. We're 4 miles the other side of Lanyon." It was even colder than before. I shuddered in the darkness of the car. "I'll come beside you," I said. "We shall be back by 3. I climbed over and sat beside him, staring in front of me through the "You're cold," he said. "Yes," I said. The hills rose in front of us, and dipped, and rose again. It was quite dark. The stars had gone. "What time did you say it was?" I asked. 2:20, he said. "It's funny," I said. "It looks almost as though the dawn was breaking over there, beyond those hills." "It can't be though, it's too early." "It's the wrong direction," he said. "You're looking west." "I know," I said. "It's funny, isn't it?" He did not answer and I went on watching the sky. It seemed to get lighter even as I stared. Like the first red streak of sunrise. Little by little it spread across the sky. "It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it?" I said. "Not in summer?" "That's not the northern lights," he said. "That's Manderley." I glanced at him and saw his face. I saw his eyes. "Maxim," I said. "Maxim, what is it?" He drove faster, much faster. We topped the hill before us and saw Lanyon lying in a hollow at our feet. There to the left of us was the silver streak of the river, widening to the estuary at Carith 6 miles away. The road to Manderley lay ahead. There was no moon. The sky above our heads was inky black. But the sky on the horizon was not dark at all. It was shot with crimson, like a splash of blood. And the ashes blew towards us with the salt wind from the sea.